Provided you aren't one, the term iPad kid strikes fear and horror into the average person. The screaming, mind-numbing, zero attention span, booger-encrusted tablets, pregnant huggy-wuggy. Bro. It's enough to make most of us in the early to middle part of Gen Z reel in shock as to how bad those younger than us have it. This time range from about 2000 to 2007 just barely avoided the bullet that was, quote, tablet time, but still got to experience the internet from a young age. Call us a hybrid between millennials using the internet in weird and squeaky clean ways, and Gen Alpha just drooling over bootleg Bangladeshi Paw Patrol animations. In this shorter video, I want to explore the tablet kid phenomenon, its causes, the current situation, and its potential future consequences. Namely, I want to talk about how the parents of Gen Alpha, millennials, partially fueled this nightmare, and how kids today are negatively affected by constant screen time, using a mix of anecdotal evidence and real science, as well as how that's affected the internet as a whole. Alright, let's take a dive into the tragic fall of Gen Alpha.
But really quickly, we have to do Two-Buck Troop Roll Call! Unusual, Chief Guy, Bracelet, Yellow, Prime ER, Taboo TV Cat, Mask, VR2, Frisk, Andy, Rupert, Limp are here today, alongside ZNN, Drizzly, Doug Dimmadome, Dance Band, Nep, Squonk, Numi, Foreskin Eater, F. Giros, Mika Henderson, and Game Boy Patreon. Enlist in the Two-Buck Troop by using the link in the description.
First of all, for those of you born without little cousins, who is Gen Alpha? Well, the dates vary a little bit, but in general, kids born from about 2010 to the present are stated as being members of it. Similarly to Gen Z, whose generation was born around the growth of the internet, millennials whose generation was born around the adoption of modern computing and telecommunications, and Gen X who was born alongside the American counterculture movement, Gen Alpha was born around the rapidly increasing adoption of the smartphone. Because, by the time this generation knew how to use multiplication tables, smartphones were basically ubiquitous. So Gen Alpha basically grew up alongside them. This means that they were completely fluent in how to use technology basically from birth, making them the first generation to be that way. Couple this with the fact that their parents, millennials, are just barely out of touch enough to not really grasp what their kids are doing, you have a disastrous situation. Fair warning though, to all of my lovely millennial fans out there, all 25 of you probably, this is not an all-encompassing statement. I understand not all millennials are completely out of touch, but this is more so a general statement meant to describe a general problem. Millennials, born from about 1980 to 1995, were around and conscious for the birth of the internet. meaning many of them are very capable when it comes to using computers. However, they were pretty much around when the internet was a Wild West, where Smosh reigned supreme and companies hadn't yet realized how to milk the ever-living shit out of the impressionability of kids. The same goes for Gen Z, being born around 1995 to 2010, where most of us, especially in the former half of the generation, grew up right before these corporations figured it all out. And that's the key. Gen Alpha, since they started using technology, were immediately in the crosshairs of big tech and other companies with the sole purpose of collecting user data and abusing the short attention spans of children for their own gain. Now, of course, much of this data collection is illegal under COPPA, but that didn't stop YouTube from doing it until like 5 years ago. Couple this with the fact that parenting is hard, the habit of parents throwing their kids in front of a tablet to make them shut up and stop being annoying has become commonplace. Most adults, unknowing of the ramifications of this when it first started around 2010 to 2012, didn't really pay attention to it. As a personal anecdote, sometime last year I was eating dinner at a restaurant with family. Then, this other big-ass family comes and sit down next to us. Within 5 minutes, and I shit you not, literally 5 minutes, a child likely between the ages of 4 to 7 years old starts squirming around. Then that squirming turns to complaining, which turns to borderline yelling and screaming. This little asshole picks up a silverware napkin and weakly throws it across the table, prompting the dad who, instead of removing the child from the situation and punishing him in some way, just gives the, "Well, son, let's not be rude, okay, little buddy?" The child continues being a little prick until finally, 20 minutes later, the mother just gives her kid the phone or tablet, I can't remember which one it was, and the table's quiet for the rest of the time we were there. This is just one example of the times I've watched mostly millennial parents use tablets or phones as a way to shut their kids up instead of, correcting the behavior through punishment of some kind. I mean, look at me. I was a nightmare child. I used to headbutt people. But when I did, I didn't get tossed a tablet or a phone to watch life hack videos on YouTube. Again, this is not a blanket statement, and this usually applies to middle-class American millennials from my experience. But you may be thinking, so what? Parents need to shut their kids up every now and then. What's the big deal? Well, tragically, due to the popularization of abusing the impressionability of young minds, kids are often roped into weird places purposely to hook them on harmful or weird content that negatively affects them in the present and in the future in ways their parents can't even begin to understand. Anyways, I'm sure many of you watch this video have witnessed these effects firsthand via the fiery fist o' pain from your little cousin Joshua McWaldrip when his mom tells him to go play outside for once. Unfortunately for many people with children who are unaware of how shit the internet has gotten since its Wild West days in the 2000s, their kids can get thrust into some really weird places at shockingly young ages. We're talking between 3 to 6 years old. Let me ask you a question. Do you think a child born in 2020 should be allowed to watch this kind of content? I mean, look at this. It's not exactly overtly inappropriate, but kids at that age should be at least educationally nurtured in some way. And before some people say stuff like, well, what about SpongeBob? That show's pointless. Well, I mean, yeah, you're not entirely wrong. But here's where the major difference lies. Quality and ethics. SpongeBob isn't trying to capitalize on unknowing parents or impressionable kids for a quick buck. Essentially, at the very least, it's relatively harmless. Well, most of the show. These random channels that are a part of the less documented ElsaGate Wave 2 phenomenon are doing, to no one's surprise, everything they can to hook kids on this low-quality content to essentially keep them coming back for ad revenue. Look, let's be honest, how many of you lied about your age on almost every platform to say you were over 18 to avoid extra regulations? I'll bet most of you. So, while YouTube Kids might be useful for very young children, kids that are older than like 8 can very easily bypass this and just watch all of this depraved content, especially considering their parents have been throwing them in front of a tablet that's burned. Looking through the YouTube Kids app, we can see a variety of mostly tame shows and a couple of good ones. And yeah, Bluey is honestly pretty decent, but the community sure as hell isn't. However, even on a heavily sanitized YouTube Kids, you can still find incredibly pointless and mind-numbing content for children. Like, why the actual hell does Talking Tom have his own damn cartoon? Like, this is unironically the type of shit I see parents putting in front of their kids in restaurants. It just serves absolutely no purpose other than to mindlessly entertain and numb their brains. Even though ElsaGate content isn't at its peak anymore, the fact that children are just rotting in front of this chiefly fast-paced, little dialogue, short attention span having content is really not good for their brains. But, so I don't sound like I'm just making shit up, let's take a look at some of the results from a study conducted about early smartphone usage in children. While the report acknowledges that there literally hasn't been enough time for this phenomenon to produce significant consequences to do a full study, an important question that has been asked is, if these activities become the predominant method to calm and distract young children, will they be able to develop their own internal mechanisms of self-regulation? Similarly, they also wonder of the social and emotional consequences of putting kids in front of tablets at an early age, interfering with their ability to have empathy, social, and problem-solving skills that kids just naturally learn through play. Let's compare the YouTube Kids front pages to the type of stuff I used to watch as a kid. When I was growing up, there were a few main shows I remember watching a lot. The Backyardigans, Little Einsteins, SpongeBob, Fairly Odd Parents, Gumball, Blue's Clues, and Oswald, with the occasional Pingu, Kipper the Dog, Fireman Sam, Wonder Pats, and the Upside Down Show. Man, I actually was just searching through this list of Noggin shows, and I just remembered this one. That one was a deep dive into memory. Comment down below if you're an Upside Down Show fan. Anyways, comparing it to the YouTube Kids homepage, it's drier than the Atacama, with literally like 1 or 2 relatively decent shows being available for kids to watch. The rest is, I'll leave it up to you if you think these videos are of any significant value. At the very least, shows like the Upside Down Show and even SpongeBob promote creativity and just being a kid above all else, rather than doing nothing but numbing them so mommy and daddy can go crazy style in the back of the house. No, dumbass, of course I mean doing taxes. Who the f do you think I am? Anyways, let's move on to some of the potential consequences this type of behavior can lead to, and how its effects are already being felt by many today. Although it's not exactly a well-studied topic, the effects of this constant iPad exposure have been reported by some people on YouTube who have audience members who have discussed their experiences with this kind of gross content on YouTube. In his video on Elsagate, Turkey Tom read through a post on the r/Elsagate subreddit asking users if that form of content had any negative effects on them growing up. Here are some excerpts. Again, remember this is Reddit, people like to lie, so take some of these with a grain of salt. This user says, quote, "Gonna come out and say, well, I don't remember actually watching Elsagate at the time. I was in the age group, or maybe a bit above it. I think I was about 10, but still willing to watch these videos. And I do remember thinking poop was arousing. Thinking back, I'm 99% sure it was Elsagate that put that idea in my head, though it's thankfully gone now. I mean, shit, thank God. They're not the only one either, with this user saying, quote, "I've heard a lot of people claim that they watched Elsagate videos during their most popular years and now have either become desensitized to gore, or even have certain fetishes that were shown in the videos. Pregnancy, needles, piss, whatever." Jesus. The evidence is anecdotal at best, but I believe the people who share these stories. Let's take this with a grain of salt, but there is some potential merit to what's being said here. Often, as children, the things we are regularly exposed to most frequently become normal to us. On top of this, the effects of kids being constantly put in front of screens can potentially lead to dangerous scenarios down the road. Call this a slippery slope, and it sure as hell doesn't apply to everyone, but I think most people can universally agree, putting aside conditions such as autism, social interaction is a workout for someone's social abilities. It's a muscle that needs to be worked out, so putting a child in front of a screen all day seems like a surefire way to let that social muscle atrophy into proverbial bone. I wonder if any of you watching this can attest to this. Growing up constantly behind a screen becoming a comfortable place, so you can just play games a lot and only interact with people on Discord. I leave you all with this question. Why do you think most of the toxic road teens that prowl Discord act the way they do? Because the internet and Discord is their world, and to look beyond that is hard, so they stay focused on a world they're able to create and curate themselves, and it completely envelops their real lives. Anyways, I digress. I hope I didn't directly call any of you out, so let's end this tangent before I start rambling. Do you, the person watching this, believe that this kind of behavior could be an unfortunate future consequence for many kids who have been shoved in front of an iPad for hours at a time? Do you disagree with anything I've said, or have a story of your own to tell? Seriously, let me know. I'm very curious to get some kind of anecdotal consensus behind this phenomenon. Either way, I hope you enjoyed this shorter video, and yes, Fallen Fandoms Part 2 will be in production soon. It might not be the next video, but I promise, I'm hopefully going to take the editing to an even higher level. Just for fun. Anyways, I'll see you guys in the next one.
So this girl made this game, and it's a game about two emo kids. I mean, they're like 20 and 22, like two emo adults, I guess. And like there's incest in the game, and it's kind of an edgy game. I actually planned on playing this on stream. I wanted to play this on stream and see what it was about, because I just thought it was interesting, and something that's sick and weird like this you know, I think I'd probably enjoy it. So yeah, it's great stream content. Yeah, I haven't seen anybody play this, so yeah, absolutely. I heard, like, through the grapevine on Twitter that, like, they doxed her because people thought that she was trans. Let me see, I think there was a video that I was gonna see if I could find this. Blasphemy should be a crime? It is in a lot of places, but not everywhere.
So over the course of the years, we've covered many frustrating and depressing topics on this channel. However, today's topic is definitely up there because it involves another situation where real-life people are being hurt over fictional content. It involves a topic we have covered multiple times over the past 2 months, and that is the horror game, The Coffin of Andy and Leyley. Now, here is the latest development. This is all happening over the past 24 hours. It appears that the developer of The Coffin of Andy and Leyley has sold the game's title and terminated her entire online presence. And many people have reasonably assumed that this is the result of the torrent of harassment.
I think there's also, like, remember that one guy that made Flappy Bird back in the day? And, like, he just deleted all of his shit as well? It's kind of, like, overwhelming for a lot of people to just, like, have a really big success story like this, and then, like, all of the pressure that comes with. So, like, it probably wasn't just because of the doxing, because, like, let's be fair, even before this, everybody was mad about this game because it had, like, incest, and apparently somebody else said it had cannibalism in it. Now, are these bad things? No, they make me want to play the game. But, in fact, other people don't feel the same way. So, I think it's probably a compounding of issues.
Time for some hardship.
That this developer has faced on social media over the past 2 months, as well as being allegedly doxxed over the past day or so. And this is a very frustrating set of developments. A lot of people have been tagging me with in any tweets that are relating to this. And before we get into the actual announcement from the new publisher that has taken over this title, let's inform or remind ourselves as to why there's so much controversy surrounding this game.
What is this?
So, about 2 months ago, the horror
Look
games...
at that shit. It's fucking 97% positive. That's a lot of scene girls that played this game and had fun.
The Coffin of Andy and Leyley was released onto Steam. This was an independently developed game, and over the course of time, this has been a massive success. Over $2 million in revenue has been generated, and there is a 97% overwhelmingly positive set of reviews on this game out of the over 8,000 reviews left by people who purchased this game. And the reason Twitter is angry about this has nothing to do with other horror elements in this game, like cannibalism, murder, satanic worship, and so on. They're mad that at the end of the game, there is an optional route that includes incest between these two characters.
It's a fucking video game. Who gives a fuck? Like, how do you, like, how is it that a person can exist that cares about this? Isn't that crazy? I don't know how that can happen. Like, how can a person care about it? Just don't play the fucking game. You don't like the game.
Now, after playing every single second of this route on stream, I can speak from experience as to what that scene was all about. Number one, and of course, part of this time was inflated because I was talking to the chat, but it took over 6 hours of gameplay to even reach this optional route. And when it is presented as a vision of the future, as a warning as to bad things that are going to happen if their toxic relationship continues. It is sent as a warning, and it is in no way glorified or showed as something good. It is shown as a bad ending, and it's supposed to make you uncomfortable, just like other traditional horror elements.
Sure.
But that didn't stop anyone from harassing people who developed the game, people who are fans of the game, or even artists like this who are making memes based on the game.
It's just people that get mad about stupid shit like this. There's people on the internet that make it their entire personality to not like things. Like, that's all there is to it. And it's a very weird culture that we live in. But these are people, like, just absolutely fucking losers.
Game and its positive reviews.
Don't like it, I'll play
on
it. Yeah.
Steam. Now, I think this quote from back in October really sums up the outrage on Twitter really well. It's basically saying that despite this 98% positive rating on Steam, you would look at Twitter and you would think this game must be horrible and everyone hates it. And it's only sold 10 copies at this point.
Well, this is, again, like, this is the point where, like, Twitter does not represent the real world. Twitter represents people on Twitter. And even that doesn't represent Twitter because there's so many different groups of people that never interact with each other. It's not real. Like, if there's a lot of people on Twitter that are mad about something, nobody gives a fuck. Nobody cares. It doesn't make a difference. So whenever you see people that are upset about this kind of stuff, you have to keep in mind that all of the things that they're thinking, feeling, doing, none of it is of any consequence at all.
Because there are many viral tweets dunking on this game that don't reflect the actual experience of people playing the game.
Well, these are just tone policers and complainers, right? That's really all there is to it. And Incest Game is starting to get on my nerves. Yeah, this is a person who's mad about it. And here's the reason why I think people are positive about a game like this, okay? The reason why they're positive is because I think in a general sense, a lot of internet people are tired of everything being safe modern. Everything is safe modern. There are no complex issues that are discussed. There is no, layers of complexity around characters that have bad motives. Certain characters are just universally good with no flaws because if the character had flaws, it could somehow reflect some sort of real-life stereotype. And just in general, people are tired of corporate storytelling in order to appease losers that don't want to see anything except for what they want to see, right? Like, that's why I think, I think Dragonfight is the best example. So when a lot of people see something like this and they see, oh, this is a game with incest and cannibalism, no, people don't really like that particularly. I mean, some do, I'm sure. But, like, that's not the point. The point is that it's a frame of reference, and it moves, like, I guess, like, the Overton window of, like, what's acceptable in a game to a place that's interesting. So you know that whenever you're playing this game, you actually don't know what you'll expect, or what to expect, because it's a game that is outside of the scope of what's normally socially acceptable. Because I think most people, not most, a lot of people are tired with what is socially acceptable nowadays. I think it's boring. And I think a lot of people think the same thing.
You have more benign ones like this saying this incest game is starting to get on my nerves with,
it's the same with the
over
bear sex
30,000
scene.
likes on this
Gate.
tweet.
Yeah.
You have ones like this saying 98% positive because 2 people actually played it and rated it, while the other 9 of the entire user base rated high to own the libs. Yes, over 8,000 people purchased this game and played it just so they could give an overwhelmingly positive rating on it.
Oh, great. Another anime profile picture that has an opinion. I'm sure we'll have to put that in the garbage with all the rest of them.
Yeah, that definitely happened. But you have more direct threats like this. There was endless threats. You can check out my other videos on this to get
to be fair, look. This guy's 21 likes. Like, it has 2,000 people even saw this tweet. Not gonna lie, I beat the fuck out of the dev and anyone who supports this shit. I have to start laying my hands on y'all. Shut the fuck. Just stop it. Just stop it. Like, you're 14. Go to bed.
But just here's some examples of the stuff that people were saying about the developer of this game, saying, not gonna lie, beat the F out of the dev and everyone who supported this stuff.
Oh my god.
Well, the dev can get his house nuked.
That's really impressive. Like, I do think that Twitter, and this is another anime, what the, hey, yo, I played this fucking game. This is the Needy Streamer Overload? Oh, okay, so getting this girl to go on a drug-induced rampage and have a psychotic breakdown where she kills herself from an overdose, that's totally fucking fine. And you're gonna make that your character profile picture. But the moment that you have incest, somehow that's your line? Are we fucking kidding? What is this? How can you be so fucking stupid? It's crazy. Like, look at the irony here. And this game was sick. I loved it. I do think Twitter should ban the people like this. I do think, unironically, posts like this should be immediate perma.
Say bye to breathing.
Immediate perma, you're done. It's a threat. LOL, no? Okay. So you don't think this is a threat. Gary, do you think this is a threat or not? It's real simple.
Good times.
Is it a threat or is it not a threat?
Time to say bye. Boom.
So fucking simple, Gary. What are you doing? Come on. What are you wasting fucking time for? Just... Oh, fuck. I just... Never mind. Okay. Jesus. I spend fucking 5 hours waiting for this shit. It's obviously a fucking threat. Do you remember that one guy that, you know, the police busted in his mom's house? And arrested him, and like, bro, like, the dude, they drugged this kid through the fucking mud, and a kid, he's like 28, right? They drugged this guy through the fucking mud because he said he was gonna kill the sheriff in Minecraft, and the sheriff just pulled up. He said, all right, okay, let's pull up, see what happens, and he's done. Nah, bro, like, you really don't believe that. Like, you're talking shit that's not true. And again, nobody would ever tweet this at the president because it's a fucking threat. Nobody would do it because they know exactly what would happen.
My honest reaction, of course, this user is pulling out a gun.
Yep.
This person saying, no way, they got Epstein making games.
That's just he's just joking around. It's just joking around. Like, it's 14 like, this not even a bit. What are we doing? We gonna pull up a tweet with 14 likes? This guy just goofing. It's a joke.
This person saying, how long do you think it'll take for the dev to be outed as a sex offender? I give it 4 months.
This is stupid, but it's not terrible.
And I covered a lot of these, like I said, in some of my videos, and I will say from my personal experience going through this video and the accompanying ones, I have never received more hostility on social media
Really?
than anything involving these videos, okay? And I've covered a lot of controversial topics. I've gotten under the skin of a lot of people over the years, but nothing quite like this. The amount
Why?
of death threats and harassment and false allegations I got out of this was insane. Just by me
Oh, now I
questioning
definitely need to play this game. I'll have content for weeks.
why Twitter is freaking out about this one optional route and is okay with other themes like cannibalism and so on. And that was enough to cause a torrent of hate across social media. But nonetheless, here we are at the update. This has all happened over the past 24 hours, and a lot of people are talking about this situation because it is just about as bad of an ending as we could have gotten to this whole game. And
Well, it's not the worst ending because, like, they're still going to continue developing the story and the art for the game. So it's just that somebody else is going to be publishing it for privacy reasons. It's not like the game's being canceled and deleted like Flappy Bird was. So, yeah, I mean, there it is.
And this is the unfortunate ending to an ongoing series, by the way. There is a part 3 of this game to come out, and it's supposed to come out in the next month or so. So let's read the actual statement. So a publisher named Kit9 purchased the title of this game, and this is their statement on Steam. It says, as per request from the primary developer.
We have another person. I don't know why, but this person is just hyper fixated about arguing about this. Do you think anyone thinks the gift from Big Lebowski is a threat? Okay. Do you have a Twitter? What are you doing? Why are you arguing again? Do you have a Twitter account? Yes? Okay, then tweet the gif at Joe Biden and see what happens. See what happens. You do that. It is about Joe Biden. It's about whether it's a threat or not. That's a ban. You're being dishonest and you know it. Yeah, that's a ban. Yeah. See, he tried to change because he knew he doesn't really believe it. He doesn't really believe it. He thinks he does. But then whenever he has to prove it on a level of accountability that could affect him in real life, if his stupid opinion was wrong,
Hey!
That's not what I'm talking about. Hey!
Hey, you arguing with chatters?
Yeah.
You fucking goober. What are you
I
doing?
know. Well, I'm just watching a video about this game.
When are you gonna fucking learn, buddy?
Good times
Learn
never
what?
last.
Alright, go ahead. I didn't mean to interrupt you react. I'm
Oh,
sorry.
okay.
Time to say
Okay.
bye.
Sure.
Oh, go ahead. No, please go ahead.
For Kit 9 Studio has acquired the title The Coffin of Andy and Lele. Our team of freelancers will handle the programming, community management, customer support, business contacts, and legal disputes. The original developer will continue providing the art and story. We will do our best to support them as they create the game they want to create. On a sadder note, the developer has decided to permanently and completely terminate their activities online from here on. The best way to show your support is by focusing your discussions towards the game and not the developer. They wish to be left alone. There will be no communications or information forwarded to the developer from this point onward. They are choosing to remain completely in the dark and to continue their work happily offline. Other than Kit 9 Studio stepping into the role of owner and publisher, the developer of the Coffin
That's kind of a crazy thing to say. There will be no communications or information forwarded to the developer from this point onward. Like, that's actually, like, really, like, dark. Jesus, yeah, it's pretty sad, yeah. Like, what the fuck?
Andy and Lele will continue to proceed with no change in plans. The devlog for December will still be delivered as originally promised, and there will be the final words from the developer. All future game announcements afterwards will be handled by Kit 9 Studio. Going forward, discussions outside this thread about the developers of this project are considered off topic and will be removed. Now, the important thing to look at here, let's start with the positives, okay? If there can really be positives. The developer, who was responsible for the entirety of the first 2 episodes of this game, will continue and lead this story for the final 3rd part, which is a good thing. They're going to be very well involved. And also on the positive, it looks like Kit 9 is doing a very good job of wanting to support the existing project and basically be there as an assist to the developer.
Well, they're basically like a firewall. Like, they're here, they're in the way of the people that are going to, like, harass the developer, and they're like a target dummy or something like that. Asmon went woke? Wait, did I go woke? Wait, why'd I go woke? What's this?
Yo, just tell this guy to woke your dick and then move on.
Wanna grow a pussy? What the fuck? Who is this guy? You've been sitting here talking shit for like 30 minutes. You finally get pulled up, and now you're like, oh, that's not really what I meant, you know? Like, come on. Oh my god. I'm gonna wait for this for like an hour. Okay, let's see here.
She continues working on this game offline, and they're basically taking the public role of owning it, and that is a good thing. But the obvious bad in this is that the people who are harassing this person, they in a sense won. They were silent. They silenced this developer and forced them offline. You know, and it's a mix of the harassment and the alleged doxing that led to this, and it is driven.
Well, the funny thing about it is that it didn't even work, because the game still exists. The person that made the game is still gonna keep making the game. It's just published by a different group of people. Yeah, nothing worked.
Them off of the internet entirely, and it's completely and utterly disgusting behavior. Okay, all of this boils down to an optional route in a fictional setting from a video game, and this person was hurt. They were harmed as a person, and even had their safety allegedly put at risk because of the doxing.
Of course.
Because of this, and it's so insane to see people not only justifying this but celebrating how this all went down. When they could have seen this game that they didn't like containing themes they didn't like in a fictional setting, they could have just moved on. That's all they could have done. And also, people have pointed out that there are other sites like this one right here, which is a site that independent developers use to sell their game. The developer has completely wiped their presence off of that as well, including their former games. So they are completely off the grid in terms of the internet. They have removed.
That's probably a good idea.
All of these things, not just from a, you know, an aspect of being present online, but also business opportunities. They are removing things like their former games as well, and options to buy them. It's a really messed up situation. And in terms of my tweet, I really didn't get much hostility on just my simple report of what happened. But there was one tweet in particular I wanted to point out. It was the only one I responded to. And to make a long story short, you have an artist, in particular a furry artist, saying, actually, I think normalizing...
A furry artist. Uh-oh.
An artist, in particular a furry artist, saying, actually, I think normalizing incest is bad. Call it a hot take. To the degree people should...
Now, I'm gonna say something that everybody knows, but nobody wants to say. If you have a Venn diagram, you have a two circles, and one circle is of the general population, and the other circle is of the people that want to have sex with animals. These two circles will be farther apart than if the general population circle was furries instead.
The market is unpredictable.
Everybody knows it.
Investing in victory means
Nobody wants to say it, but it's there. Draw it? Sure. Let's draw it. Okay. So, as you can see referenced by the chart,
all things
the
will
correlation I'm trying to prove is that I think furries have a higher propensity to try to have sex with animals than the general population. And the reason why I bring this topic up, that by the way, everybody fucking knows this is true, why are we even talking about it? The reason why is that you have no moral high ground to shit on somebody for making an incest game because if somehow it is being normalized whenever you are doing something that there is a higher group of people that fuck animals that are a part of your community. And by the way, you can be a furry and this is totally okay. I have no problem with furries. It's your life and you can live it the way that you want. But don't you go fucking moralizing about what other people do. That's all there is to it. Does the chart make sense, guys? Yeah. Thank you for drawing it, yes. And we all know it. Right? We all know this? It's an amazing chart, yes. The second circle should be bigger. Probably should be. You have no problem with people fucking animals? I would prefer if they didn't. Yeah, I don't think that's a good thing. I prefer if they didn't do it. Somebody in chat type, I'm not.
try harder. I see.
Oh no.
rightfully respond to the creator, I do not know. But I'm not going to complain that this happened to them. Yes, this person is having a moral quandary, or whether it's right or not, to dox someone and put their personal safety at risk because of themes in a video game. Now, I would go back and forth with this person, and eventually it proved pretty quickly that it was going nowhere. But to sum up some of the things they're trying to say as a justification is that this is presented in a way that encourages people in real life to imitate it. And not only does the game not glorify that optional route, it is not the job of the developer to tell full-grown adults that themes like that are bad. Just like
these are adult characters too in the game. Like, it says how old the characters are. This one's 20, this one's 22 apparently. So it's not like this is some weird, you know, weird thing.
They don't have to tell you the cannibalism and murder in that game is bad. They don't need to tell you this optional route is bad either, for a competent adult to understand that that is not a promotion of those things as real life counterparts. And this would just go on, and you know, again, this is a furry artist. Like, do you really want these normalization standards in terms of fictional content to apply to the artwork that you make? It's absolutely ridiculous, and it's frustrating to see, and it's always extra frustrating when it involves artists saying things like this. At the end of the day, I don't care how problematic...
I don't want to have a furry tell me about morality and what I can and can't do. That's all there is to it. They can do what they want. I don't want to hear them tell me what I want to do.
Good times.
You
never
think this
last.
fictional content is, nobody should be harmed in real life. That just makes no sense. There is no way you can justify that without sounding like a completely unreasonable person. And
Yeah.
these threads and reactions to this sort of a situation are just eye-opening and disgusting. But at the end of the day, this is a very sad ending to a very successful game, okay? I am one of many people believing that this game was
I
snubbed.
always thought this too. Yeah, isn't this interesting how like this whole game and everything was made by a girl? And like usually whenever there's like a girl that you know is doing something in gaming, like these companies, it's always about, oh my god, we have to get women in gaming, women in gaming. A woman makes a game and they're like, well, not like that. Well, what the fuck?
Time for some hardship.
It's almost like they don't really care about women making games and they're just using it to advertise themselves to look good. Which would be pretty fucked up, right? Jeez.
In terms of recognition,
It's
especially
weird.
from gaming journalists and game awards and things like that, it's been completely ignored. And that likely is because of the negative reaction on Twitter, which apparently in the eyes of, you know, gaming journalists, for example, outweighs the actual content and the actual tangible success of
Yeah.
this game. And here you have an independent creator having massive success by themselves, and it doesn't get recognized. In fact, it gets punished by a bunch of weirdos online.
Yeah, it's
But
about
that's
right.
going to do it for this video. I look forward to the final
Jesus.
part of the Coffin Vandy and Lele being released, and I hope it stays true to the vision of the original developer. But yeah, sad situation today, so please share all of your thoughts about today's topics in the comment section down below. Hope you guys enjoyed the video. I'll see you next time.
Jesus, bro, like... Dude, imagine you get fucking pissed off about that. I'll link y'all the video. This is a good video. I'm glad that I learned about this. I hate people that are like this, man. I hate them. Don't forget, like, yeah, this is a good video. W video, exactly. It's a nothing burger. It's a handful of people hating on it because the developer overreacted. Is there even proof of doxing? Yeah, there's proof of it. I don't know. I still think people are being stupid, even if that's not it. Yeah, this is a good video. Nobody involves the subject. Call anybody else weirdos. Yeah, exactly. Like, and this is it's like that Spider-Man meme where they're pointing at each other. It's like you got furries pointing at these fucking people playing this goddamn game. You're all fucking weird. Like, just stop it. Like, stop it. Oh, well, they're not. Like, it's like you ever in like elementary school, you ever have like the fat kid in your class call the fatter kid in your class fat? It's like, of all the people to say it, it had to be you?
Stand still.
Oh, now you're saying it. What the fuck? Like, yeah, it's the same thing, man.
Time for some hardship.
I think this was not really that big of a deal.
Itself wasn't totally unheard of, but with
Hey guys, it's Destiny, and today I wanted to talk about Argenti. Mainly reasons why I honestly think you might want to skip him depending on if you're a newer player or an older player. There's a reason I'm saying this, and I'll get into it later on in the video. But if you guys do enjoy videos like these, make sure to subscribe and also hit that like button to also support the video. Without further ado, let's get straight into it. So I thought I'd begin with the positives of Argenti, because I think it's definitely a case where it depends on what's on your account, but I thought let's go over the positives first, and then we'll get into the reasons why you may just want to skip out on Argenti in general. So when it comes to the positives, Argenti is definitely looking to be a very strong AoE physical damage dealer. If you are lacking a good damage dealer, I'm 100% sure that Argenti is going to be really good for that purpose for your account. He could be a really great option, especially if you do not have Clara. I know a lot of us still don't have Clara since she is a standard banner character, and the only way to honestly guarantee a standard banner character is through the 300 selector. So if you don't have Clara, Argenti can fill in that slot for a AoE physical damage dealer. Also, the reason why I mentioned new players or older players is Argenti's really good for the new players who need a main DPS. Then Argenti could definitely be the one for you, and his value on your account is definitely significantly higher than someone who may already have a bunch of damage dealers, which is something I'll get into a little later on as well. Another cool thing about Argenti is that he's definitely a really cool character in design. If you're interested in his design, that's a plus for him, of course, which can be said about most of our characters. If you're into how they look, then that's a reason alone that they're great for you. He also has an interesting ult mechanic, which is that he has the double ult from what we've seen from the live stream. So these are things that can make you want Argenti, but now I kind of want to get into reasons why you don't want Argenti. The reason I mention new players or older players is because if you are an older player, and by this I mean maybe you started since day one, maybe you started in 1.1, maybe even 1.2. I don't feel like Argenti is honestly as needed, because from how I look at Argenti, he, once again, looks like a great damage dealer. I don't honestly think he provides more than that. And what I mean by this is when it comes to our other damage dealers, yeah, a lot of them focus on primarily damage, but some of them have more unique mechanics that allow them to have a bit more future proofing within their kits, and also more value when it comes to teams in general. Two characters I can immediately think of when I say this is Kafka and Topaz. Kafka is basically a damage over time enabler in a sense because she detonates it. So anytime we get more damage over time characters, Kafka's likely going to be on that team. You slap on a Kafka, you slap on your new damage over time character, and you go to town. So that's always going to be a great thing. I even made a video recently about Kafka, just how good she is, especially for the future. Topaz is another character I can say this about. While Topaz is really hit or miss from what I've seen for a lot of people, she helps our follow-up attackers. So the next follow-up attacker we have, depending on how they function, Topaz will be able to provide for them. Characters like Kafka and Topaz offer more than just being hypothetically a main damage dealer on your team. They offer utility in the case of other characters as well because of how their skill kits operate. Also, of course, you already have Clara. In the previous point, for the positives, if you don't have Clara, it's good because then Argenti definitely has more value in the case of a physical damage dealer. You already have Clara though. I don't personally think there's as strong as a need for Argenti if you already have that physical AoE damage dealer. He also has really high ultimate costs because of the fact that, well, if he can double his ultimate, then he will have a higher ultimate cost. This should be fine with Ting Yun, honestly, like since Ting Yun can give you a good amount of energy. So I'm sure this will help out Argenti as well when it comes to team comps. But of course, if you don't use Ting Yun with him, I'm sure it will definitely take longer to take advantage of the double ultimate. And just overall, I think Argenti looks great, but there's been a lot of DPS banners that have already happened. So if you are that day one player, that day two player, day two, wow. If you are that day one player or that second patch, third patch, whatever it may be, and you already have a good amount of damage dealers, Argenti may just not be as valuable for you. And that brings me to 1.6. Runmei, Ratio, or rather Dr. Ratio, and Shui. The main one I wanted to discuss is primarily Runmei, but I'll go over all of them just for my thoughts on them. These are going to be our 1.6 characters. This has already been drip marketed, and the live stream will happen, I believe, sometime a little bit after Argenti's release. So once that happens, it will just give 100% confirmation and also fully what they do. But Runmei will be our first Ice Harmony character. She's our first limited Harmony character, and I'm going to be honest, she's probably going to be busted. I'm just gonna be straight up. The reason I'm saying that, every character that has been coming out has some form of a new function or mechanic within their kit. Examples can be Topaz, Proof of Debt, Argenti, Double Ultimate, Hanya with her burden and how she regenerates the skill points with the burden. All of our characters recently have been getting some form of new mechanic. So it's very likely Runmei will have something new to her. And since she's our first limited Harmony, it's extremely likely that she will be very powerful for teams. Ice characters will be able to benefit since because Runmei will be our first Ice Harmony character, this light cone right here will be good for characters like Yanqing, Herta, Jingliu, since they can benefit from the damage increase that Runmei will be able to provide for ice characters with that light cone. She likely will also rival our current Harmony characters by quite a lot, which will give you a reason to pull her in comparison to our current Harmony characters, since the current ones are already honestly really good. We have Ting Yun, we have soon to be Hanya, we already have Bronya, and so on. All of our Harmony characters for the most part have something that make them really, really good, depending on what team you're using them on. So I feel like when they're designing Rune Mei and they're going to release her, especially as our first limited Harmony character, they need to make a reason for people to actually want to pull her. What I mean by this is, you can look at it from a design factor. I think her design is great. I know some people are iffy about her design, but design, in my opinion, is good so far. But in her actual kit, she has to be able to provide something that will actually make you want to pull her. It likely might be a new function. She'll be able to provide something that the other Harmony characters have not been able to provide. Maybe it's super massive buffs to the team. Whatever it may be, I think she'll likely be very good depending on what they do reveal. And once again, that live stream will be happening during Argenti's banner. So that'll be something to consider as well if you want to wait it out and see fully what she does, to see if she does have some sort of new thing, or if she just looks kind of bland. Then you can wait a little and then just see the live stream and make a decision from there. I'm gonna just go quickly over Ratio and Shui as well. Ratio is going to be our first imaginary hunt character, which depending on what he does, he likely will be very strong depending on what comps will synergize with him. I can't say too much because when it comes to our DPS characters, I really need to know their kit to make an inference, I guess, of like how good they might be. So that'll have to wait until the live stream. I'll give my thoughts then, depending on what he does. Shui is Quantum Destruction, which means now we have another quantum damage dealer. So far, basically all of our quantum damage dealers, which we don't really have much, but so far they've all been pretty good. She could be another user for Mono Quantum if that is an interest of yours. And I think overall, she'll likely be very strong, but it does depend on what she does. Now, if we do see her kit and she is really strong, then that can also be another main DPS damage dealer that can be up in your roster as well. Those are my thoughts on those characters, but once again, as I said, another option can just be saving your polls until that live stream happens. Or if the live stream happens and you still don't like any of these characters, you could probably just wait. Because the great thing about it is we also typically get the drip marketing the same week as the live stream. Because of that, you can make a decision from that as well. Okay, they revealed a really cool character I like for the following update after 1.6. I'd rather go for them. Then that could be really great for you. So it kind of just depends who they reveal in the drip marketing, how the live stream goes. I do recommend waiting until we know all of our options, just so when you do pull, you don't feel, I guess, regret in that, oh, I pulled something, but what sucks is I actually want the next character possibly more now that I know more about them. It happens to all of us, honestly, so that's why I do recommend possibly just waiting until that live stream. To sum everything up, I think Argenti is great for new players who need a new main DPS. Never said he was bad, but I do think when it comes to older players, you already have enough main damage dealers. Once again, no means am I saying Argenti is bad or bad Genti. I don't know what you guys want to call him, but like, I'm not saying he's bad. I think he's going to be a very powerful DPS character. But if you're good on DPS characters, I think the newer characters in 1.6, or possibly in the future, depending on who they drip market, will possibly benefit you more. But that is what I personally think about when it comes to Argenti, or I guess 1.6. And once we get the live stream, I will be covering, of course, the kits and just what I think about them when they come to value and team comps in general. But I'd love to know, what do all of you guys think? Are you guys on the fence for going for Argenti? Are you going to pull for him 100%? Are you saving for future patches? I will be releasing, of course, an Argenti review once he's out, sharing my thoughts on his actual performance and potential, and if he is worth it based on my personal testings. So stay tuned for that, but I just thought I'd share my thoughts on how I'm feeling right now about how the banners are lined up for us coming up for new players, or once again, older players. But of course, if you want Argenti no matter what, then it truly doesn't matter. At that point, I would say to pull for who you want the most, because playing who you want is what matters the most at the end of the day. But if you did enjoy this video, make sure to subscribe, leave a like to support the video. Once again, let me know how you guys feel, and I hope all of you have a great one like always. Peace.
not really all that common. Also, wait, cork comes from trees?
Yes.
So Matt gets the point for the item, which I think is fair. It's pretty close. But I think I was closer on the year.
Well, you definitely were.
So, Kenzie, could we get the final score, please?
Our final score, it is Matt 6, Austin 7.
Let's go! Let's go! We don't actually know the order of the phones we have to argue right now, so Matt just keeps getting screwed.
Kinsey shuffled the deck and has given me the worst hand. Hello and welcome to This Is. iPhone is arguably the
worst phone that's ever been made. And today we're going to tell you some
Yeah.
of the best phones that clearly are superior to the iPhone and will instantly make you take your iPhone and throw it in the garbage when you see it. They should have defeated the iPhone, starting with Palm Pre. Now, Palm made a series of clever phones over the years, but the Palm
They've made
Pre,
some really bad phones too.
they're mostly good. But the Palm Pre was by far the most technologically advanced phone out there besides the iPhone. Let me pitch you on why. Okay, Palm Pre had wireless charging in 2009. Mind you, you had to get like a separate back and there's a little bit of a thing. But you could wirelessly charge your phone full like 7-8 years before most people could. On top of that, it had by far the best operating system that has ever been made based on Linux that's not called Android, WebOS. This TV behind us from LG still uses WebOS.
So
because
you're
it was
saying
so
the
good.
best OS that's ever existed on a phone is now running a bunch of little triangles behind us?
Yeah, exactly. Hit me then. What do you think is better than the Palm Pre?
The Nokia N95 was a better version of the Palm Pilot. If you're looking for just features on a phone,
Just
the
features.
N95 was the superior phone. This had DVD quality camera,
Like for
so
video?
480p video. In 2007 on a camera, that was insane. And it actually sold way more units than the iPhone did.
Okay, but here's the thing, it's ugly.
It is, that's fair.
You can't tell me that this is better than the Palm Pre, but you know what I can tell you is even better? Droid does, baby. The Motorola Droid was, I think, the quintessential iPhone killer. Now, this was a couple years after the iPhone came out, so this is 2009. This phone had so much going for it. Not only did it actually have what was a fairly nice version of Android at the time, because it's easy to forget that early Android was bad, and the hardware of this phone was really, really impressive.
Their success was also their failure. Because they decided to call it a Droid, they lost all brand marketing for it. Everyone just thought that just meant an Android phone.
Yeah, that's true.
So everyone's like, hey, can I get an Android? And I give you the true superior Android phone of the time, the HTC Evo 4G. In 2010, this was only $200 on contract. This is when contracts subsidized a lot of the phones. HTC Sense was the best skin on Android.
You just like the stupid flippy clock.
I did like the flippy clock. Now, what made this thing super cool, this had a micro HDMI port on it and a little kickstand. This was the ultimate media machine back in 2010.
Do you know the problem with your device?
What's the problem?
It doesn't have a keyboard.
Your two phones had physical keyboards. Guess what doesn't have any physical keyboards anymore?
We live in the alternate universe where all phones still have keyboards, mostly thanks to the BlackBerry Bold 9900. BlackBerry sadly doesn't have the reputation that they used to, but if you can bring yourself all the way back to 2008, I would argue that the Bold 9900 was one of the best BlackBerries they ever made. It had, I think, one of the most comfortable typing experiences that were ever in the physical keyboard realm.
You know what it didn't have at all?
Apps.
Apps.
Okay.
None.
Well, it was still better than the iPhone because it worked.
So I'm noticing a pattern with all the phones you think are the best from the time. They all had keyboards and they all had mouse-like devices on them. But
look, you tell me to give you a list of phones that are better than the iPhone. That list is pretty small. I gotta get a little creative here, Matt.
You know what was better than the BlackBerry at the time?
Go ahead, Matt. What's the great execution
The
again?
best execution ever. I can't.
You walked yourself into that one. Matt,
I
tell me
can't
more.
say this with a straight face. What was better than
The iPhone killer.
iPhone was the Monome Runesable.
The ridiculous. Got it.
Literal piece of garbage was announced in 2015. It was Indiegogo, which raised over $250,000.
Which is nothing for a smartphone.
It was advertised as an anti-smartphone.
That had a
No
long
Android, no Play Store, no nothing. And it was this weird circle device, and it was like the back of it was like you could get different textures. It was like rock. It was stone. That hole in the back of it is a camera, which it was so unwieldy. It was expensive, and it never
never
once showed. Yeah, never shipped to market.
They
So-
spent years talking about it and then just whoop. Well, that's definitely better than the
Yeah,
iPhone.
definitely better. I can't.
Well, okay,
This thing was trash.
I'll put us back on the rails. A phone that actually was legitimately a real competitor with the iPhone was the Samsung Galaxy S4. So, Matt, The S4 to me, I would say the S3 as well. This was a good era for Samsung. The S4 had a lot going for it, namely a 1080p OLED display, something that is still honestly pretty impressive by today's standards. But keep in mind, this was in 2013. You had a removable battery, you had a micro SD card slot, and you had the greatest software experience in the world, TouchWiz. Bloop.
No. I'll give you that the Galaxy S4 was a damn fine phone.
It was
plastic, a great
fantastic.
phone. Plastic, yeah. But if it had HTC Sense, it would have been a perfect phone.
Okay, well then what's better than the S4?
I'll tell you what's better than the S4. God damn it.
We don't actually know the order of the phones we have to argue right now, so Matt just keeps getting screwed.
Kinsey shuffled the deck and has given me the worst hand. The Amazon Fire Phone, released in 2014, was a whopping $650 without a contract. Holy crap. What it was supposed to be able to do is like scan barcodes and products and whatnot.
And your face to give you that 3D interface.
Yeah, and then you were supposed to be able to like integrate it with Amazon. Dude, this thing was trash. The specs on it were horrible.
Yep.
It didn't have any of the Play Store.
There was nothing going for the Fire Phone. This was back in the era where everyone and their moms were trying to make themselves their own smartphone. Fire Phone was bad. You know what was great? Project Aura, a revolutionary product that I think would have changed the game had it not been so cruelly taken away from us. So Project Aura was a Google phone. Essentially, this was the idea of a fully modular smartphone. So you could theoretically have like the backbone, and you could swap out a different screen if yours broke or there was a new like higher res option. You could swap out your processor. You could add extra battery modules or new camera modules. Like, it was a very cool idea. And fun fact, Matt, I was one of the few people outside of Google to actually see one of these because they never shipped. But there was at one point I was at an event, a Google engineer pulled this out of their pocket for a second. Me and a couple other people were like, oh, that's real. And we immediately shot video. And then a PR rep goes like, nope. But if you want to find real footage of Project Aura in action, your boys got some of the only footage on the whole internet. This unfortunately got canceled and ultimately was a really doomed fail project.
There's no way to make it cost effective.
It was very limited.
To be saying like, oh, I'm going to upgrade my camera module, it's just not happening.
You know what is happening, Matt? The transition to your next phone that you don't know what
The next phone is the #1 phone selling. So the Red Hydrogen 1 might be the worst phone that's ever been made.
But Matt, it's better than the iPhone,
I
right?
can't even argue this in a good way. So this absolute behemoth was released by Red, the camera manufacturer, who also makes sunglasses. Founder of Oakley decided to start making cameras, and then he released this piece of garbage.
Yeah, so the idea was with Red cameras, you know, super high-end cinema cameras, that you'd be able to attach this either to your Red camera or you could attach like nice like lenses and cameras and stuff to the back of the phone. But at $1,300, this crashed and burned harder than Matt's last segue. What's better than the Red Hydrogen and what's better than the iPhone is in fact the Kyocera Echo. Now Matt, I'm going to tell you about this because this was a dual screen phone all the way back in 2011, back when the iPhone was an infant. The Kyocera Echo was a highly ahead of its time device. Android 2.3 was exactly the right version of Android to have a custom dual screen version with very low end specs that could definitely run lots of apps at the same time.
So it had this super revolutionary feature where you could actually have 4 separate apps open at the same time, and there would be like one line of text for each of those because the resolution was so
it was
bad.
so ahead of its time.
Sometimes the technology is just not there yet, and I agree that we have to push the boundaries. But sometimes, maybe wait a year before you do that. But you know what didn't wait a year before revolutionizing the game?
What's that?
All right. No, so the LG Wing was actually semi-revolutionary.
It was okay. Yeah. Okay,
like,
I'll give you that.
This was like a legitimately cool but just poor executed feature. The main screen would flip out and there was a secondary screen below it. It gave you a good viewing angle. You could like be typing while still looking at things. This was great for playing Fortnite.
Yep.
Because you basically had controls on the bottom of it. I'm trying really hard to say nice things about this phone.
I'm sold, actually. I'm going to throw everyone's iPhones in the garbage. The LG Wing was clearly the best phone that we've ever seen.
The LG Wing was such a flop that LG just like, you know, maybe we shouldn't make phones anymore. And then they didn't.
But you know what's even better than the LG Wing, and something that truly blew everyone away? The Sony Ericsson Xperia Play.
Yeah.
This was known as the PlayStation phone for a reason. Now, this is around the era of the PSP Go, right before the Vita came out. This actually had some really interesting ideas behind it. So it had a little slide out, but instead of keyboard, you had an actual full, like, PSP-style gamepad. On top of that, it had relatively decent specs, an okay screen, and it actually was a relatively decent full-featured phone.
Actually, the big problem with this one is it was announced as the PlayStation phone, and it wasn't released for like 5 years later.
It wasn't that long.
And it could only play PS1 games, despite the fact that it looked exactly like the PSP Go. It couldn't play a single PSP game. And then the Vita came out immediately after that, and it's like, well, why would I get this phone? Cool idea, horrible execution. But you know, it wasn't a horrible execution. Razer phones, which technically is one of the only ones on this list that's not officially discontinued.
Well, they just didn't make any more.
So in 2017, Razer released the Razer phone, which was pretty revolutionary as a gaming phone. It had a 120 hertz display,
That was cool.
which was super revolutionary at the time. Dual front-facing speakers, which no phones really have now. It had a vapor chamber for cooling. This was a gaming beast.
It was, and it also was a beast in your pants.
Yeah, it was quite large. I mean, it doesn't fit in your pocket. Great. But
We should stop. This is going off the rails very quickly.
Yeah.
I'll tell you what the real G's used. They used the HTC First, our last device of the day, because the HTC First had the unique distinction of being a Facebook phone, a mid-range phone that was aimed at the budget market that had a Facebook button and a Facebook launcher, which was available on other devices, but it came with it right out of the box.
It originally launched at either $100 on contract or $450 off
Mid-range
contract
for the time.
Within a couple months, it was so unpopular that basically, like, you know what? $1. You could have got this at the dollar store.
But the thing was, the HTC First, it was the only phone that was blessed by the Zuck. And honestly, if I don't trust the Zuck with my phone and my data, who else are you going to trust?
Are you a super alpha man's man of a man boy?
Yes.
Then this website is for you. The website we're talking about is called Uncrate. It calls itself the leading buyer's guide for men. Austin and I are banned from doing this because we are not men. We are boys. Let's see the first item that should not exist, but is sold on Uncrate. So you all remember the smart basketball from our dumb products that Apple sold. Well, here is the accompanying smart hoop that would make that sound every time
Sorry, one more time. Hoop. This basketball backboard? Would you call it a backboard?
I'd say it's just a basket.
So are you trying to aim for her face? Is that what you're doing?
It's a normal backboard.
Okay.
It just happens to have a screen in it, which will do things as magical and wonderful as count your baskets.
The basket will tell you how many baskets?
It's just like...
Almost like the one that we got from Costco for like $100 that's been downstairs in our break room for the last 3 months.
Now, the cool thing about this one is it costs $4,000. I'm too poor to even have, like, just me going on this website overdrafted my bank account.
I, as someone who has been scammed a time or two in my day, would never, ever judge you, dear viewer, Sam, for making questionable decisions. However, you got $4,000 to drop on this thing. It's okay. You probably still got plenty of Ethereum to cover your mortgage this month.
If Charles Barkley doesn't get on here and coach me, this ain't worth it, because I just want him, Charles Barkley, to come on and just like, that shot was terrible. That was terrible. The Null Stern Zero Real Estate.
Can we just take a moment? Can we just appreciate this image? Okay, cool. I'm done appreciating. What the fuck? I'm calling the police. I'm sending them to this gas station in Switzerland where you're going to be sitting there with your buns out in the middle of the wilderness rather than a place of rest. This aims to keep you awake and offers a place of reflection on current affairs such as the climate, the economy, security, or quality.
Is that because the homeless guy that sits down in front of the gas station is just going to be screaming about how the government stole his fingernails or something?
Okay, couple of thoughts here. First of all, what happened to the ring? Second of all, It does come
It
with
keeps
a
you
butler.
awake.
It comes with a butler. Does the butler work inside the gas station? Where is the butler?
Does he? Is it just a guy who pumps your gas?
I could not agree with Matt more, and that this is actually a neat idea if you're like on top of a mountain.
Yeah.
Like that's like some
Like
like,
if
crazy
you're like
James
if
Bond
you're like
shit.
overviewing a
Yeah.
waterfall and like whatever.
Imagine this like on top of like a skyscraper or something in a big city.
Yeah.
That'd be cool.
Yeah.
This is beta.
The shoesy. Have you ever looked at your favorite hype beast sneaker and thought, what if this was a gun?
My brain is locking up because I have so many questions. First of all, what kind of weaponry is this? Does this shoot bullets, Nerf bullets, darts, BBs?
It shoots the little plastic things that are on the end of shoelaces.
Why do we need to put guns and shoes together?
This is America, baby!
I feel like I'm getting the idea of what I'm thinking about. And I'm quickly learning that it is not our demographic.
It is very clear where Elon Musk gets all of his stuff from. Oh, yeah.
No. The Dyson air purifying headphones. So this is a set of headphones that will cancel everything, right? If you're afraid of being canceled, wear these headphones because they will cancel you. Also, those headphones look really ugly, can I just say?
How dare you? Because the Dyson engineers spent 6 years and had over 500 prototypes. This is the winner. They went as far as to create a mannequin with working mechanical lungs to test this out.
And again, this is the best they had?
All right.
Oh! A Petit
wait.
Philippe?
Oh, God.
Is that a Petit Philippe? A Petit Philippe?
So this here, you are not buying
Wait, what?
the Petit Philippe, I can't read.
The Nautilus.
You're only buying an NFT of this watch. You're buying shares of a watch that some other dude owns.
Is it like a timeshare for watches?
No.
A timeshare?
Get out. Get out. Get out. For a fraction of the price, and not even a small fraction, because just based on this website, you can be like, I own 1/1000th of George Clooney's Petit Philippe watch.
Matt, would this make you feel better that they announced this and then it just never happened? Well, wait.
What?
What? The All Design Lab Hitachi tennis racket.
This is where Skynet comes in. This is the moment.
That does look like it's about to terminate me.
This sci-fi design is the reason.
Sup. So in today's video, let's talk about the brand new Nexon game, Dynasty Warriors M. So little known fact about FG is that I absolutely love this setting, right? It all started with Romance of the Three Kingdoms, right? I remember sitting in my room as a kid, like all weekend long with no sunlight. And that's probably the reason why I still have like this fondness for city builders, even though like most of them, especially on mobile, they all suck. Like every single one of them just like suck. But there's just something about this setting between like managing resources, building armies, or like the absolutely over the top, extremely over embellished like power level of these people. That didn't happen. And let me tell you, conquering China,
what is context?
I mean, beating an RTK game is still like one of my top 17 gaming accomplishments of all time. But as the series kind of shifted towards like horde mode style games that you see today, yeah, you know, lazy FG, I pretty much just checked out. Actually, that's not true. Wouldn't be an FG video without at least one blatant lie, but I almost always immediately admit to the lie, which I think makes it not a lie anymore. It was the truth. So yes, back to the point that I was making about not playing the more action-oriented Dynasty style games. I actually really enjoyed that recent Dynasty Legends 2 game that I covered recently a year ago. If you're looking for more of a manual action focused game that's actually legit, and I even verified that it's still being updated, definitely give that one a try. Coming down on his like flaming horse looking like Nightmare from Magic the Gathering. Look at this, dude. Did you expect this game to be this well done? So actually getting on topic for the first time in this video, back to Dynasty Warriors M, right? So I've been really enjoying my time with this one. It mostly ticks all the lazy FG boxes, right? You got idle offline features, mostly auto combat, instantly available quality of life, dude. I'm not even trying to wait till stage 1-3 to get my quality of life, dude. I want it now. Now, if you're worried about the city building part, it's really not that involved. It's mostly just timer tied stat upgrades, you know? So no worries, the city building isn't gonna take up much of your gameplay. I mean, could you imagine a game where the majority of your gameplay wasn't actually you playing the game? You know what I'm saying? That'd be wild. Check out my ZZZ channel. So here's the actual Dynasty Warriors M gameplay loop, right? First things first, you make sure that your kingdom is working on 3 upgrades at all times, 2 building related upgrades and 1 research upgrade. The game will give you 2 worker slots for free, and this is actually pretty decent, allows you to buy a 7-day worker using in-game currency. A lot of games always tie those behind paywalls. This game does too, but at least you have 1 that you can buy. And if you want to have a 4th worker, that will cost you some cash, but currently myself, don't do it, FG. You don't have to do it. I'm free to play, by the way. So next, considering this game does have idle functionality, you want to collect your offline resources. Honestly, I wish games would just allow you to have an infinite offline resource gathering period. Now granted, when I say that, I have no idea what the potential server load problem could pose, but logic tells me that there is more than a 0% of people out there would be more likely to come back to an idle game if you had, like, I don't know, 30 days of resources built up. You know what I'm saying? One more day, brothers. From here, you're free to explore the region, complete the story, 3 starring stages using a team of 3 officers with your typical elemental advantages, disadvantages, and class types. Combat, like I mentioned before, is more of like a lazy FG style, so as soon as autoplay was unlocked, I turned it on, I never looked back, and if I ran into any type of trouble, I would just go out, do some leveling, do some upgrading, and adjust my tactics. But not like real tactics like playing manual. Nah, I didn't adjust that. Tactics are based.
Hey you, and welcome. My name is Mike, and in 2019, an investigation began when a woman was found just outside her home. She had been in the Arkansas State Senate and would make quite a name for herself. A name that in 2019 would become even bigger in the small city of Pocahontas. The investigation would reveal a sinister plot and a whole list of good old suspects, which we will go through. Some are honestly very strange and kind of stupid in what they did. For example, dressed as a ghost. It's a weird one. Let's give it a go.
Time to say bye.
Pocahontas is a city in northern Arkansas named after the only Pocahontas I know. Are there many Pocahontases? Well, now we have 2. It's home to about 7,000 people, and I know you're just like waiting with bated breath to hear more about the city of Pocahontas, but this whole video is not sponsored by their tourism department, though I'm open to offers. The day was June 4th, 2019, and 2 men were walking up to a house in that city. See, the woman who lived there, well, it was one of the men's mothers, and the other his daughter, and they were quite worried about her. She had been like completely radio silent for about a week at this stage, you know, and she was a local prominent figure. She had appointments, she had places to be, she had shit to do, but she wasn't doing a single thing. So it was not like her to completely just go off the, you know, radar. They arrived at the house and it was quiet, yet her truck was outside, unlocked. It was then they discovered that the door of the rear of the house, it was open. So they kind of, you know, went in covert, like they snooped around. Now the house, again, dead quiet inside. Now the house was actually being renovated at the time, so it was a bit of a mess, bit of a pigsty. But they still couldn't find anything, couldn't find any sign of her. But they did find something very interesting. In the kitchen, this was on the floor. Liquid had spilled and it had stained. It was dark and it wasn't chocolate milk. They locked up the house and they started walking around outside, back to their cars, down the drive, thinking, okay, maybe we should just call the cops and have a proper missing persons investigation, like, begin. It was then they got a whiff something bad. like something dead. That really overpowering scent of death and decay. They then noticed the tarp covering some construction equipment. Maybe a rat had gotten in and died or something like that. Lifting it up, a swarm of flies just emerged, blinding them. And then trying to see through all that, they saw down there was a person, face down, wrapped in a blanket, and it looked like she had been there for some time.
We've been trying to find her for the last few days, almost a week, and we've not heard from her.
What is your name, honey?
Butch Smith, I'm her son. So we came to do a wellness check at her house. I think I found a body.
Okay, honey, we'll get an ambulance out of that way, okay?
An investigation is underway after a body was found in the Pocahontas home of former state senator Linda Collins Smith. Authorities held a brief press conference Wednesday in Randolph County.
The Arkansas State Police Criminal Investigation Division was dispatched to the scene along with forensic examiners from the Arkansas State Crime Lab in Little Rock. The body has been...
Linda Collins Smith, in 2019, was 57 years of age, a native of Pocahontas, born and reared. She grew up in a very poor family as a teen, growing up just outside the city. She lived on a dirt road and her house didn't even have running water when she was growing up, but, through some of that good old grit, determination, bootstraps were pulled, she would eventually become a realtor, a businesswoman, running a good old days in, then Arkansas House of Representatives, and then state senator. This was in 2015, and she was known as the linebacker for her fearless attitude. She served 4 years, 2015 to 2019.
I will continue to represent the people of my district with the same fervor and commitment that they expect and deserve. Hello, I'm Linda Collins Smith. During disasters, phone lines can often become overwhelmed. To reach loved ones, use Safe America's texting shorthand. Text the letters, "Are you okay?" and encourage them to respond by texting, "I am okay," if they're safe.
In 2019, she got the boot. The governor supported her like rival, so it's like, well, fuck me then. Now that was a tough time for Linda Collins Smith. Obviously, she lost her senatorialship, that thing. She also happened to be going, in the midst of this very, very acrimonious and tough divorce from her husband, Phil Smith. Linda, she had 2 grown-up children, a boy and a girl, and they were rocks for her. So when she lost her position as a senator, she moved from Little Rock back to Pocahontas. Pocahontas, here I come. She started dating a new fella and was looking for work as a lobbyist. She in fact had gone to DC to look for work there. She had an interview and it went tickety-boo. And then shortly after coming back to Pocahontas from Washington DC, she vanished. She arrived on the evening. The next day nothing. When they last spoke to Linda, things seemed fine, but then pretty soon texts, calls went unanswered, unranged, everything. She was supposed to be places. She had appointments and she missed every single one. That was when her son and her father rocked up to her house.
Mr. Sparrow.
Which, they believe was almost a week after something... she was killed. It was evident it was a murder from the start. It's not like she threw herself in there. So the police arrived and a crime scene investigation, it began.
Have y'all been inside the home?
Yes. Yes, we have.
There's going to be something up with this. We are going to need CID out here. You can do it to this stump if you want. We'll wait till my sheriff gets here. But yeah, we're going to need in there. Okay, so.
A former state senator murdered in her house. The mind starts spinning. Was it political? Some shit like that? Good old murder, politics, intrigue, something. I don't really care for politics. Because they all kind of suck. But maybe somebody thought that and took it to the extreme. By all accounts, Linda, good mom, beloved in the community, not enough to get re-elected, but, She grit, she was tough, and she worked hard. If you didn't like her, you sure as shit respected her, so who would? Well, that's the whole point of the thing. So you got that, and then you got the recent end to her marriage. She'd been married to her husband, Phil, for 23 years before they decided to snip. So after 23 years, it's a long-ass time to be alone again. And now she was gone, stabbed to death in her home, attacked her in her kitchen, and then her body dragged outside. At the scene, there was a fair bit to go off of from Jump Street. There were signs of a cleanup in the house, but the place was already in bits, so there was only so much they could do. No sign of forced entry, though again, doesn't need to be. Cameras had been removed, a number of them. The brackets were still there though. but someone wanted to make sure this wouldn't be recorded. Soon friends, loved ones, they raced to the scene to try and, obviously completely heartbroken, and then, try and tell the police anything they could about what they knew could have possibly happened. Her friend Tim and Tim's girlfriend Becky, who helped on her campaigns, was her PA, and they ran a hotel together. It was Linda's closest friend.
I know you're upset, and I don't want to upset you anymore. I know, Miss Becky. I know it's hard.
She was my best friend. I started out working for her as her personal assistant. I went out there and she told me all about the night before because the man out there, Rendell, spent the night with her. When she left, she was mad at me.
Why was she mad at you?
Because I was butting in her personal life. So I didn't think anything about her not talking to me this week because she's done that before.
Did Linda have enemies? She's a senator. Surely she ticked some people off.
Oh, I'm sure she ticked people off every day. She ticked me off.
In lunar flame.
Becky had picked her up from the airport when she came back from DC on the 27th of May. She had dropped Linda back to her house, and then the next day Becky had returned and they had lunch together. Linda spoke a little bit about, what was going on in her life, right before she was murdered. She mentioned a Rendell character who was like her new beau. She was saying, he had stayed over the night before. Linda and Becky had a bit of an argument about this character. But then he got Rendell. Who the shit was he? Who's this mysterious character whose name kind of should be Randall, but it's not. Come on there. Well, it turned out he was an old flame, and he had been one of the last people to see her. He kissed, he left, and then his further texts would go unanswered. Now, this Rendell character would be quickly cleared by the police. He just wasn't in the area at times believed she had been killed. So it seems he was one of the last people to see her, but not, the last. So who was next on the suspect list? Well, how about the other fella? Because it's always the fellas. Even that fella saying it's always the fellas. How about ex-husband Phil Smith? He was a judge, stepfather to her kids for over 2 decades. The marriage was strong for a long time, but the love was lost. It became more of like a business arrangement, than a marriage. They made a good partnership. They were a tour de force, or a tour de France, or whatever the phrase is. But there was no kind of spark in between them at all. They had lots of businesses, they had millions of dollars, but just, none of that hanky-panky. And then the divorce began. The divorce, which was entangled in the myriad businesses they ran together, which became hugely contentious because everything becomes contentious when money is fucking involved. It seems in these cases it doesn't matter who you're, having an argument with about. Could be your best friend of 100 years. As soon as money comes involved, it was hard. And it became ugly with Linda costing him his career at one point. She cost him his career when she told people that, Phil, who was a judge, she caught him, having a good time at work. Yeah, she found him in the back of the courtroom, jerking. He was having a great outing.
I'm going to ask you a sticky question only because it's been presented to me and I believe it's an issue.
Fine.
Have you ever viewed pornography on that computer in your office? You have.
You asked the question, have you ever? And the answer to that is yes.
Okay.
But not in a long time, and as a matter of fact, well, that's fine. However you know. You can ask the questions and I'll answer.
I wonder if he was beaten off in his judge's robes. That cost him his career, and they would get mutual restraining orders. And during the investigation, her fear of his retribution was something which came up again and again.
I'm gonna tell you another thing. Linda was scared to death of him.
Scared of Phil?
Of Phil.
Linda was deathly afraid of Phil for whatever reason.
She felt scared that he was going to do something.
Everybody I talked to says she's scared to death of Phil.
She is.
What happened?
I keep thinking she's going to get mad at me for telling this stuff.
She wouldn't get mad at you, Vic.
Stand still. Phil used to hit her.
Phil used to hit her. Do you think your mom's scared of your dad? Was scared of your dad?
Yes.
You do?
Yes.
You really believe there was a fear there?
Absolutely.
It wasn't an act, it was a fear there.
I fully believe, firmly, with everything, believe that she was afraid of him.
You said that her and Phil just recently divorced. I don't know if you know that.
The cameras that were at her home, that was for him. Now, he denied anything. He said he never hit her, he was never violent or negative or anything like towards her. Yes, the divorce was shitty, but, you know, it was never personal or harmful. I mean, she did tell him he was whacking off at work, though, so it's kind of like...
Coming up tonight at 6, former state senator Linda Collins Smith found dead and unrecognizable outside of her home. What the Randolph County Sheriff is sharing about the investigation tonight.
So, the cameras. Now, funny thing about cameras these days, don't you know, they, you know, it's all in the cloud. The footage is not stored locally. It's all in the ether. I don't know how it works, do you? So it didn't matter the cameras were removed, the footage could still be accessed by the investigators. And accessed it was. And they had seen on May 28th, the day Linda was killed, Becky had indeed been over, just as she said. Becky had been home all that day, then Becky left. Then, hours later, the cameras captured screams coming from Linda's home. Soon after, a ghost was seen walking into the house. Someone or something was hiding themselves with a sheet from the cameras, which is absolutely the best way to try and hide yourself from cameras. Then, continuing scrolling through the long-ass hours of footage, they saw this. Becky, with blood on her, putting a knife in her bag. Full face view. Big ol' lip licker face on her. She looked pretty anxious. Arrested while she was on her way to the church service for Linda was Becky O'Donnell.
I bet you sit right here. I'm gonna lay it all out there for you, okay? You hear about Linda? About the death. So, tell me what you know. Survive or be destroyed. That's your right. That's your right, though. We're gonna respect that right. But I want you to know, you realize right now, you're under the risk of the murder of Linda. You understand that? We got you. We got you. We got video of you. You didn't erase them all. We got you. You can quit playing stupid now. We got you. You're not free to go. You're gonna go to jail. Stand up.
But Becky's answer, you know, when confronted with this, are you dumb? Linda asked me to cut up chicken. Duh. That's why I have a big old knife in my hand. She asked me to just prepare some chicken cutlets, and then I put the knife in my bag because I wanted to save it for later. Myself, I was only interested in the salmonella. And I'm not covered in blood like it looks like my hands and I'm wiping it off. That's not blood at all. That's CGI. You f***ers are CGIing me. Then she removed the cameras because Linda asked her to. The cameras were broken. That's why I took them down.
This morning, new charges filed against the woman accused of killing Arkansas State Senator Linda Collins Smith. A former campaign staffer and close friend of the senator, Rebecca Lynn O'Donnell, facing charges of capital murder, abuse of Collins Smith's body, and tampering with physical evidence. O'Donnell was arrested Friday afternoon following a traffic stop.
The investigation is presently at a critical juncture, and no further information will be released at this time until we are confident that it will not compromise the integrity of the criminal investigation.
Now, a number of things were off about good old Becky O'Donnell over here. It had been for a while. They pretty much just all revolved around, you know, forged checks. I'm talking about. She'd forged Linda's signature multiple times. She was her PA, she was her driver, she was her business associate, and she had, it's believed, been stealing money from Linda for years. Ever since their friendship began, pretty much. She helped run Linda's motel. She was padding up her paychecks. And then maybe Linda confronted Becky about this. Knife came out. Becky was a local of Pocahontas and had met Linda through her boyfriend. Then somehow she needled her way into being Linda's best BFF5 ever. It started when Becky helped set up the security system for Linda who was afraid of her ex-husband, and then from there it all sprang out. By all accounts, they were best friends together. They vacationed together. They were described as being exceptionally close. And it's always those who were exceptionally close that kind of like, you know, F you and the B in the end. Unfortunately, it appears Becky had ulterior motives, as they say. She wasn't interested in getting close to Linda, she was interested in getting close to Linda's money. But I mean, you know, it's like Linda, state senator, it's not like Linda was like really, really rich or anything, like super wealthy. I kind of feel like Becky was probably just an opportunist. An opportunist who saw her way to worm her way into somebody's inner circle and, well, you know, took advantage of it. Now, Becky, she had a little bit of a history. She had been arrested for theft once before. She also had been accused of trying to solicit a murder for hire to kill her ex-husband. Yeah. But when, you know, she was questioned about that, she just said, yo, I was drunk. I wasn't serious. If you're serious, I definitely wasn't serious. Becky O'Donnell pleaded not guilty. And while she was in jail awaiting trial, her soliciting a murder for hire would come up again. Inmates would come forward about little jobs, little jobberoonies. Becky was asking around if anybody would be interested in, you know, taking on. Now Becky, of course, when she was in jail, talking to other inmates, she was like, no, I'm completely innocent of all Linda's murder. Didn't do it. Not at all. Who, me? No. But, you know, if you would be interested in helping me maybe kill some other people who might be involved in it, I'd be happy about that. She wanted Phil Smith dead, Linda's ex-husband. She was like, okay, can you kill him and then make it look like he kind of did it himself? He was certainly used to doing it to himself. And then maybe leave a note saying he'd killed Linda and couldn't live with himself. That old one. She wanted the prosecutor dead. She actually wanted a prosecutor killed in a car explosion. Because hopefully the car explosion would get if there's any juicy bits and bobs in the prosecutor's car. Talking evidence. That would go too. Judge needed to go. She wanted also some computer nerd over here to upload a virus to the county jail and also to the police's systems. So that didn't go well for her at all.
O'Donnell tried to get several of her fellow inmates to murder Linda Collins' ex-husband, Phil Smith, and planting a suicide note, making it appear as if Smith was the true murderer. That never panned out because those inmates went to investigators, and as they talked, investigators learned that O'Donnell admitted to appearing on camera, bloody knife in hand. But she claimed that knife was for a chicken, and that investigators doctored the video.
Becky would plead guilty to first-degree murder to avoid the death penalty. Hard to argue around your face with a bloody knife, let's be honest.
I went over to Linda's house and I intentionally killed her and concealed the body.
And she also pled guilty to 2 counts of solicitation to commit murder. A trial in such a high-profile case would not have gone well for her. That's very, very true. She was sentenced to 50 years in prison. And that is the story of Linda Collins Smith and Becky O'Donnell. A case, again, of just, you know, people who were so close, exceptionally close, being betrayed. Another story of betrayal because everything just revolves around money. It always does. Even good old life. I mean, yeah. I mean, you could just, like, not kill them for money. You could just get a job. It'd be a lot easier. But then how else would you get the stupidest footage a killer has ever taken of themselves? I mean, it's a hard one to beat. Round of fair play to you. Thank you so much for watching. I really appreciate it. You guys are great. It means a lot to me that you're watching this whole video. So thank you. And yeah, hope you enjoyed the video. I'll see you real soon in the next old one, which will be a couple of days. So I look forward to that. But until then, take care of each other and yourselves. Because I love you. Mike out.
Stand still.
Hey you, and welcome. My name's Mike, and in this old video, I want to take you through some more of the darkest disappearances that still to this day remain a mystery. So whether this video will be like a warning, or you can keep an eye out for these people who disappeared in the strangest of circumstances, I will leave that up to you. From a disappearance which led to a ring of evil in the backwoods, to an entire family that went missing not once, but twice, and still right now, nobody knows what happened. Settle in, let's give it a go. So to begin with, well, I wouldn't say actually any of the disappearances in this video have a good explanation, but let's start with the ones that are semi-explainable. We'll do it iceberg style again, before getting to some of the darkest and creepiest disappearances. And I really mean it. Though in this one, we're pretty much just diving straight into the deep end. Hannah Up. So here's something very odd, a woman who disappeared 3 times. In September 2008, 23-year-old Hannah Up was due for her first day at teaching in a middle school in Harlem. She was excitedly looking forward to it. There was only one problem. That day, all the students in her class filed in, sat down at her desk, grand. But Hannah didn't file in. She did not walk in at all. In her apartment, her wallet, passport, her phone, just no sign as to where she could have gone, and no indication as to why she hadn't shown up at work. Then, almost 2 weeks later, she was spotted on CCTV at an Apple store in Midtown Manhattan. She was seen walking in, opening her Gmail, and then leaving.
Authorities in New York say a teacher who disappeared just before the first day of school has been spotted. 23-year-old Hannah Up disappeared August 29th, just days before classes were set to begin. Police have been looking for her ever since.
The disappearance of Hannah was everywhere. So as she was actually walking in to this Apple store, someone said, "Hey, you know, seen your picture in the news? Are you that missing teacher?" Hannah, no, it's not me. Don't worry about it. It's fine. Tracking that sighting led nowhere. Then over the next week, she was spotted again and again around Manhattan, at a Starbucks, a sports bar. But every time people tried to chase down a lead, she swiftly disappeared into the bustling streets once again. Then, almost 3 weeks after she was reported missing, she was spotted bobbing in the water, face down near the Statue of Liberty. She was spotted by the captain of the Staten Island Ferry. She was swiftly rescued and she was alive, like by a miracle. How the hell she survived there in the water, how long she was there for, she was there face down. Incredible, she survived and she was taken to hospital. And then, you know, she made a full recovery. She had no recollection of where she'd been for the past 3 weeks. She didn't even know one of the first things she said was, "Oh, hey, you know, I can't wait to start school tomorrow." Not realizing almost a month. That was a month ago. She was questioned and the last thing she remembered was going for a run, and that was it. She underwent tests, and doctors could find no neurological reason for what had happened. So that was kind of it. She went back to school and, you know, it's weird, but we're kind of hoping it doesn't happen again. It did, 4 years later. This time, Hannah was working at a Montessori in Maryland, and like the previous time, first day of class, she was a no-show. Her purse, wallet, and phone were found on a wooded path, and a search of the nearby woods revealed nothing, and it was determined that she hadn't slept in her apartment for a few days, and no one had spoken to her. It was the day after she was reported missing that her mother received a call from an unknown number. It was Hannah. She had recollected herself. She was in a dirty creek about a mile from the school. She had wandered in to ask to borrow somebody's phone. Like the first time, she had no idea what had happened. That's twice she entered some kind of fugue state and only was able to recover herself after being near entering water. After that, she went back to work and she seemed once again fine. But as you can imagine, everybody was worried about her. They talked about putting an ankle monitor on her in case it happened again, which it did for the final time. In 2013, Hannah accepted a position at a school in St. Thomas, US Virgin Islands.
Time to say bye.
Nice, then all Caribbean way. She was living there, she was teaching. She was there for about 4 years, living on the quieter side of the island, and she was having a great time there. She was loving the park. On September 6th, 2017, Hurricane Irma hit the island, an extremely powerful hurricane that caused widespread destruction. She and her roommates, they huddled up, they waited and stuff. They survived unscathed, while the island itself was decimated. Hannah was there. She texted her friends that she was safe, but said the island was unrecognizable. Then, 6 days later, Hannah went to the house of her ex-boyfriend, presumably just to see if he was okay. He was gone. He had left a note saying he'd gone to the harbor because another hurricane was bearing down on St. Thomas. All these ships were trying to take as many people off the islands to safety as they could. Her ex-boyfriend was saying, "Hannah, come. Hannah said no. She was gonna weather the storm, she was gonna wait it out, she's gonna hunker down. And that was when Hannah started acting strange again. For example, the following day she was at school, helping prepare for what was coming. But other people said she was acting like a robot. Like giving one-word answers, that sort of thing. Not talking, staring off into space, like she just wasn't there. Her roommates were all trying to get off the island, but not Hannah. Then, once again, she told her friends, one morning, going into work, going into school, she got into her car, they see her drive off. She never arrived at the school. It was at exactly the same time of year as her previous 2 disappearances, and knowing how they found her previously, they went to check near water. Water would somehow revive her from these few states she went into. In fact, they went to her favorite beach and they found her stuff there at a bar at the beach. Her like purse, phone, wallet, all that sort of stuff. Employees at this beach bar said they found them in the sand on the beach and they recovered them, hoping somebody would come back. Her car was also at the same beach. They went out looking, but the second hurricane was fast approaching. They didn't find it. The hurricane hit, destruction again, and Hannah's still missing. Likely if she drowned, her body would float to the surface, but they never found her before or after the storm. They checked shelters, abandoned buildings, hospitals, but still to this day no one knows what became of Hannah.
Time to say bye. Boom.
Phillips' family disappearance. Now for what may be one of the crazier stories in this video, because this is a family that went missing not once, but twice, are still missing to this day, and one of the strangest things is that just a couple of months ago, they may have been involved in a bank robbery. So in New Zealand, 2021 is when this story begins. A man named Thomas Phillips, 36 years of age, was living in Otorohanga with his 3 children, Jada, 10, Maverick, 8, and Ember, 7. Thomas had divorced his wife a number of years previously. It seems like Thomas had full custody of their 3 children, and he lived with them in like the family farm. They had this big family farm kind of like a little bit out of town, a place they had lived for like 4 generations. They were well known, the Phillips family were well known in the local area. Now Thomas, real outdoorsman, he loved camping, hunting, all of that sort of stuff. He was very experienced in the bush. But on September 11th, 2021, Thomas and the kids vanished.
Search and rescue operation continues for a father and his 3 children on the rugged west coast of the North Island.
Remote Kirikaheri Beach is where Thomas Phillips' ute was found on Sunday. The vehicle was swamped with seawater, but there was no sign of him or his 3 young children.
When the car was located, waves were crashing into it. At that point, members of the community went and retrieved the car and then notified family.
The family was last seen 6 kilometres away on Saturday in the small town of Marakopa, where Thomas Phillips grew up.
His car was found on a beach, seemingly abandoned, and when authorities, family, you know it, were all alerted, the fear was that the entire family, Thomas and his children, had been swept out to sea. The waters were very rough that day when it's believed they had been there. Freak accident, they all maybe gone for a swim, a rogue wave had took the 3 of them out, never to be seen again. Now a major search was done, hundreds of locals and volunteers, but nothing. They couldn't find any sightings of them. And the search was eventually suspended after 12 days. Then, 5 days after the search was suspended, so they haven't been seen for 17 days now, guess who walks into the Phillips family farm? Tom and the 3 children, a big shit-eating grin on Tom's face, not a bothering him.
5 days ago, the search was suspended, fearing the worst. Then, today, they walked back home, into the arms of overjoyed relatives.
It's all good. Bring the babies out.
They were all safe, in great spirits, but as you can imagine, everybody was extremely pissed off. Rightfully so. They thought they were dead. Turned out they had just been camping in the woods for like over about 2.5 weeks. Just neglected to let anybody, know. Everybody thought they had been killed in a tragic accident. Family, friends, authorities, not to mention the searches and the money spent to find them, and all that. People were relieved, but big mad. Now, due to all of the money spent on that search, Thomas was actually due to appear in court. That date was set for November 2021, but due to COVID, it was pushed to January 2022. Thomas would not make that January 2022 appointment because in December, Thomas and the 3 kids vanished once again. This time, though, permanently. They were last seen on December 9th, but this time they did say they were going into the bush once more. Because of this, the police didn't launch a search immediately, right? They were aware. They're like, all right, fine, if you want to go camping, right, but be back for that court date. He was not back for his court date. They went out into the bush December 2021. This video, you are watching is coming out in October 2023. They have still not been found, but they have been sighted. As I said, Thomas didn't show for his court date, and an arrest warrant was issued. He did later return to the family farm alone on February 9th, 2 months after they left. He'd come back to get supplies, and he was telling his family members, who were obviously really worried, he was like, listen, just gotta grab a couple of things, be out of your hair in a few minutes, the kids are safe. But he didn't say where they were. Family members who met him said he looked rough, you know, beard, his hair was getting long, like he had been living in the bush for this entire time. Then he disappeared again. Now authorities, they did searches, and the Phillips family said the authorities aren't searching hard enough. But they did search, they searched everywhere. Now New Zealand is huge, sparsely populated, there's a lot of bush out there, very dense bush, so it's extremely hard to find people out there, but no sign. In fact, it's actually believed that the Phillips family are getting help from someone.
Police have launched a fresh appeal to find missing man Tom Phillips and his family. Despite extensive searches, police haven't been able to find Tom or his 3 children, Ember, Maverick and Jada Phillips.
There have been sightings, but none conclusive. Until, like, a couple of months ago. In May 2023, Tom allegedly robbed a bank and shot a supermarket employee in Taquiti, just south of the family farm. They got away with cash and fled away on a motorbike. I say they because someone was with Tom, but nobody knows who that somebody with Tom who helped him rob a bank was. But they're still in that local area. The bank robbery happened like the next town over from where they lived. Then on August 2nd, 2023, it's believed he stole a Toyota Hilux. And after that, he was spotted at a supermarket wearing a beanie, glasses and a mask. Tracking that led nowhere. And more recently, he was spotted stealing cold weather clothing from a house, and he was chased by the owner. It's kind of unclear in the reporting, but it seems there may have been a car chase with this guy trying to run Thomas Phillips off the road. Thomas managed to avoid that guy, he escaped, helicopters went after him, lost him. Nobody knows where Thomas Phillips and his 3 children, who have not been seen in years, are. Thomas has been seen, some mysterious person with him has been seen, but nobody knows what's up with the kids. So what the hell is going on out there? Are they getting help? Are the kids alive? There are so many questions to this still ongoing. So I mean, all of the stories are ongoing, but this story, there are updates right now. Bryce Laspisa. In 2013, 19-year-old college student Bryce Laspisa was driving to his parents' home in Laguna Niguel. Bryce was a student at Sierra College in Rockland at the time, which is about a 7.5-hour drive north of his parents' house. There, he was a sophomore, and that August literally just started the semester and was excited to get back into his course, Industrial and Graphic Design. Now, Bryce was on his way back to his folks' house that late August evening. He was very close with his parents. They'd recently moved, all of them were recently moved to California from Illinois, and that evening he really just felt like he needed to speak with them, he needed to see them, he needed his parents' support. See, although his freshman year had gone real well, at the start of his sophomore year, things were not going so well. He had just broken up with his girlfriend, and he began drinking a lot. It seemed like he was going through some stuff, maybe just to cope with the break of his girlfriend, taking Vyvanse a lot, which is an amphetamine, similar to Ritalin or Adderall, diagnosed with ADHD, but he was knocking it back. And it was on August 28th that Bryce's friend Sean, worried about him, called Bryce's mother Karen to say, well, he wasn't doing too good. His drinking, his drug use, and the fact that Bryce broke up with his girlfriend via text, saying she'd be better off without him, which is not good. And he had also just given his friend Sean his Xbox and a pair of like diamond earrings that he didn't give him. It's also weird that Bryce gave his friend Sean his Xbox when his last Instagram post, Bryce's last Instagram post was him chuffed that he had bought Madden 25 at midnight. He was a big gamer. His last text to Sean read, "I love you, bro. Seriously. You are the best person I've ever met. You saved my soul." So probably someone going through a severely depressive episode. His mother, Karen, offered to fly down to him, but Bryce said, "I'll come to you," specifically saying, "I have a lot to talk to you about." He was then in his 2003 Toyota Highlander on the road. Now this is when things get pretty scary. At 1 a.m. on August 29th, Bryce called his mother. Now she thought he was calling, saying he just arrived home and he was just checking in. But he actually said he was only an hour outside of Rockland, so barely been on the road at all when he said he had left hours ago. Then the next morning when she woke up, there was no sign of him. And at 11 a.m., Bryce's parents became worried when they were informed he'd used their insurance's roadside assistance. So, he had a breakdown on the side of the road, okay. So they followed up with their roadside insurance, right, to see what had happened, who had been contacted, yada yada yada. Because Bryce was not answering his phone. This in turn led them to a guy who owned a tire and gas station in Buttonwillow, a small town a little over halfway between Rockland and Laguna Niguel. This guy, Christian, told Bryce's parents, "Yep, I was out there, I was called out at about 9 a.m. I found Bryce on the side of the road. It turned out he just ran out of gas, ran out of petrol in his car. So, filled him up. That was it." Now, this Christian was talking to Bryce's parents. They're like, "Yeah, we still have no sign of him." So Christian said, nice guy, said, "I can head out to where he was, a couple of miles outside of town, see if there's any sign of him." Christian went out there, and Bryce had not moved an inch. This was hours later. Christian said to Bryce, "Hey, your parents are really, really worried. Maybe you should just give him a buzz, And then Bryce seemed to, snap out of it. And he was like, yeah, I'll call him. And he took off. He drove off. Christian said he watched him drive away out of sight. But hours later, Bryce was still not home. His parents then filed a missing persons report, and the sheriff's department were able to find him relatively quickly from his cell phone movements. He was now only a handful of miles from Buttonville. It seems that Bryce drove out of sight of where Christian had come back and spoken to him, and then pulled over once again. The officers who found him said he was in great form, friendly, didn't seem out of it or anything like that, and found no drugs or alcohol. So the police who found him said, "Call your parents," and this time he did. He said, "Yeah, listen, hey, folks, Michael and Karen, his parents," said, "Yeah, I'm going to be home in a few hours, right? This time I'm actually going to make it." He did. Then at 2 a.m. on August 30th, Bryce, who should have been home a long time ago, he called once more, saying he was too tired to keep driving, that he would pull over and sleep, see you in the morning. Then at 8 a.m., finally, right, Michael and Karen heard a knock at the door. They raced down, expecting to see Bryce give him a big hug. Only it was a cop, not Bryce. It was actually a California Highway Patrol officer who said they had found Bryce's car in a ravine. Not good. It was found abandoned near Castiak Lake. It was down a ravine. It appeared it had crashed. The rear window was shattered. His phone, wallet still inside, and no sign of Bryce Laspisa.
19-year-old, his name is Bryce Laspisa, had been studying at Rockland Sierra College and has been missing since last Friday. KCRA 3's Kevin Oliver, live for us at Sierra College tonight. Kevin, I understand you spoke with one of his former roommates just this afternoon.
That's right, and his former roommate said he moved up here to Northern California to go to school here at Sierra College to get a fresh new start in a new community. And now many here and his friends and family down in Southern California are trying to figure out what happened to him on that trip home.
Yeah, from how he was acting before, you might think that but the lake was searched. It was dredged, in fact. Every inch of that lake was searched. He hadn't gone in. CCTV would later show that after Bryce called his mother, remember saying that he was really tired, he was going to pull over and sleep on the side of the road in his car. That's not what he did at all. He pulled over, but kept driving, went down this dirt road leading to the lake. But what did he do with the lake? What happened to his smashed window? Likely it went down a ravine, maybe it was dark and he accidentally drove over the ravine, smashed it to get out. Maybe he was disoriented and something happened, but it didn't seem like he went in the lake. The search was huge. The lake was searched. All the areas around the lake were searched. They could not find it. They brought sniffer dogs, right? Sniffer dogs found his scent. It led to a truck stop. Then it ended. Bones would later be found, in fact, at the lake, but DNA tests would say it was not Bryce. In fact, nothing of his, other than what he left behind, has ever been found. Whether he had a psychotic break, whether he went to start a new life, or whether something really, really terrible happened to Bryce Laspisa, we may never know. Daniel Robinson. The year was 2021, and 24-year-old Daniel Robinson was working as a geologist, something he had studied at the College of Charleston in South Carolina. He was working near the city of Buckeye, Arizona. Now Daniel loved the outdoors. I would hope so if you like rocks. So he was in charge of taking care of some of the remote desert sites for his employer, Matrix New World Engineering. He had been working there over the summer of 2021, but on June 23rd, 2021, he left his work site, never to be seen again. He was at the remote job site in the desert testing groundwater, and just after 9 AM, he left the site in his blue 2017 Jeep Renegade. He was due to be at that site all day, so no one's kind of sure why he left, but no one's even more sure where he went. Now, this wasn't entirely out of form for young Daniel. He was a very adventurous sort. He loved, spontaneity, but he was also careful, as in, like, if he's gonna go off somewhere, he would at least text, hey, this is where I'm going. That same evening, a missing persons report was filed, but nothing was found, and the desert is very big out there. His phone was either off or out of range of cell towers, and a large-scale search began. Ground and air crews looking out in that endless desert, but found neither Daniel nor his Jeep. That was until a month later, when things got weird, and they got dark. I mean, it's already pretty dark when you got a person missing and no answers to where they went, but now, right on July 19th, his Jeep was found. His Jeep was found in an area that had already been searched. So,
Does that hurt?
you're not going to miss it. And the Jeep was not in a good state. It was down a ravine, damaged and on its side. Inside was his phone, wallet, and other items, you keep on you, like your keys and stuff. The airbags had been deployed, and it appeared that someone had been inside when it went down, and had been wearing a seatbelt. But there was no one there. This, like, priceless pizza all over again. It was really, really weird. Somebody had been in that car. They could tell from the seatbelt that someone had been in it. But where were they in it? There was no trail of blood, no nothing. And Bryce's, his like high-vis work vest and his boots were found like right beside. An accident investigator was in fact hired by the family, and they said, investigating the accident, it looked staged. Adding a super weird twist to this is that in the week before he disappeared, Daniel had been texting a woman named Caitlin he had met. It appeared he'd wanted to meet up with her, but she wasn't interested. See, Daniel had met her while he was delivering for Instacart, a grocery delivery service. I'm guessing he needed a bit of extra cash. So one day he was delivering alcohol to Caitlin and her friend at their place. Whatever, at the door, they started yapping away. They got on great, they were joking, having a good Caitlin friend actually invited him inside, shooting the shit. They exchanged numbers, and then that was that. But then Caitlin would say Daniel got weird, clingy, odd. He began showing up to her house unannounced numerous times, texting her all the time. She was like, she thought he was being a creep, essentially. She said it made her feel very uncomfortable. In fact, the day before he was last seen, he texted her, "The world can get better, but I'll have to take all the time I can, or we can, whatever to name it. I'll either see you again or never see you again." That makes absolutely no sense whatsoever. But yeah.
The police report reveals when detectives extracted data from Daniel's Google searches in the week leading up to his disappearance. There were searches that stuck out, like "Love Changed Me," "Delete Instagram account," "Shooting Tempe," "Explosion," and "I'm okay to do things I hate." But Daniel's dad, David, had just talked to his son on the phone and didn't hear anything alarming.
Outside of the history for searching, things like that, he definitely did not display that openly.
The new information in the report shows Daniel's phone at the crash site at 10:05 a.m. and it stopped tracking just after 10:30. That becomes very important with the other new details we learned a lot more about. A witness named Bill who claimed to have seen Daniel in the area after he disappeared. Bill noticed Daniel's new Jeep and said he was wearing a reflective work shirt and boots. He also noticed Daniel was missing part of his arm, which is consistent with Daniel's disability.
At first, his surgery seemed to have been valid. And I even mentioned it in my family press conference that there's a second person that seen my son.
But Bill claimed to have seen Daniel around 11:30 a.m., then changed his story to different potential sighting times. None that matched the data of Daniel's phone at the crash site by 10 a.m. The police report also cast suspicion that Bill may not have been truthful about a law enforcement background.
Now, people interviewed Daniel's friends to see, was he obsessed with her, what was going on here, was he in a bad state? No, they said no, he seemed fine. He wasn't a depressive type, and he wasn't depressed before this happened. So what happened? Was it a staged disappearance out there, or is he still out there? Did something bad happen and there was a cover-up? Who knows, but in the desert, there's still a mystery. Aisha Degree. In the early morning hours of February 14th, 2000, 9-year-old Aisha Degree vanished. This story is particularly scary, I mean, well, for a lot of reasons when you're talking about missing kids, but what is absolutely bizarre, she got up in the middle of the night and just straight up walked into the woods. What is also so strange is that that night, really bad storm, rain, thunder, lightning, right? So, like, possibly the most terrifying time you could go disappearing in the middle of the night into the woods, and Aisha was scared of the dark. She was scared of lightning and thunder. So what was going on? Let's start at the top. Aisha was born in August 1990 in Shelby, North Carolina, the second child of Harold and Aquila. They later moved to the small town of Lawndale, and Aisha attended school, described as a good kid, very shy, quiet, and sensible. She was a good student, a great basketball player, and she dreamed of becoming an illustrator and a writer. She was taught at an early age to be wary around strangers, so she was cautious, and she was also afraid of storms and the dark, which just makes what happened all the more baffling. On Sunday, February 13th, 2000, Aisha and her family went to church, then visited relatives, and were home around 8 p.m. The kids went straight to bed. Aisha, she shared a bedroom with her older brother, O'Brien. Now, Harold checked in on them periodically throughout that very dark and stormy night. Every time he popped a head in, he said they were there, asleep, quiet as a mouse. But at one point, O'Brien does remember hearing Aisha's bed squeak, but that's it. He assumed she was just, tossing and turning in her bed, but didn't hear anything else. Then the next morning, Valentine's Day, in fact, it was actually her parents' anniversary on Valentine's Day. Parents go in, very early morning, but 6 a.m. O'Brien is there. Aisha's bed is empty. The house was searched, the yard, nothing. Panic then soon sets in. They go around knocking on neighbors' door. Have you seen Aisha? No, nothing. The police were swiftly called. They arrived to begin the search at about 6:30 a.m. on Valentine's Day. What happened, it's believed, is that for some weird reason, Aisha got up in the middle of the night with her school bag that had been pre-packed and walked out the door of her house for some absolutely unknown reason. She was scared of storms, she was scared of strangers, she was scared of the dark, but something made her leave. The search was intensive, one of the most intensive in the state's history, but they couldn't find a single lead. Now, the Degree family lived in the middle of nowhere, forests and fields on either side, all that searched. Now, witnesses would later come forward saying they had seen a young girl walking along the side of the road the night of her disappearance. 2 witnesses who said they saw her walking along in the middle of the storm. One motorist said they actually seen her and they were like, this is a bit weird, middle of the night, middle of a storm, what's a kid doing out here? They pulled over, right, to see if she was okay, we just talked or whatever. They said that as soon as they did that, Aisha took one look at them, who had been taught to be scared of strangers, to be cautious around strangers, took one look at this stranger, booked him into the woods, never to be seen again. A family that lived nearby would later alert the police that in a storage shed they believed they found some of her things, that maybe during the storm she sought shelter there. They found candy wrappers, a hair bow, a photo of a girl, but dogs could not find Aisha's scent.
Stand still.
That particular candy wrapper was a piece of candy that had been given to Aisha like 2 days before she vanished. So it's very likely she had been there and that was indeed her stuff. You know what's really weird? The picture of the girl they found. The girl in the picture was not Aisha. It was of a completely separate girl. No one knows who that is.
Survive or be destroyed.
Over 6 months later, Aisha's book bag and some of her items were found during the construction of a road. This was about 26 miles from her home. All the items inside, mostly clothing, belonged to Aisha, apart from one t-shirt that was found inside her bag that did not belong to Aisha. It's believed that Aisha had planned her leaving for a few days before she actually did. The reason it's believed it was planned is that her bag was presumably pre-packed because her brother didn't hear her packing her bag, which would have made a bit of noise. So she must have already packed it, therefore she must have planned it. Why? No, it's not believed she had any problems that would cause her to run away, like school life was good or home life was good. So what happened to her? Was it some misadventure? She ran away into the woods, something happened there. Did she run away and a predator, an opportunistic predator, picked her up? But had she been lured out there that night either? Had someone been grooming her? Now the family did not have a computer, so it wouldn't have been like online kind of stuff, unless it was somebody she already knew. The family would have known, but that, and what happened to Aisha Degree, remains a mystery. Danielle Imbo and Richard Petrone. Now I got the story of Danielle Imbo and Richard Petrone, and thank you to Magoat, by the way, who posted this on the good old That Chapter subreddit. This story takes us to Philadelphia in the year 2005. Danielle and Richard had been in an on-again, off-again relationship. Both Danielle and Richard had kids from previous relationships, and Danielle was in fact even going through a divorce at the time. Danielle and Richard had dated as teenagers. And as adult life took over, they dated, they broke up, they met other people, they had a relationship, you know. Bing bang boom, they ended up together this time. On the evening of February 19th, 2005, Danielle, she went out for dinner with her family, having a grand old time. And then she asked if somebody would give her a ride to a bar, where Richard was that night. So, dropped her off at this bar, a place called Abilene's, South Philly. Richard having a great old time. They met up with some other friends, they were drinking, they were dancing, good times all around. So after a few sups at about 11:45 p.m. that night, Richard and Danielle, they said their goodbyes. They were last seen walking out the door of this bar, Abilene's, in South Philly, presumably to get into Richard's car, his truck. Richard then was going to drop Danielle off at her home, and then he would head home himself. The night, up until this point, was very, very normal, as I said, until this point. Now, to note, nobody actually remembers seeing them get into the car. They just seen them walk out the door of the bar. But the next morning, nobody could get a hold of either of them. What really started to worry people was, right, the following morning, Danielle had a hair appointment, which she did not show up for, which is like, alright, fine. A couple of hours later, though, Danielle's soon-to-be ex-husband was due to drop off their son at Danielle's. When he went to drop her off, she was not there. Now, Danielle, her world revolved around her baby son. She would not have missed her little guy, for the world. That is when the searches began. The streets of Philadelphia were combed, and nothing. Richard's car, his truck, was not found either. They just disappeared. Helicopters, you name it, and nothing. The weirdest thing about this case is not what they found, it's what they didn't find. Absolutely nothing. No physical evidence whatsoever. The search extended outside of Philly and into the Delaware River, and nothing. All these years later, still nothing. They walked out of a bar, they got into his truck in the middle of this city, and they drove into a black hole. But a good few years ago, the FBI stopped treating this as a missing persons cases, and as a homicide. They decided that the lack of evidence was evidence in itself, that somebody had done something to them, and that this had been a professional hit job on the couple. Now, this is still so bizarre. I mean, it's hard to hide one body. Definitely very hard to hide two bodies. How you can hide a truck? I don't know, but they figured it out. Maybe. The police believe this had been orchestrated to a T. So who would want them dead? Well, things often lead to the estranged husband, who was Joseph Imbo. He had a history of threatening Richard like 30 times. Telling him, stay away from my soon-to-be ex-wife, stay away from her, all that kind of shit. So, did he do something? I mean, it's a story we've heard 1,000 times already, but the night off, he had an ironclad alibi. He was 50 miles away at a child's birthday party, and he was seen by a load of people. But then again, if this was a professional hit job, he wouldn't, his alibi would be good. But of course, Joseph has never been proven to have done anything, always denied he didn't do it. He did have lie detectors, which were proven inconclusive, but I mean, that's not a sign of guilt, really. Though, so, whether he had something to do with what happened to these two people, who knows? There are other theories. One of the strongest ones is that they somehow ended up in the Delaware River. But on that route Richard would have taken, the river was dredged, searched, nothing. Carjacking was also possible that they had just been driving home. Some guys went in, killed them both, brought the car somewhere, broke the car down, you know, stripped it, whatever. But that lead was chased everywhere, you know, it could have been done. Like a car could have been ripped apart. Nothing. Others have also theorized that Rich Trone, who worked in like a bakery, had some dealings with the mafia. Now, there's kind of like no evidence though behind that, and his family have always maintained they never had any dealings with the mob in Philadelphia or anywhere like that. But the theories kind of just spin out from there. To this day, there's a $50 grand reward for information about the disappearance, but that reward remains unclaimed. Brittany Wood. Now, this last story is pretty sickening and it gets dark. Like pitch black dark. On May 30th, 2012, 19-year-old Brittany Wood left her mother's home at around 7:15 p.m. She told her mother, you know, she was going to meet with a friend, and that was it. Now, this was in Mobile, Alabama, a very hot, humid summer's evening, and Brittany's mother, Chessie, she watched Brittany walk out of the house down the road to where her friend in a car was presumably waiting for her. Brittany's mother, Chessie, would later say, through the entire day, she was in grand form, you know. Good mood, up until the moment she was walking out. Then, she was in a real pissy mood. Frustrated, mad. When Chessie asked her, hey, you okay? Brittany apparently said, you wouldn't understand. Now, Brittany didn't always have it easy. When she was young, she had been molested by her maternal grandmother's boyfriend. He was arrested and sentenced to life in prison for that. And Brittany had come through the other side a strong person. She had a daughter of her own. She was close with her extended family, her dad, who was separated from her mother, and she bounced around the place staying with various people. It was 2 days later, after she had last been seen walking out of the house, that things went from, okay, haven't seen Brittany in a couple of days, but I'm sure she's fine, she bounced around the place, she's probably with friends. That's what people were thinking when they hadn't seen her. It went from that to, oh shit, this is horrific. Brittany's uncle, a guy named Donnie Holland, was found in the woods near his home, which was not far from Brittany's home in the Mobile, Alabama area. He was found dead. He had a gunshot wound to the back of the head. Now that has been ruled self-inflicted. The good old, I took myself out of the field and shot myself 5 times in the back of the head deal doesn't seem self-inflicted. Now, of course, though, the family devastated, as you can imagine, right? So they, you know, they had to spread the word, let friends and family know. Poor Uncle Donnie, right? Texting Brittany, hey, you'll never guess what happened to your uncle. That's when they realized they hadn't spoken to Brittany in a couple of days. Nobody had. They couldn't get through to her. She was missing. Calls went to voicemail, texts unanswered. People then began calling that friend, you know, she had said she was going to meet that day on May 30th when she was last seen. People, the friend, no idea what you're talking about. I haven't spoken to Brittany in ages. We were not due to meet up that day. So where was Brittany? Then it came out that Donnie, the old self-inflicted gunshot wound to the back of his own head, the gun that had done that, was Brittany's gun. She had just bought it for self-protection. Brittany Wood was reported missing on June 2nd, and searches were done, but nothing was found. It seemed that Donnie was in fact who Brittany had been going to meet that day when something happened. Now time for the twist. Get this. At the time of Donnie's death, murder, self-inflicted murder, he was being investigated for being the head of this child exploitation incest ring that had gone on for generations. This had been within the entire family, including Brittany. This is like some True Detective child abuse, ritualistic, sick shit. And the fact that this had gone on for generations is unbelievable. The day he got suicided, Donnie was in fact due to meet with an investigator who was investigating the claims of this child abuse incest ring. But instead, he got dead. So what happened during those days between when Brittany was last seen on May 30th to June 1st when Donnie died via Brittany's gun. Her last cell phone transmissions were from the exact same area where Donnie's body was found, so that's why they believe she had gone to meet with him. She'd killed him, he'd killed her. We don't know. Huge searches through the entire area were done. Had she been killed, buried, and Donnie didn't want to face the repercussions of murdering his niece, maybe she was going to expose this? Or had she killed her uncle for what he was doing, and had done to the entire family and then had gone on the run.
Big story right now at 6 o'clock. More family members of missing teen mom Brittany Wood are behind bars tonight.
7 people arrested face charges related to an ongoing child sex abuse investigation. Wood went missing in May of 2012.
In the aftermath of all of this coming out, just so you know how hideous this was, 2 of Brittany's uncles, 2 of her aunts, her own brother and mother were charged in relation to this child abuse ring, along with other relatives and family friends. It seems like everybody was involved in this, doing it, covering it up. Authorities think Brittany is likely dead, but the only person who may have known is Worm Food. But the fact that Donnie, the head of this entire thing, was shot in the back of the head with Brittany's gun, kind of only points to one thing, in my opinion. This is some twisted, dark stuff out in those backwoods, and what happened to Brittany? Who knows? Hopefully she's still out there in a better place than where she was coming from. And that will do it for this whole episode. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you enjoyed part 2 of the scariest disappearances that still remain a mystery. These sort of stories are always really, really interesting to get into, because you can come across some wild ones. So yeah, if you guys enjoyed it, like part 3, there could be a part 3. Let me know your thoughts. But again, thank you so much for watching. Thank you so much for your support. I can't tell you how much I appreciate it. And yeah, listen, I'll see you real soon in the next video. But until then, look after each other. Look after yourselves, because I love you. Hey you, and welcome. My name is Mike, and in this old video, we are talking about spies, and we're talking about traitors. When talking about spies and traitors, you know, it's really easy to think, well, I would never do that. You know, that's not something I would ever do. But you would be surprised what would push, you know, seemingly loyal people to work actively against their own country, against their own department where they worked in the highest echelons of intelligence and intelligence agencies. And sometimes they'll do this not even when push comes to shove. Sometimes, like in this story, they might even go up to, you know, the enemy and be like, hey, need a spy? Sure, right? Sign me up? And that, I think, is the weirdest thing about this story. That A, it is true. B, the amount of times he should have been caught and was not. And then C, he didn't even do it for, like, that much money. Like, okay, it was enough money to change your life, sure, get a nice house, pay off the mortgage, all that sort of thing. But was it the amount of money where your name will be blackened for forever in the annals of history? You will be labeled as one of your country's greatest, worst traitors? I don't think so. Though they never think of what is a, you know, statistic eventuality, that they will be caught. And the subject of this video, Robert Hansen, he was definitely caught. He was an American FBI agent who, for over 20 years, he passed secrets on to the Soviets, and then following the Soviets, the Russian Federation. He sold, you know, US secret intelligence about military technology, about nuclear weapons, and he sold out other agencies who were working undercover in Moscow and in other places around the globe. He went under various names: B, Ramon Garcia, Jim Baker, Jim Robinson, and he, like, the Russians didn't even know exactly who he was. And he was very cautious about exposing his identity. He would use dead drops all the time. He never gave anybody his real name. As I said again, the Russians couldn't even identify who he was. Yet that's one of the weirdest things about this story, is that how cautious he was, how, you know, adept he was at hiding his identity from everybody, from the Russians and from, you know, his own bosses when he was selling secrets for 20 years. One of the other weird things is that at one point he literally went up to the Russians at this point after the Cold War, went to one of their agents, said, hey, listen, I used to spy for you. You guys want me to spy again? I have a whole lot of documents here for you. Let me sell them on to you. They said no. They said, sorry to shoot you down, pal. Then the Russians, that is, went to the FBI and said, hey, one of your guys tried to sell us secrets. He tried to betray you. Maybe you should, look into that. Nothing happened. They had a swift, do the whole thing. Said, Bobby over here? Robert Hansen? No, you must be joking. He's a grand old fellow. He's a good lad. Don't worry about him. Yeah, this is like wild shit. And the wildness is something that is also so strange about this case. We often hear the term the banality of evil. That evil actions and evil people are not these over-the-top Saurons and Voldemorts, these mustachio-twirling madmen who are tackling away, though they are pretty cool. It is regular people doing horrific things, often without thinking of it, often without awareness of how their actions are going to hurt other people, how many people they will hurt. These are the people who are most often commit these horrific actions are the guys sitting beside you on the bus, the guy drinking beer beside you at the bar. And that is Robert Hansen. He was described as a regular guy, a quiet family man, someone who at parties stood at the edge of the group, looking over shoulders, laughing at every joke without saying much himself. Someone who never really fit in. Someone who, if he was at a party, he'd be standing in the corner of the room by himself, just taking it all in. Odd is a word that was frequently used in reports about Robert Hansen. And he was a wallflower. He was a wallflower. He didn't like being the center of attention. He didn't want to be at the center of attention, but I think that's it, he didn't want anybody to see what he was doing. And speaking of not wanting people to see what you were doing, this whole video is sponsored by NordVPN. NordVPN is exactly that. But not only that, Nord has the best VPN in the business, allowing you to, virtually, be anywhere in the world. Can't access this content in your location? Well, get the hell out of here. And as someone who travels quite a bit, NordVPN is incredibly useful, whether it's on your computer or on your phone. Recently, I was in Korea and I wanted to watch something on Netflix, but because I was later, getting back to Daddy America. I don't know, psychologist, you can take a look at that one. Vivian, Robert's mother, she would say, though, after these incidents of abuse by Howard and the shit he was putting his own son through, Robert would become emotionless, like completely blank slate after him. He never was given out crying, any of that kind of stuff. He was just, would go to his room and, embedded himself in comic book heroes. James Bond was a top dog for Robert Hansen, and that's how he wanted to see himself in the future as, a secret agent and all that kind of thing. He even bought a Walter PPK, like James Bond's gun. That's how much he was into it. And so you got Robert Hansen, his dad, the authority figure, a real asshole who embedded himself in these fantasy worlds, especially worlds of secret agents and spies and code words. Interesting guy. I wonder if this will come back up again. He would later graduate from Knox College, getting a degree in chemistry in 1966. Shortly after Robert, he would meet the love of his life, Bernadette Bonnie Wall, and he absolutely head over heels for her. Robert actually met her during his very short stint in dental school. He would switch his majors really, really quick, and he would convert from his Lutheranism to Catholicism for her. In fact, Robert Hansen, throughout his entire life, would be an extremely devout Catholic, and they would marry in 1968. Now, Robert didn't immediately apply to join the FBI. In fact, his first stop was the NSA, the National Security Agency, but when he applied, he got the old, thanks for applying, yada yada yada, if this position comes up in the future, typical rejection letter we've all known. Then he received an MBA in accounting, went to work for, in the private sector, working as an accountant for one of the big firms. Didn't stay in that beeswax too long, though. He was only working there for about a year before he joined the Chicago PD, following his shitty dad's footsteps. But Robert worked in forensic testing, so essentially he was a policeman accountant. And then after working there for a couple of years, he went for the FBI. Quantico came a calling. After 4 years working for the Chicago Police Force, he was accepted into the FBI in 1976. Now, just to give you a wider context of the world and the war, the ongoing Cold War at the time, it was starting to, at this point in 1976, start to heat up. since 1962, after the Cuban Missile Crisis, things kind of started to cool off between the USA and the USSR. Both countries, both global powers, kind of have their own shit to deal with. In America, you had your civil rights movement, you had the assassination of JFK, you had the Vietnam War, while in the USSR you had... There was revolutions, in the Eastern Bloc. Their economy was kind of like... So for about 15 years, things were pretty quiet between the main two powers. However, once Bob joined the FBI, things went from 0 to 60 real quick between them. It started with the Soviet invasion of Afghanistan, when the Soviets went in to support their puppet regime they had in Afghanistan, and of course that led to Rambo Part 3, which we all enjoy. Then you had the election of Ronald Reagan, who said he was going to knock their block off, or something like that.
They are the focus of evil in the modern world.
Rhetoric kind of went, fists came a-flying, as they do. Everything was becoming more hostile. The arms race, which had slowed down, was now, Cox Arms sped up. For example, in 1983, things came very close to a head when a Korean Airlines flight was flying from New York City to Seoul. And as it was flying, it was shut down by the Soviets. A civilian airline, 269 people aboard, all killed by Russian fighter jets, including one US congressman. Now, this was rightfully called civilian airline shot down. This is rightfully called a crime against humanity. Everybody was up in arms about it. Now, the Soviets, though, were saying, this Korean airline, it had strayed into Russian airspace by like hundreds of miles. They weren't responding to radios, all that kind of shit that you would expect them to say. As in, they're kind of asking to be murdered, really. Then, 3 weeks after that Korean airline plane was shut down on September 26, 1983, the Soviet nuclear early warning system told them that America had just launched 4 nukes right at them. Okay, what Soviet doctrine in this situation was, they're nuking us, well, nuke them straight back. Well, that's what they were supposed to do. But just through the actions of one Lieutenant Colonel, Stanislav Petrov, that didn't happen. World War III didn't start. He believed that this was a bug in the system. Stanislav Petrov disobeyed orders. He didn't believe that it was real. He thought this system, which was telling him his entire country and World War III was starting, he was like, I think that's bullshit. I think there's a problem. We got a glitch in the matrix here. He was exactly right. The system was glitched. It had something to do with the angle of the sun hitting the radar combined with the satellites. But World War III very nearly started if Stanislav Petrov hadn't been like, I think it's a glitch. Because he wasn't even sure. He was just like, they're launching 4 nukes at us. I'll wait a couple minutes. No, we haven't been nuked. It's a glitch. Stanislav Petrov later said he knew it was a glitch. He knew it was a false alarm. And not because things weren't on edge. They were. This was like the hottest the Cold War would ever be. This part of the Cold War is actually sometimes referred to as the second Cold War. That's how hot things had gotten. It wasn't because it couldn't happen. It definitely could. But Stanislav Petrov said if the USA was going to nuke the Soviet Union, they wouldn't launch 4 or 5 nuclear weapons. They would launch hundreds of nuclear weapons. So things were warming up quick. Now this, as we know now in our 2023 nightmare vision, that this was, just the final burst of energy before the whole thing collapsed. But of course, they didn't know that at the time. So Robert Hansen, he completed his 22-week basic training in Quantico, Virginia in 1976, and then he was based in fabulous Gary, Indiana. No wonder it was for Russians. And the Hansen family was growing, and it was growing very quickly. You had Robert, you had his wife Bonnie, and then eventually they would have 6 children together, boys and girls, split down the middle. Money, however, was a real issue. The starting pay for an FBI agent, not terribly good, and they had the mortgage, and they had a family that was growing very, very quickly. But it wasn't all bad. At least they were in Gary, Indiana, not terribly far from their home in Chicago. And for the FBI, Gary worked as an accountant, as he had already trained as an accountant and been an accountant for the Chicago Police Department. So what he was doing was, well, FBI accountant, essentially going after criminals and crimes and looking through their books to see where illegal money was coming from, and, well, as you can imagine, running the numbers. Exciting stuff, not exactly what Robert Hansen had envisioned his FBI career would be like when he was a kid reading about James Bond, reading James Bond novels. He clearly proved his chops, though, at it, and in 1978, after working for the FBI for 2 years, he was transferred to their New York office. Essentially, it was the same job he'd been working on in the Gary, Indiana office, but, you know, in New York City, obviously, you got bigger crimes, meatier, crimes with real meat on their bones. But again, you know, this was essentially looking at whatever the 1978 version of Excel document was. You know, Robert, he wanted to be out there, doing it, something. As I said, he saw himself as a James Bond, Jason Bourne type, when he most certainly was not the James Bond, Jason Bourne type. Most people kind of reconcile themselves with the fact they are not real-life action heroes. But Robert Hansen chose another path. Some money was always an issue for Robert, especially when they moved to New York City, because at the time, and maybe they still do, the FBI doesn't pay you differently depending on where you live. And so, you know, living in New York City is a lot more expensive than living in Gary, Indiana, but the pay was the exact same. So Robert was like getting by on the skin of his teeth. There was also a lot of, Robert was becoming a little bit disillusioned with the FBI, you know. People describe him as really, you know, Boy Scout, and he thought this was kind of like where everybody else was just like a realist. For example, right, New York City is where the epicenter of Soviet activity during the Cold War was based, and the reason it was New York City was because the Soviets were using the United Nations building as their base, because they could essentially hide there under the Soviet mission. So, you know, the FBI knew they were there, the Soviets knew the FBI was watching them, doing everything they were doing, all that Cold War spy crap shit. But the Soviets also knew something about the FBI agents who were tailing them, and that was Sunday. FBI never really bothered with the Soviets on Sunday because you got church, you got spending time with the family, you got, most importantly, you got football Sunday. So, one time, Robert came up with a plan. He was like, how about we just change things up and start following the Soviets on a Sunday? They won't be expecting this. And so he organized this whole plan with other agents. Robert, of course, would be, you know, he was the computer guy. He'd be back in home base, while all these other agents would be going out tailing, you know, the agents and the Soviets and who they could identify as agents. So Robert was in the base and was calling them on the walkie-talkies, on the radios. Are you tailing them? Where are you now? What are you up to? Do you see the targets in sight? And the FBI agents were like, yeah, I see him now. Look, he's right over there. All the agents were like, watch out. They were not. Robert's plan, they really didn't give a shit what Robert was trying to do. So this kind of stuff, that nobody really was like a Boy Scout, quite like Robert, combined with money troubles, doctor's bills, combined with a mortgage on his house in Scarsdale, just outside New York City, where they were living, really led to a big disenchantment with Robert Hansen with the FBI. He started to dislike it. He was one of these guys who's like, this sucks. Everything about my job sucks. Everything the FBI does sucks. Their computers are shitty. Their cars are shitty. Their training is shitty. Everything about the job just began to suck. They couldn't do anything right by Robert. Only he could do it right. And so, it was that general mentality that led to Robert Hansen walking into the Amtorg headquarters in Manhattan in 1979 after being an FBI agent for only 3 years at this point. The Amtorg Trading Corporation, it's no longer around anymore. It disintegrated when the Soviet Union did, but essentially at the time it represented Soviet trading in America. So, you know, the buying and selling between the Soviet Union and America and the rest of the world was done via Amtorg. And as you can imagine, it was chock full of spies, Soviet spies, of which Robert was only too aware of. So he walked in one day, pretty much walked up to the receptionist and was like, yeah, I want to speak with the GRU agent in charge here, please. The GRU, that was the Soviets' main intelligence directorate. It was separate from the KGB and probably more dangerous. Think of like, you know, the FBI, the CIA, and the NSA. GRU, KGB, it's kind of the same thing. And so Robert sat down, met with an official, and he said, I will give you information if you pay me. To which this Soviet official was licked his chops. Now, spies working for the enemy in America, of course, this goes back a long way, probably, going back most famously to the revolutionary Benedict Arnold. He was a general for the Continental Army before defecting to the British, offering to surrender Fort West Point before his plot was exposed, and there are believed to have been a few reasons why Benedict Arnold defected to the British. I mean, he was very high-ranking. He was a general in the Continental Army, but it's generally that he didn't really get along with the other officers. His wife was very pro-British, so that probably had a huge influence on him. Money was a big thing, and also he probably believed that the British were actually going to win the American Revolution, and so he wanted to stay, on their good side and not be, executed in case the British did actually win. Now, Benedict Arnold would famously live to regret his treason and his betrayal. Even the British didn't like him for betraying them, because they were kind of like, yeah, you gave us information and good stuff, but you're kind of a piece of shit for betraying your own people. But going to more recent times, during the Cold War, over 100 people were arrested and some executed on suspicion of being spies, of working for the enemy, and some weren't. Famously, during McCarthyism during the 50s, there was witch hunts for spies, commies, but there was some ones who were genuinely, a lot of them, who genuinely were selling secrets to the arch enemy at the time. And the reasons for this were manifold: disillusionment, ideology, money, and another famous spy acted at the exact same time as Robert Hansen, an American selling secrets to the Soviets, was Rick Ames. He was CIA counterintelligence. He, like Bob Hansen, was discouraged by the CIA, the bureaucracy, the it's not what you know, it's who you know bullshit, and he had some very expensive lawyers. And so in 1985, after Bob Hansen, he started selling secrets for money. And honestly, what gave up Rick Ames, how he was eventually caught much later, about 9 years later, was, him spending money on things he shouldn't. He was buying houses, cars, and all sorts of expenses. And when the CIA started looking for a mole, they kind of just, Rick, where do you get all this money? Your pay is you're spending cash you should not have, essentially. Very different, by the way, to how Robert Hansen did. And so the CIA, they started monitoring him, they started watching him, and in 1994, Rick Ames was arrested. He is in jail, he's still in jail today. And so the Soviets, they sure were greedy for any information an FBI agent could give them. As I said, the Cold War, the temperature was uppity up. It was spiking, and so they were like, what you got? The first thing Robert Hansen gave them when he walked in that day was, get a load of this, guys. You're not gonna believe it. One of your residential complexes. Not exactly groundbreaking stuff that, Soviet living quarters were built by the Americans. It's not exactly like crazy stuff. They were like, yeah, no shit, we definitely assumed it was all built. But that's how it began for Robert Hansen, simply walking in to a trading corporation office and selling secrets. That began 20 long-ass years of him selling out his country, his soul, selling his soul. And this was something hidden from everybody around him for years, including his wife. Well, kind of his wife, kind of. In 1980, about a year into selling his country, he was in the basement of his house in Scarsdale. He was writing a letter to his Soviet handler, and his wife found him. And her first thought was, you're cheating. You're writing a letter to your lover. Who is she? What's her fucking name? But so Robert Hansen came to him. He said, listen, well, fine. I'm writing to the Soviets. Right? I'm selling them secrets. But get a load of this. I'm scamming them. I'm selling them I'm selling them bullshit. This is not real. None of the things I'm selling them are real. Wait. He said, listen, doing it for a bit of money. That mortgage? Bloody mortgage. It's not pay for itself. Now, Robert and Bonnie, they were very religious. They were very Catholic. They were even members of Opus Dei, if you can believe that, which is means they were super Catholic. So Bobby said to Robert, okay, you have to go to a priest though. You have to confess this. You have to confess what you're doing to a priest because it's wrong. The priest said, yeah, Your wife's right. What you're doing is wrong. Go say a Hail Mary. Give someone that money you're scamming from the Russians. Give it to the poor. Of course, though, when Robert heard this, this was like green light for him to... Alright. I can keep doing this. Robert was a very religious person, and the priest essentially gave him the green light to go and keep on doing it. That made it right for Robert, in his own head, for his own conscience. The priest said, listen, if I just give some money to the poor, we're kind of all good here. It's all kosher. In 1986, he gave a name to the Soviets, known to the FBI as Top Hat. Top Hat was Dmitry Polyakov, a Soviet intelligence agent, and he was working with the Americans. Now, Polyakov wasn't working giving secrets to the Americans for money. In fact, he never asked for money. He never wanted. Polyakov, the only thing he ever asked for from the Americans was power tools, because you can't beat a DeWalt, guys. Nor was it ideological for Dmitry Polyakov. He loved his country. He loved, Russia. He was a Russian through and through. For Polyakov, why he was selling secrets to the Americans, he loved Russia. He hated the Russian war. He hated the people who were leading the Soviet Union. He wanted a regime change, but not a country change. And so, Robert gave his name, Top Hat, Dmitry Polyakov, to his handlers. He sold out this guy. He sold him out for 30 grand. Rick Ames, by the way, also gave his name. Dmitry Polyakov was arrested. He was tortured to death. Robert Hanssen was giving everything he could to the Soviets, and he didn't really care what it was, whether it was the names of double agents who he knew would be arrested and most likely killed, to nuclear information, military operations, pretty much everything. He would take gaps in it. It wasn't like an ongoing thing where every week or every month he was giving you information. Sometimes he'd give a little bit of information. I'll see in about a year, a little bit more. So his spying career would kind of go up and down, take a chill pill every now and then. But while that was going up and down, his own career trajectory within the FBI was going all the way up. Robert's own career within the FBI was giving him access to more and more information. He developed databases, and he would later work on developing budgets for counterintelligence operations. So he knew every single thing that was going on within the FBI, and he was able to justify asking like in-depth questions about intelligence operations under the guise of, I'm just an accountant, but I need to get your exact reasoning why you're going to spend all this government money. So I need to know every single thing about this military operation or intelligence operation. Then he was later moved to the Soviet analytical unit, which was in charge of all of the Soviet operations. So he knew exactly, he was investigating the people he was selling the secrets to. It's odd though, Robert got promotion after promotion. He didn't especially like though in the FBI at all. He always thought he was like the smartest guy in the room. Unimpressive was a word that was often used to describe him. Odd, as I said, he was just very full of himself. You really thought he was like hot shit, brains on fire. His FBI life though, it was great. It was great. The money though, still some shit. After initially providing bits and bobs of information to the Soviets, Robert Hanssen took a break. As I said, it wasn't always ongoing, and so Robert Hanssen went back. In 1985, to start up, he needed a cash injection, which was the exact same year Rick Ames defected. And so in 1985, he wrote a letter directed to the KGB, and it was directed to one Victor I. Kirkishin, who was like the top dog, one of the top officials within the KGB working in America. Victor, he was the handler. He was Robert Hanssen's handler. He was also Rick Ames' handler. He was working with the two most notorious spies American traitor at the time. Pretty rough. So Bob would send a letter that read, "Soon I will send a box of documents. They are from certain of the most sensitive and highly compartmented projects of the U.S. intelligence community. All are originals to aid in verifying their authenticity. Please recognize for our long-term interests that there are a limited number of persons with this array of clearances. As a collection, they point to me. I trust that an officer of your experience will handle them appropriately. I believe they are sufficient to justify a $100,000 payment to me." He also gave Cherkashin 3 names. of Soviet agents who were giving information to the Americans. 2 of them had actually already been fingered by Rick Ames, but as you can imagine, nothing good happened to those 3 agents. Shortly after, Bob was tasked by his FBI boss, tasked with looking into whoever leaked those 3 names. So essentially he was investigating himself. This is exactly like Matt Damon in The Departed. I have to find the people. How do you think you are? And so Bob Hansen, you know, he began calling the shots with his KGB handlers. He would arrange dead drops. That was the specialty of Bob Hansen, dead drop sites. He would arrange with the KGB, and he was telling them how it would go down, when it would be done, yada yada yada. They would use white adhesive tape to send signals. A horizontal one, I'm ready to receive a message. Vertical one, message dropped. Another horizontal one, message received, remove the tape. The signal location of where these white strips would be and the drop location were not the same. Payments were made in cash, sometimes in jewelry. One time Bob left a message saying, if you want to talk, run a classified ad in the Washington Times newspaper, looking for, in the classifieds, looking for somebody to help fix your car. All bullshit information, of course. I'll call that number, I'll leave a message, you call me back. Now, Hansen, though, was very, very careful, and the Soviets only ever knew him as G or Mr. Baker. And one of the reasons why Robert Hansen was so careful was he just did not trust the Soviets. He was essentially thinking the Soviets were public. He thought they were clean. They kind of were. So he was like, they're probably going to leave money. It's going to get out through their own ineptitude. And I'll get it. So it would go over the next few years. Robert's handing over secrets to the Soviets. Secrets that were worth billions. That's how valuable this information is. One was huge. The Soviets were building a new embassy in DC, and there was no nearby buildings surrounding it where, Americans could spy on the Soviet embassy from. So this was a bit of a thinker. How are we going to spy on them building this new embassy in our capital? So the Americans came up with a solution. We'll dig underneath this new Soviet embassy, and this took years of them digging away, because they have to be very, very careful lest the digging be discovered. And so they were planning on putting an NSA listening station right underneath the Soviet embassy, right underneath their enemies' feet. Every single word that was coming in and out. Very, very top secrets. Then in 1989, before the tunnel was finished, Robert Hansen told the Soviets, hey, guess what? They're digging a tunnel right underneath. He got paid 30 grand for that one, so the Soviets knew they were digging under them the whole time. And so while Robert Hansen's colleagues in the FBI, they were not huge fans of him. Boy, oh boy, the Russians, they just had big hats for Robert Hansen. They loved him. They would always say, Robert, you're so funny. You got the sharpest, you are the smartest guy in the room. Here's a letter they once sent to Robert Hansen, or Mr. Baker as they knew him as. I could add some of the references in the letters, so it's not confusing. But this is the kind of stuff they would say. You've managed to slow down the speed of your running life to send us a message, and we appreciate it. We hope you're okay and your family is fine too. We are sure you're doing great at your job. As before, we'll keep staying alert to respond to any call from you when you need it. Enclosed in today's package, fine $10,000. Thank you for your friendship and help. Take care and good luck. Sincerely, your friend. Also very sweet was Robert Hansen's habit of every day going to near his work, going to his foot club for lunch. It's a little bit odd. I mean, come on, listen. A hamburger, Coca-Cola, and a pair of titties. It doesn't get much better than that. But it was just a little bit odd. There he would meet a stripper named Priscilla Gailey. They would just become buddies. They'd become best friends forever. Bob paid her $2 grand so she could get her chompers fixed. He gave her a diamond necklace, all of course paid from KGB money. One time she joined him on a business trip to Hong Kong. He would give her thousands of dollars. He would give her a Mercedes. He would give her a credit card, which he said was to use for the upkeep of that Mercedes. Very odd that he would do this. And I know what you're thinking, but Priscilla would say they never once had sex, her and Robert, and it was very odd. And it would all come crashing down when it would turn out that that credit card he'd given her, that was just for the upkeep of the car, she'd once used for shopping for clothes. And apparently he lost the plot at that. He went crazy and he never would speak to her again after that. Priscilla, she eventually got into sex work, prostitution, crack cocaine, and all that. But she would later say she thought he was trying to recruit her. That was what the whole thing was about, that he was trying to recruit her into being a spy. I'm not sure if that's entirely true because he was already a spy and he could already pretty much get any information he needed. Maybe he's trying to go fuck people in the CIA and get their information. I don't really know. Robert would say no, that was not it at all. He was trying to convert her to becoming a Roman Catholic like he was. It's all very odd, but I think that the whole part of this little story is that it's all about control for Robert Hanssen. It was all about, that was it, control. Control of people, control of his own life, and control to a degree of international politics, of international espionage, controlling the flow of information, controlling what people knew and what they didn't. He had access to so much information about the inner workings of international espionage, and what he didn't know, he could get. For example, one time, well actually twice, 2 times, Bob Hanssen would hack his colleagues' computers to get more information. Now, both times he was caught, and when he was questioned about it, he'd be like, as always, the FBI is shit. The systems we have are shite, was the excuses he was using. I was hacking you to show you how bad our systems are and how weak our security is. That was always his excuse, and this never really raised red flags, which it should have. It will come back later to bite them in the ass. Or other shit he did was alert the Soviets when one of their agents who was providing information was going to be discovered. For example, Felix Bloch was working for the Department of State, and he was providing information to the Soviets. One time he met a KGB agent in Paris. This meeting was documented by the French intelligence agency, and they basically gave this information to the Americans, saying, hey, one of your boys was selling information to the Soviets. Might want to look into that. So back in America, back in Washington DC, he was surveilled. He was documented numerous times giving information to his Soviet handlers. But before the neck totally closed in, the Soviets got a call. They scrubbed him of all information, and Felix got a call saying, hey, don't ever contact us again.
Ladena Tarib. That's Arabic for we got package. This cost me $14 off AliExpress and is a genius design. This is not just a speaker. It's a speaker with earbuds inside.
Boy, ain't no way, boy.
For $14, I don't expect this to sound too good, but the design is remarkable.
Bluetooth mode.
That's never a good sign. Not bad at all. What about the earbuds? It's actually pretty decent, and if you want to check it out, you can find it on my website. Ladena Tarib. That's
Hey guys, Metal Jesus here. Now you guys know that I love the PSP, and that little handheld, it continues to surprise me. So in this video, I'm going to share 10 more hidden gems. Let's take a look. We're going to start with Split Second. This is an arcade racing game that was ported to the PSP by the developer Sumo Digital. That may sound somewhat familiar because they created the excellent Outrun games also on the PSP. This game takes place in the future. I think it's supposed to be sort of post-apocalyptic, but basically you take part in a fictional reality TV show for ratings, but the odds are definitely stacked against you. In this game, you build up something called a power meter, and you do this by drifting, drafting behind other cars, performing stunts, also overtaking cars, etc. And then what you do is you use this power play to wreck your opponents. The way you do that is that you'll see icons above opponents that are in front of you, and then you can trigger things like having a helicopter drop bombs. You can also trigger traps that are alongside the track. And then later on, depending on how far you build up that meter, you can actually take down buildings and radically change the track. However, what sucks is that they can do the same thing to you. So when you are in the lead, you can suddenly just get knocked to the side. You can barely control your car. It gets pretty crazy pretty quick. What's new to the PSP version is an extra track, as well as enhanced controls and physics, specifically for the portable version. This is a great racing game. I absolutely love it. Next up is an action RPG called Lord of Arcana. This is a game where you fight demons and monsters, and this game is going to feel right at home of fans of Monster Hunter or, say, God Eater. What's cool about this game is that it was published by Square Enix and actually features a bunch of cameos from their other games. Now, I would be honest with you and say this is not necessarily the best looking PSP game, but the combat is fun and really challenging. There's also a lot of content on this UMD. It'll actually take you 50 plus hours to see and unlock everything. For me, one of the big challenges with this game was the camera, because you don't have that second thumbstick. But it does have a lock-on feature, which definitely helps. But when you're in a group situation, when you're taking on a bunch of different enemies, it can be kind of a pain. That said, nobody really talks about this game on the PSP, so I'm so excited to highlight it as a hidden gem. Here's a game that was a total surprise to me on the PSP, and that is Ace Combat 10 Skies of Deception. And the reason why it was such a surprise is because it's so good. Now, if you're new to the Ace Combat series, what sets it apart is a semi-realistic flight sim gameplay and controls, but they also have a surprisingly deep story. Now, the story and characters are all fictional, but they do mix in real aircraft as well as ones created specifically for the game. As you play through this game, you're going to unlock new planes, medals, weapons, even paint schemes and bonus missions. Now, there are 4 difficulty levels, pretty much for every type of gamer, and you can beat the main story in about 4 hours. But if you want to take your time and unlock everything, it's going to take you about 12. So there's quite a bit to unlock in this. What I like about this game is that it is a fully featured game on the PSP. It doesn't seem like it's downgraded or simplified at all. If you like these kind of games, you should definitely check it out.
I'm willing to bet anything they got scared and ran away. I've got a reading on radar. Something's coming in at high speed. It's a missile.
Knights in the Nightmare. Now get this. This is a strategy shooter role-playing game that is part of the Department Heaven series. At first glance, this is going to look somewhat confusing for people, but basically the gameplay consists of 3 parts: setup, tactics screen, and also battle. But once you break it down, it does make a lot of sense. So for instance, setup is where you upgrade your characters, you equip weapons and armor, and you also look up special items. Tactics is where you actually prepare your battle plan. And then battle is exactly that. It's real time on a grid. Now, admittedly, this game can be fairly daunting and complex for beginners to the series, but thankfully when they brought this over from Japan to North America, they included a fairly in-depth tutorial that is highly recommended for new players. Let's take a look at Flat Out Head On. This is one of the best arcade racing games on the PSP. You know, sometimes this is compared to the Burnout series, but honestly, the Flat Out series is more physics-based and can take some time to get used to. You'll notice that as I'm playing this, the controls are somewhat floaty. That's because of those physics I'm talking about. I mean, this car has real weight to it. I mean, there's a real momentum to your car, and also the way it drives, the way it turns, and things like that. So it can definitely take a little bit of getting used to. I always describe the series more as, like, say, Burnout mixed with a demolition derby. Now, thankfully, they packed this UMD with just a ton of content. So there's over 25 unique tracks, there's 34 cars to unlock, and let's be honest, there's some of the best graphics on the PSP. This is a really fun arcade racing game and should be in everybody's PSP collection. Tenchu Shadow Assassins. This is a fun stealth game that also came out on the Wii, but unlike the Wii, the PSP version thankfully has none of those motion controls, which arguably makes this the better version. Now, being a stealth game, you pretty much need to stick to the shadows, or you need to create your own shadows. So, for instance, a big part of this game is extinguishing candles and also lights. But occasionally you're going to get caught. Now, what's kind of cool about this game is that you'll jump into a mini game that gives you a chance to overtake your enemy. This is the part of the game where it goes into first-person mode, where you're blocking and then also looking for an opening to attack. If you're successful, you'll take out your enemy that spotted you and go on your merry way, or you may have to go back to the beginning of the level. This game has wonderful controls, great graphics for the PSP, and really solid gameplay. If you like your stealth games on the go, this is a must-own for the PSP. Dante's Inferno is another great hidden gem on the PSP. Here's a 3D beat 'em up that also came out on the 360 as well as the PS3, but the portable version is surprisingly solid. To start off with though, this game is basically very similar to the God of War series, but this one's based on Dante's Divine Comedy, which is an Italian story from the 1300s. In the game, you play as Dante, who wields Death's Scythe. You see me take it from him here, as well as you have a holy cross that basically just fires from his chest. You spend the game kicking ass on just waves of enemies. You also solve environmental puzzles. You do some platforming and some climbing. Listen, there's no two ways about it. This is a God of War clone, but it's a surprisingly good one and it just runs great on the PSP. A word of warning though, like God of War, this is rated mature. There is some nudity in this game, so I just want to warn people that may not be your thing. Juiced 2 Hot Import Nights. At first glance, this is a Need for Speed Underground clone, and you know, I'm gonna be honest, that's not very far from the truth, but it definitely stands on its own as a damn good arcade racing game. One of the hallmarks of the Juiced series is that you get to bet against a rival racer at the beginning of each race. I like this because it puts a little skin in the game and it really adds a little bit of extra tension to every single race. Right off the bat, you're gonna notice it has really solid controls and gameplay. It's very easy to learn and just feels great. Drifting especially can be frustrating in racing games, but for whatever reason in Juiced 2, it just is really easy to learn and master. Now, it's good to know that there are actually 2 Juiced games on the PSP, but I actually like the sequel better. That's why I'm highlighting it here. I just find it to be a little bit more refined, a little bit more fun. Now, I know there are a ton of racing games on the PSP, but trust me, Juiced 2 is one of the best. Here we have Blade Dancer, Lineage of Light. This is a third-person RPG. Think Final Fantasy meets Golden Sun. Right off the bat, you're going to notice this is a turn-based fighting system. What's nice is that rounds don't begin until a monster's actually struck, meaning you can see your enemies before actually fighting them. I definitely prefer this over randomly generated battles. Also, enemies are color-coded to clue you into their difficulty, so you know which ones to avoid. In combat, you have a lunar bar that builds up to letting you do a special move. You either do these solo or as a group. But you need to watch out because monsters can do that too, so there's definitely a strategy to these battles. And like other RPGs, there's a crafting system that allows you to combine items to create new weapons, potions, items, things like that. There's a lot of characters to interact with, and you can choose between English or Japanese voices. I really do like the combat in this game. It definitely holds my interest, but if I'm honest, the downside to this game is that the story is pretty weak. It's pretty average. But this game is exclusive to the PSP, so if you collect or have played all the other RPGs on the handheld, well, give this one a chance. Heat Seeker, another flight game on the PSP, but this time it's a little bit more arcadey than the previous Ace Combat game I talked about. First up, this game is created by a developer who has experience making these type of games. On the Xbox and I believe the PS2, they released a game called Heroes of the Pacific. But now they've moved it into the modern era, so you have jets, helicopters, things like that. So how is it different than Ace Combat? Well, not too different, but there are 30 missions here where you basically just need to blow up everything. You just blow up stuff. The cool thing is you have unlimited ammo. Also, when I compare it to Ace Combat, I do feel like this game is definitely easier to learn. Now, I'll be honest, this game is, somewhat repetitive. I mean, heaven forbid, you might actually get tired of blowing stuff up after a couple hours. And also, you can see here, it's not the best looking PSP game, but I do feel like it's more accessible than the Ace Combat series. And it's still fun, and you can find it for as little as $5. All right, well, that's 10 more hidden gems for the PSP. I hope you guys enjoyed that. I've done a couple of these videos in the past, and so I will link to those previous videos in the upper corner here. Also, I want to remind people that one of the really cool things about the PSP is that you can do video out. That's right, people forget that even though it's a handheld, you can do video out to your HD television. It's very cool, and that's actually how I captured all the footage in this video. All right, guys, love to know what you thought about this. Please let me know down in the comments below. As always, I want to thank you for watching my channel. Thank you for subscribing, and take care. It was really fun going back and doing another Hidden Gems on the PSP. It's been a couple years since I did the previous ones, yet I've continued to add games to my collection. I go to local retro gaming stores or expos, and I'm always blown away by discovering new games for that system. I mean, there are way more games released for that than most people realize, myself included. I keep finding them and playing and loving them, and I love to share them with you guys. All right, guys, thank you so much for watching. Have a great day. Metal Jesus here, and I am back again with Reggie.
Glad to be back, bro. Now today, guys, we're going to do, of course, a buying guide on the PSP system, which is our favorite system. One of our favorite systems.
I love the PSP.
Yes, me too. So basically, we're going to cover the different models, different colors, UMD, games we think you should own, and a couple of accessories. So let's take a look.
All right, well, let's jump into the hardware here.
All right, here we go. Let's start out with the first model, of course. This is the 1000 series.
Sony sent me that.
They did?
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
I got that on launch day, actually. I was reviewing video games for Sony, and they sent me that.
Dude, I had to stand in line, man. Oh, you're lucky.
Well, I don't mean that to brag, but I mean, it was so exciting when this thing was announced. I could not wait to get it. So they basically sent me that, and they sent me a box of all of the release day games.
Oh, nice. You know, there was so much hype for this system, like even before it was coming out, so it was just pretty amazing when it came out. I mean...
Well, I think for me personally, I like Nintendo's handhelds, but they're always like a generation or two behind in the technology as far as the graphics and stuff like that. And so for that, Sony was like, we're going to try to bring PlayStation 2 quality graphics and gameplay to the handheld.
Yes.
And in addition to that, they also did movies and stuff like that. But I mean, that was their goal, and that thing was pretty powerful when it first came out.
It sure was, man. I just remember how like excited I was when I got it. I had 3 games for it. I think it was Dax, Darkstalkers, and one other, Ridge Racer, of course.
Ridge Racer, yeah.
Yeah, excellent game. This model, though, when it first came out, I noticed that, you needed a memory card for it. And
yeah, and so we wanted to mention that a little bit. There's a couple things to know about the PlayStation, or the PSP right off the bat. You do need a memory card.
Yeah.
And they're very specific. So they're Memory Stick Duo Pro Duos, right?
Yeah, that's it. It was bundled with a Memory Stick Duo, but it was 32 megabytes, which was like just enough to get you started.
Yeah, that's true. Because this one here is a 2 gigabyte, which I think is kind of the minimum now, right?
Yeah.
But it does hold a lot of save games.
Yeah, definitely.
But if you get a 4 gig, you have like a 64?
I have a 64 gig now in line.
Jeez, that's crazy.
Yeah, I'm ready to go just in case if I want to download movies on it.
Yeah.
And some games have installs too, and stuff like that. And then you have a collection of digital games. It's perfect for that. So.
You mentioned no, it wasn't Ridge Racer. I think it was Wipeout. They actually had a bunch of downloadable tracks that you could get later on, and there was a ton of them.
That's right.
Yeah,
I forgot about that.
And again, you had to have space on your memory card. So if you're going to buy a PSP, you will want to get a memory card. Thankfully, they're not as expensive today as they were when they first came out.
They're a lot cheaper now. I mean, I think the worst of what I saw is that when like a 4 gig was going for like $120 back in the day when it first came out. So, yeah, just for 4 gigs.
Reminds me of the Vita. I'm just saying.
Yeah, I know, right? But also, what's good about the PlayStation, the portable, is that it doesn't. You don't have to be specific to a certain memory card brand. As long as
yes, that's very true.
As long as it's a dual system, a dual that'll go into it, it'll work fine. So
yeah, that's true. Good. But so the other thing to know is that it does have rechargeable batteries, and depending on the model that you buy, they're either a little bit bigger or thinner.
Yeah.
So this is the one for the original.
Let me see that real fast. This is cool. This is the expanded battery. The expanded one, yeah.
Oh, I might have bought one at some point.
That's awesome, dude. Because this one has I think they offer 20% more battery life in the system, so that was pretty cool. That's awesome.
So a couple things about the PSP I guess we should mention is that obviously it came with I was trying to pop it open because I assume...
Because like the 2000 model.
So a couple things here. This is the original, and this thing is built like a tank. It was... typical kind of Sony quality is that if they're going to do it, they're going to make it so it's built, to withstand some punishment. And the original model, the 1000 series, is really well made.
Yeah.
And you can tell because it is a little bit heavier, it's a little bit thicker, and the drawer pops open right there. That's how they originally did that. Couple things to notice here. I guess we should mention the UMDs. So the PSP is unique. It is one of the only, if not the only system to ship with an optical drive.
Oh,
an optical disc drive.
Okay.
Where everything was like solid state, right? What they decided to do was make this universal media disc. And it's like a little mini DVD. I think it stores about 1.8 gigabytes of space.
Oh wow!
So it's not quite the same amount of storage as like a DVD, but
yeah, because I noticed about those when you're playing them, it's pretty bare bones with the menus and stuff. It's like scene selection and play movie, and that's right. Maybe audio options. That's about it. No extras or anything like that.
Yeah, and the reason why they did that is because back in 2004. The solid state, like SD cards and stuff like that, they were still pretty expensive. I mean, you would pay $100, for not very much room, and so they really wanted to make it so that they could have kind of PlayStation 2 quality graphics on there, full motion video.
Right.
Speaking of movies, they intended to do a bunch of things with this.
It's just it was costly, and
and it was their own format, you know. But I think originally though Sony was thinking that it was going to be the next version of CDs for portable devices.
I actually did too at first, and then noticed that these things were pretty expensive, and having a collection of them, and you could only watch them on the PSP system until the 2000 model.
That's right. So let's get to the second model. So this is the PSP 2000 right here. Now they did a bunch of really cool things with the 2000. For one, I should probably mention this is a sticker that I've applied to this. It's like a steampunk sticker. It was a Jelliskins. It was a company that basically made a bunch of these for the PSP. So if you're wondering what this is, that's what it is. But this is where I think they really got it right.
Definitely.
I like the 2000.
Yeah, the first thing about the 2000 that was fantastic was you were able to plug it into your television and play games and watch movies that way.
Yes, and that's what this is. So this cable right here, it has a special plug for the bottom where you just literally right there, you just plug it in, and then you can output to your television. Initially it did 480i, so interlaced, and then they updated that to 480p for the 3000, I believe, or maybe a firmware for this. I forget, but but it looks really good even on modern televisions. You have to use a zoom option for your TV because otherwise it's in the center.
It's going to be in the center,
yeah, but it looks really good.
It really does, and everything like movies to games, I thought they were fantastic,
So the other thing that they did, it's pretty important, is they doubled the RAM on this. So originally the PSP shipped with 32 megs of system RAM. Now the kernel for the PSP, the actual operating system, uses 8 of that. So it actually cut into it quite a bit, and so that's why some games, initially weren't able to be as nice looking as possible.
Right.
So they doubled it with this. So and then here, just for reference, is the 3000. So they did a couple different changes to the 3000.
Right.
Do you want to talk about those?
One thing I remember, I think they changed the home button to the PlayStation. I can't really remember. They changed one of the buttons on the front.
You're absolutely right. Yeah, I didn't notice that. So it's a PlayStation button.
Yeah, that's definitely how you know it's a 3000 series.
Yeah.
With the 3000 series, I didn't really own one, but I remember they were saying something about the screen effect.
Yeah. So basically, what they did is they put new screen on here that's faster. So in the 2000, there's a little bit of ghosting. It's not bad. I played tons of games on it. It's not a problem.
Some people were complaining oh no, the other one's better. But
yeah, well, if you compare it to this one, you say you're playing God of War, you will notice when the cameras that it looks sharper on this.
Right.
However, this one has scan lines. So in other words, the 2000 actually. Oh, I'm sorry, the 2000 here actually looks a little bit clearer, but this one has slight scan lines. It's a subtle difference that, frankly, when it first came out, people are a little disappointed. Nowadays,
I don't think it really matters. I usually play on the 3000,
right?
Because again, there's less blurring and stuff like that.
Well, you know what?
It's very subtle.
Maybe I should pick one up because I don't have a 3000 model.
So around what is like 2008, 2009, the iPhone and sort of like the app stores are starting to take off, and Sony got the bright idea that, hey, why don't we do a version of the PSP that doesn't even have an optical drive?
Yeah, it's
it's funny. He's doing that because I mentioned, I'm like, Reggie, we should really show the PSP Go on this video. You're like, seriously, bro? What? Why would we show that?
It sounded like a good idea at first, honestly, and then when it came out, that thing was just, the way to get games on it was just so hard because people wanted to have that had the PSP. They wanted to be able to transfer their games to that system. Sony had no answer for that.
Yeah, I mean, it was ridiculous. So basically the PSP Go, which we're showing on screen here, we don't have one because it's not really a collector's version of it, in my opinion, because you want physical. We like physical games,
right.
And the PSP Go doesn't have an optical drive, so none of my games work on it. But go ahead.
But to say though, if that thing did have a drive on it, it would have been a phenomenal system. I think. It would have been perfect. But
it's an interesting idea. I mean, ultimately it flopped pretty big because again, it's like I was never going to buy it because all of my games don't work on it. I would have to re-buy them through the PlayStation Store to download on it. Now, a couple nice things about it. It is more compact. I like how it slides open. It's kind of cool that way.
It comes with a 16 gigs of built-in memory.
Exactly. So it has quite a bit of room on there to download a bunch of PlayStation 1 games or whatever you want to do. So I think it's an interesting. A lot of people that we know, it's their second PSP, right? Now there is a fifth model. Are you familiar with this?
No.
There is
too early. I was like,
there is one more model. See, even you are learning something in this video.
What's going on here?
Well, the reason why you don't know about it is because it wasn't released here. But there was a final PSP version released in PAL areas only called the PSP E1000 Street.
Now I remember. That name now. Okay. Is it? Oh wow! Is it?
So what it is it's the final version of the PSP, and it's designed to be that sort of budget version. So it cost $100 or £100 or whatever it was, and they did a couple things with it. So first of all, it's really cool looking. It's very similar to this style, but it's completely flat black, like matte black, almost like the second model of the PlayStation 3. So it's a very cool looking PSP, but they did a couple of really interesting things. They removed Wi-Fi. So this should tell you that Sony's going to kill off the store. They removed Wi-Fi from it.
Wow.
Yeah, so you can only play UMDs, which is the opposite of the Go.
Yeah, it's like they couldn't get it right, man.
I know. And then the other thing that they did, which I don't understand at all, they removed stereo and it's mono only.
Mono sound? What are they trying to do?
I don't know.
Back to
Sony is an audio company.
Yeah,
they have a music division and they made it mono only.
I don't even know what to say to that one.
Well, the only thing about it is, again, it's designed for the very casual, whatever, $100, sure, I'll buy it kind of crowd.
Going back to the mono thing, even with headphones in it, it would be mono sound?
I don't know.
If you can, folks, stick to the 3000, 2000, and 1000 models.
Yeah, if you're looking for a recommendation, I highly recommend either the 2000 or the 3000. Really, either one.
Yeah.
And you mentioned that the home button is a really good way to tell. Also, at the bottom of each one of these, at least on mine, have always had this little barcode with the model number. So you'll see that right there.
Yep.
So
2000 has one too, I believe. Yep.
Yeah, exactly. So
all right, so now we want to talk about like a couple of the colors that we have here available for the system. Now here is the silver edition,
which is pretty nice, actually.
Yeah, I think this is the one that came with a Daxter, the Daxter game.
Oh, really? Okay.
I believe this is the model for it. This is a nice little silver and everything. Looks really good.
It does.
Another one here is the blue one. I think this came with Madden.
Oh, okay.
A sports game.
That's a nice color of blue, too.
It really is. I wish I had this one, but oh well. And the next one is going to be the God of War one that came out.
Which has Kratos on the back of it.
Has Kratos on the back.
Yeah, that's a really pretty color of red, too.
Yeah.
And there's a whole bunch of other ones, too. For instance, there's the Darth Vader white one.
Yep. There's one other one. There's a red and black one, another God of War edition that I know of. And then That's all I can really think
What was
of.
the Hannah Montana one?
Oh, that was the taffy purple one.
Oh,
That's
okay.
nice. Yeah, good call.
Yeah.
That was one of the last ones released too. So.
Okay, but it's cool though because again, there's a bunch of different colors out there, which I really like.
Yeah, yeah, definitely. It's always good to have options. You know,
Mhm.
you don't want just like the normal black and white stuff. You know, you want a little variety in there.
Yeah.
So it's good that Sony did that. They didn't do it as well as they should have, but I think they did They did better than most.
Yeah, that's cool. All right, well now let's move on to some games.
Yes,
And,
games. That's yes. I'm pumped for that. Let's do this.
Okay, so let's tear into it right here. So what are we gonna hit first?
You know what? I will start off with a little bit of action. So
Okay.
let's do a little bit Pursuit Force. Now, Pursuit Force is a game that I love this game because this
I'm
game
so
is
glad to hear you say that.
Yeah, it's so over the top, but you're basically like a SWAT team police.
Yeah.
You're chasing the bad guys in the car. You're shooting at each other. You gotta like apprehend them. But the best thing about it is your vehicle takes damage, and their vehicles take damage. But if your vehicle takes too much damage, it blows up. So you have to jump off of the vehicle onto theirs, take over their vehicle.
Yeah.
It's just really.
This was a game that came out where I was like, why didn't somebody think of this before? It's such a brilliant idea, right? Like
Yeah.
it's driving, shooting, and a little bit of platforming when you're going back and forth, or
You know, jump into a vehicle or
Yeah.
whatever, trying to catch the bad guys. It was.
And there's two of them. So.
Yeah, this is actually Extreme Justice is actually the second game. The first one is just Pursuit Force, which
Right.
They're both good games. They're really cheap games. I mean, I'm sure Pursuit Force 1 is probably like $5.
Yeah,
This
yeah.
one maybe 10 at the most.
Yeah.
Awesome games.
So, okay, for me, I'm going to cheat a little bit here, but I'm going to talk about the SOCOM games that came out on PSP.
Okay.
So, I'm not going to show all of these other than you just need to know that there's 4 awesome SOCOM games. So the thing is, on the PS2, I love SOCOM.
You were into SOCOM.
Oh,
guys,
dude, hardcore. I must have played these games like every day for probably a year. And what was really cool is that Sony really supported them on the PSP, and these are fantastic games.
Yeah.
They're basically the full-blown version, or well, I shouldn't say full-blown. They're definitely very faithful SOCOM games on the PSP. I mean, they really take it seriously.
Yeah.
Where they have different weapon loadouts. It's squad based. You can ratchet up the difficulty and like die in one shot. You know, you have to really plan to get through these.
And a lot of people were playing them online. It was like a mass community online.
Yes.
So wow, it was a lot of fun. I only played the first one online. I didn't really get into the other ones because I didn't buy them. But
yeah.
SOCOM, whoa.
Yeah, so it's cool. So they have SOCOM Fireteam Bravo 1, 2, and 3. And then I also want to mention Tactical Strike. So this is kind of an interesting game too if you're a SOCOM fan because it is a turn-based tactics game in the SOCOM universe.
Okay.
Yeah, so again, if you're looking for like a turn-based version of this, of SOCOM, it's actually pretty awesome. And I believe it only came out on the PSP, so it's pretty cool.
All right. So next game I'm going to do is one of my favorites on here. Metal Gear Solid Portable Ops. It's exclusively to the PSP system. I mean, this didn't come out on any other system. Now, basically, this game is a sequel to Metal Gear Solid 3. I can't remember if it takes place like 10.
It's been forever since I
It's been
played
a long
it.
time since I played it. But anyways, what you do in this game is Snake gets kidnapped and he wakes up in this base and everything, and you recruit soldiers.
That's right.
To help you to build an army against the enemies you're fighting against in this game. So really on point game. What it did, it took out cinematics and put in like more comic book cinematics, which was pretty cool. So
it was cool.
I think it's still a very cheap game. So I recommend having this on your system, especially if you like the Metal Gear Solid games, like sneaking based stuff like that. So what else do we have here? Here's another one. Silent Hill and the Shattered Memory series,
Which was on the Wii originally,
was
right?
on a Wii, but a lot of people were into the gimmicky.
I was not
controls.
into the
I still can't do it, but I got this version. This was the version I got, and this one is amazing. It's a different type of Silent Hill game because in this one you can't really fight enemies. You can run from them and hide.
Right.
So it has that little terror effect, like you have to run from everything and hide because you can't fight them.
Like Clock Tower almost.
Yeah, just almost like Clock Tower. But this one has a really good story to it. It's a re-imaging of the first Silent Hill game, so it has the same characters in it, but it's just like a retelling of it, like in the story of a different way. It's
Yeah,
really
kind
cool.
of like from another angle or something, or
and
perspective.
they actually switched the town, switching to like a hellish town. But when it gets to that point where it turns evil, it turns like into ice.
That's right. I
So
remember
it's
that.
really trippy like that.
Yeah,
So,
it's cool.
awesome game.
Okay, for me, the next one is going to be a game that only came out on the PSP. I played it a ton. That is Jean Joan d'Arc, or Joan of Arc.
Yeah.
So what this is level 5, which everyone knows.
We love Galaxy. Right?
Yeah, and Dark Cloud and all those kind of games. So you know the graphics and the characters are going to be awesome, and they are in this game. So this is kind of like a retelling of the classic Joan of Arc story, where she gets a message from God, and she goes on this crusade, and she turns into this badass. But this has like supernatural elements to it. It's just a really well-made game. It reminds me of Final Fantasy Tactics. What I like about this game, though, it's completely in 3D. So it shows like all the characters, the backgrounds, everything. Like you can swing the camera around. It's beautiful, you know. But there's some serious depth here. So I don't think I ever beat this game, and I probably put 100 hours into it.
Oh wow!
Yeah, but it was awesome.
You know, I feel bad because I've had the game for years. I haven't like got to it yet, so I'm glad to know it's made by like level 5 because we love level 5.
Oh yeah, and it's again, it's one of those games that. You know, I don't know if a lot of people have heard about it, but if you own a PSP, people talk about it all the time because it's just so well made. So.
Yeah, and it's a pretty cheap game too, right?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
Perfect. All right, so next one is probably my favorite RPG on the PSP.
Not
system.
a cheap game.
But, and unfortunately, it's not a cheap game. It's Atlas, and you know where Atlas stuff goes. Hexiforce. Now, this game it's not that long. It's a short RPG, but that's good for a portable system.
Right.
Now, basically, there's 2 stories. You can play as the guy and the girl, and the stories are pretty short, but you meet different characters, have different spells. We did a video about it before.
Yeah.
Really solid. If you could get this game, I mean, you won't regret it. I mean, it's a solid game, really good game.
It is definitely one of the more collectible games on the PSP for whatever reason. I mean, did it only come out on the PSP?
Only on PSP, and you know how Atlas has limited print runs. Like they might do 2 print runs and that's it. You know. So I don't think anybody was really demanding it until it became rare, and then by that time, Atlas probably lost interest in making it.
Yeah, interesting. All right, so next up is a game that is super cheap, a really well-made game. It's called Daxter. So this is part of the Jak and Daxter series. It actually takes place during Jak 2, where Daxter runs off for like 2 years or something like that.
It shows what he was doing during that time.
Yeah, you find out what Daxter's been doing. And what I like about this game for a couple of reasons. One, it shows off the power of the PSP really well. This is an incredibly impressive looking game. I mean, you could almost make the argument it looks like a full-blown PlayStation 2 game. Like it's really impressive. But more than that, I mean, it's fully voiced with all the voices from the actual game, and he's one of my favorite characters. He's so funny.
Yeah, he is hella cool.
So it's an awesome. You played this?
Yeah, I played it briefly years ago, and I remember like he had to work for some kind of pest company and
pest control. Yeah, he's in a fly swatter.
Yeah, it was like hella fun. So.
Yeah, and he's able to fly or float a little bit because he's shooting bug spray.
If you look at it though, at the Jak and Daxter series, Daxter is pretty much the star if you think about it.
I think so. Yeah, that's true because I mean in the first game. Jak wasn't even voiced, if I remember.
No, he didn't even talk. He was in that game.
Yeah. So, a super cheap game, really fun if you're into like 3D platformers. Definitely check it out.
Yep. All right, so are we on the last game? Yeah, I think we are.
I think we're just these right here.
All right, so Gradius Collection. Now, we had to bring up a shooter on the system because,
you told me about this game.
Yeah, it's perfect because it comes with, I think it's 5 Gradius games. Yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of the Gradius games on one, like, UMD disc. That's awesome to have this. And for those of you who are old school like me, you played the Gradius games, like some of the first shooter games out there. Really solid. And you get 5 of them in here, which are some of the best. Like, you get Gradius 1, 2, 3, 4, and Gaiden, which I haven't played that one. But, pretty solid.
I was going to say that reminds me is that there's a lot of collections on the PSP. Like you also mentioned the Power Stone collection,
the SNK collection, Capcom
Metal Slug collection,
Metal Slug Anthology. Yes, there's a lot of those on here. So
the Midway collections, the Atari collection, Activision. There's a ton of these.
So, Sega collection too.
That's right, which is perfect again for on the go. If you are traveling, you want to take a handful of awesome games with you. There's a bunch of really cool collections. So.
Yeah. So, last game is an RPG, of course.
A game I don't own, and I was like, Reggie, you got to bring that one because I've heard it's awesome.
Yeah, it really is, and this is the go-to RPG. I know I said I love Hexiforce, but this will be next to it. Is a Legend of Heroes: Trails from the Sky. Now this RPG is like, it really gives you that nostalgic feeling of how RPGs were back in the day. And I mean, like, with the story and everything like that, the gameplay is really not too like crazy. It's like, simple.
I've heard that the dialogue in this game is really well written.
Really good. I mean, it's so well written that they say, hey, let's do a movie on it. They did a movie for it and
Really?
everything. Yeah, it's like there's anime out there for it and everything. So this is the 4th Legend of Heroes game that came out over here in America. Now they're working on a couple more right now. There's one coming out next week, like a spin-off of this. But if you get a PSP and you really like RPGs, pick up this game or check it out. It's really mind-blowing.
You know what, though? I do have one more game.
What's that?
I'm going to cheat.
Oh, man.
You know why? Because the PSP is awesome at one thing better than anything else. I'm gonna come over here and grab it.
Let's see what you got. I'll stand over here.
I'm cheating.
What the?
This is why the PSP is awesome.
Racing games.
Racing games were freaking excellent on the PSP. Especially when you compare the PSP to the DS at the time. Like, don't get me wrong, the DS is decent. I mean, it was Mario Kart and all that sort of stuff. But this was like full-blown arcade quality. And I'm talking like a ton of them here. Like, what do we got? 2 Burnout games, Legends, which is like a best of, and then Domination, which was all new. That also came out on the PS2. The 2 Wipeout games are awesome on here.
Outrun Coast to Coast.
Yeah, Outrun Coast to Coast is awesome, dude. MotorStorm Arcade or Arctic Edge.
Yeah, that's good.
That's a shockingly beautiful game.
Yeah, it is.
And it runs really well. Like, it's very similar. There's a bunch of the MX versus ATVs, Ridge Racer. A bunch of the Need for Speed games are on here. Now, what's interesting about that is that they're almost better on the PSP because they don't try to be simulators.
Yeah.
So they're more arcadey, right? So they're more fun. Anyway, so I just wanted to mention that racing games on the PSP, man. I love those.
Yeah.
I love those. All right, dude. Well, thanks for coming on and doing the epic buying guide for the PSP.
Thanks for having me, man.
I know. Love to know what you guys think down below. Do you collect for the PSP? What games do you recommend people pick up day one?
Yeah.
All right. Thanks for watching.
If you are interested in learning about more games for the PSP, I have a couple more videos on my channel about PSP hidden gems, as well as a video dedicated to nothing but PSP racing games. So definitely check that out on my channel.
Bugbear Entertainment was founded by, I'm not even going to try and pronounce that name, on March 2000, and to this day they have solely developed racing games including Rally Trophy, Tough Trucks, the PSP port of Sega Rally Revo, Ridge Racer Unbound, and what would become a spiritual successor to the game I'm currently reviewing, Wreckfest. But their most notable release that helped them reach commercial success was Flat Out, even if the journey wasn't exactly smooth sailing. Starting development on November 2002, it took them 9 months of work using what they learned when making Rally Trophy and Tough Trucks, and they had a playable demo to show off to multiple publishers. Unfortunately, their general responses were along the lines of not interested or we want a console port, which was difficult, the latter because it requires a lot of additional resources and a special license which they didn't have at the time because their previous games were PC exclusives. That is until they made a playable PS2 version, signed a deal with Empire Interactive, and Flat Out was announced on April 2004. Development, particularly towards the beta stage, was chaotic. It was poorly fully scheduled, resorting to crunch time to compensate, working 10 hours a day, 6 days a week. There seemed to be moments that they thought the project would be cancelled, particularly when they're at the point of implementing the online features, the network play at the PS2 and Xbox Live. It was important to get these features into the console version so their game can go gold on all systems, basically. Unfortunately, the programmer responsible for that part of the game, the only person who knew how to program it, he realized he had to perform a mandatory military exercise session that same day, literally hours before he was meant to do the exercise. Basically, his lack of presence that day would have caused the game to be delayed to next year, which would have been catastrophic for Bugbear. But fortunately, the next morning, the team persuaded the major running the exercises to postpone his session on that day. The meeting went well and flat out went gold at the last possible moment. Now, it wasn't the only reason, but just imagine nearly 2 years of work and millions of dollars all went to waste because one of the developers forgot to postpone his military exercise. In fact, the major that let the programmer off the hook is in the game's credits as a special thank you. This story was told by Jussi Laakkonen, who did a presentation in 2005 detailing how Flatout came to be, which I strongly recommend watching if you're a fan of this game. The link is in the description. Flatout was released on November 2004 in Europe, July 2005 in North America, and Japan by October for the PC, PlayStation 2 and Xbox. The first multi-platform game to come out of Finland. Max Payne, for example, very successful, but the console ports were made by different subsidiaries of Rockstar after they acquired the rights to the franchise. I'm talking about all versions being made by one game developer in Finland. It was a landmark achievement at the time. And obviously we're looking at the PC version that I got off Steam during the end of financial year sale for $1.78, so even if the game might suck, I feel like I got my money's worth already. Honestly, until this review, I've never even played a Flatout title before. On first impression, it looks like a shovelware racer. I do have Flatout Ultimate Carnage on the Xbox 360, which came part of a huge $20 bundle of Xbox games I got back in early 2019, and it's taken this review to finally put this game in the 360. It's one of these backloggers I didn't think much about. The only reason I'm finally getting around to playing these games is because of my supporters on Patreon. It's the latest of the most voted suggestion. Thank you, Honza135. Remember, if you support Color Shit on Patreon, one of these rewards include being able to suggest which games I review, and the most voted one will be reviewed every 2 videos. The first thing the team asked themselves when development started was, wouldn't it be cool to drive over 200 kilometers and crash into things? There have been a lot of fast, bare-knuckle, metal-to-metal vehicular combat racing games over the last decade. It's focused on jumps, detailed vehicle damage, and for some, gravel terrain. So what makes Flatout stand out from the rest? Set in forests, sand dunes, construction sites, quarries, and dedicated rallycross circuits, all of them feel highly industrial. It's almost like these workers were the ones that came up with this discipline of motorsport because they were bored on the job. Well, in reality, the developers' biggest inspiration was a motorsport highly popular in their home country known as folk racing. Anyone remember that Top Gear episode when James May met Mika Hakkinen and entered that race full of scrap metal? The way it works is you buy a cheap car and race it against other drivers that are evenly balanced performance-wise, and all the cars are sold at the end of the season, which prioritizes driving skill. That's Flatout, folk racing in video game form. The first thing you do when entering the career mode is buy a car, win all the races in a class, unlocks a new one as well as another set of faster cars to purchase, and you use your previous one as trade value. Okay, there are modifications to give yourself the upper hand in these races, but the premise takes a lot of inspiration from folk racing is what I'm trying to say. The standout feature of Flatout in 2004 was its physics engine, one that we use well into the next generation because it's so realistic and well detailed for a game of this type. There are props, obstacles, environmental hazards, whatever you want to call them, on the circuits that affect your race in the right way. I like that each one has the same weight to its real-life counterpart, like hitting a rock is more likely to stop you in your tracks than a sign made of wooden boards. I know this sounds like another, well, duh moment, but it feels more obvious compared to other racing games where most of them don't even have obstacles. Not that it needed to, it's just the best way to demonstrate how the physics work in Flatout. If you look at the work in progress snapshots, it almost feels like anything can be smashed into. Just an impressive physics engine for its time. And playing it on a modern PC helps it age more gracefully. Also, anything that gets knocked over doesn't disappear at the end of the lap. They stay on the track the whole race, and some of them are in the way that you can't avoid them. Tree branches, gates, bulldozers, and cones. Why are they in the way? To make the races more interesting. No, it's alright, let's just race on it anyway. And the amount of damage these obstacles cause is also unique, like it affects every single component of the car. Engine, shot suspension, bent chassis so the car doesn't drive straight, for example. But not to the point that it feels like a simulation racer, not even to the point that a car is too damaged to continue, at least from my experience. And if you go too hard head on, you fly through the windscreen and flubber around like those inflatables you see at used car dealerships. He's probably regretting not putting on his crash helmet at the last minute. I mean, at least we know the front cover isn't a lie. The idea came during when Bugbear was pitching the game to publishers who requested a crazy idea to help it stand out. One publisher even asked if you could get out of the car and walk around, because open world games are all the rage even today. Then during development, one person asked, what if we flew the driver out of the car? The rest is history. And this was the moment the developers decided to focus more on arcade racing rather than simulation. Though the hit detection can be very dodgy at times, and unlike takedowns in Burnout, these windscreen flies get old pretty quickly. You get more entertainment seeing it happen to the opponents because it's unexpected and more realistic seeing it from a distance. I mean, look at him fly. Must be driving a Red Bull sponsored car. Get it? Red Bull gives you wings. With everything surrounding the track, it encourages you to smash into everything in sight since you have a boost system that increases as you hit things, as well as earn bonus money in the career mode. For a while I wondered why, if there's vehicle damage that affects gameplay. But it was when I beat the game did I realize that there are a few perfectly placed obstacles that you can break without affecting your pace and still gain boosts. That's why, as you can see in the footage, there are some races where the boost meter was practically empty after countless attempts to win. Including one where I know the track enough that I didn't hit a single thing because I just wanted to win. You should see my fingers controlling the directional pads on the keyboard when I play this game. They dance like a thrash metal drummer. I'm really not exaggerating, this is me trying to control the car. Not implying it controls badly, you're just sliding almost all the time, and this is the PC so I don't have an analog stick. The driving mechanics are very simple, very heavy, but not in a bad way. The way the camera chases the car makes it feel like the steering delays for a second, and that pushing the directional pad or analog stick harder would somehow make the car handle more tight. It feels obvious when cars are faster and racing on circuits as slow and tight as this one. Still fun to drive on these hazarded circuits nonetheless. It's an arcade race, so there's no reason they could have dropped the ball on the driving mechanics. Mind you, looking at the reception of Flatout 3, it might be possible. The only thing that irks me about the controls is the reset button. It doesn't respawn you back onto the track whenever you want it to. See here, I'm actually repeatedly pressing the restart button during this moment so I can stay in the race, but it doesn't let you. With the time it takes to restart after a crash, after the driver went through the windscreen with all the broken bones on him or her, they can still run back into the car and continue racing faster than the game allows you to restart back onto the track. Know what I mean? I guess I can understand it. When you fly through the windscreen, it's part of what makes this game stand out and it encourages the player to drive more carefully and reckless at the same time. There were just so many moments when it cost me the whole race, even if I had a near flawless race up to that point, since they can be unpredictable, which I'll go into more detail in a minute. It's honestly a nitpick. There are also bonus events that utilize the silly aspects of Flatout, including long jump, which might as well be called shot put or javelin. Or high jump, where you launch the driver almost literally out of the stadium and leave him or her hanging from a safety net 100 meters above. One of the weirdest sentences I've ever said in a game review. But oddly, they don't count as part of completing the career mode, it's just another way to earn money. I don't know why that isn't the case. Why not give the player an excuse to enter these, especially if a lot of them are stupid fun? That might explain why I struggled when I first discovered these events. You only have a chance of winning these bonus ones if your car is quick enough for the gold events. Because there are no championship-based events with a point system and the highest number of laps in every event is 5, even in the final category you can argue that races are too short. But on the plus side, because every circuit has at least 3 different variations, you're always driving a different track layout in literally every single event, whether it's a certain variation or racing it in reverse, which makes it less monotonous than a lot of other racing games. And as I explained in the circuit design, even the opponents are also prone to making big mistakes, even if you're miles in the lead. As you drive past from the other side of the track, there's evidence of opponents smashing into obstacles hard. At least we know there's no rubber banding AI. It's unpredictable, but not unfair. Once you've memorized the circuits and your race car is modified to more than keep up with the opponent, the game is a breeze. There's no difficulty curve increase whenever you're in that category of events, bronze, silver and gold. If anything, it's more about being able to drive on these obstacle-filled circuits fast to the point of cameras in the replays appear as if they can't keep up with them. One event at a time, know the elevations, the sharpness of the corners where opponents are most likely to drive dirty and don't run into any hazards opponents left on the track. And by the time you reach the final race of the gold event, when you've installed every single upgrade available, you'll find yourself susceptible to flat landings on those jumps, which cause the same level of damage as a head-on collision, albeit without flying through the windscreen. Yet it's the only way to win these races. It feels like there could have been one more row of events with tracks designed to be impossible to win without damaging the car and pushing your abilities as a driver. A big part of what makes folk racing work, it adds another difficulty curve to the end of the career mode, the right kind of one. Instead, I don't know, it feels like the game ends abruptly after that. For a racing game with a title and cover that screams shovelware, at the time anyway, it's not bad. Apart from the physics engine, there's nothing revolutionary brought to the genre. There are plenty of racing games that almost feel like folk races in their own right, like Destruction Derby, or even some of the dirt events from Touring Car Race Driver 3 and Grid. But rarely do we see a video game dedicated to folk racing in that way. Only a developer from the Scandinavia region could do justice. Flatout was a game that turned Bugbear Entertainment from a PC racing game developer to a multi-console developer that would eventually be purchased by THQ Nordic in 2019. I haven't given its sequel Ultimate Carnage a proper go yet, it's supposedly even better, but the least I can say is for $1.78 I definitely got what I paid for. Flatout is solid enough that I'm interested to see what's next. Thank you guys on Patreon for your support, particularly Bribs, Middleback, Cooper Munn, Darcy McIntosh, David Myers, Eric Barboza, Ian Walker, Indy DM, Mike Camilli, Moek Bal, Montego, VXL, also Honza135 for suggesting this game on Patreon, and of course, all of you for watching. It's been a very busy month outside this channel, near 40 hours a week of work, running a half marathon, attending PAX Oz. Thank you everyone who came to the group meetup, by the way. It was cool meeting you guys, getting a photo, signing game covers, my first experience interacting with fans of my channel in person. Anyway, now that this review is complete, I'm going on holidays across New South Wales and Queensland, the first real holiday in nearly 4 years. If you haven't watched my most recent channel update, that should give you a perfect idea of what I'm up to in more detail. The link should be in this outro. Don't forget to also like, share, subscribe, hit the notification bell. Please hit the notification bell. Support on Patreon, follow on Twitter, Facebook. Thanks again for watching, and speak to you soon.
Vanished from Earth Classic Game Room broadcasts from the Intergalactic Space Arcade on its never-ending mission to review everything. Welcome to Classic Game Room, which doesn't use Mode 7, but this game does because it's F-Zero on the Super Nintendo. The game may be called F-Zero, but you know it's number one when it comes to 1991 futuristic racing games on your Super Nintendo. It's time to put down that blast processing for a moment and get with the Mode 7. And then pick up blast processing later, because I'm still a Sega fanboy at heart, but I really admire F-Zero, and it's a great game. This is the first of many F-Zero racing games, but I think fans of this series will agree that it's still not enough. F-Zero should be a household name by now. And while it's popular, it's maybe not as popular as a game like Mario Kart, probably because it's not nearly as approachable as Mario Kart. F-Zero is brutal. The game is frequently cruel. You don't get a trophy for just turning it on. It's fast, pretty much everything will kill you, and the enemy drivers are complete douchebags. Try to get in first and stay there, otherwise your race is gonna be tough. All it takes is one little mistake and your championship is over. Few games are as dependent on track memorization as F-Zero. You must know every turn well before you approach it. And even then the odds are stacked against you. There's 4 vehicles, 3 championships, and 3 difficulties. The game is hard on beginner. And it only gets insane from there, but this comes on the heels of the 80s arcade era, when games were hard. Games were meant to take your quarters, and this feels like an 80s arcade game. But it looks like the future, making brilliant use of Nintendo's Mode 7, which does something with the spinning in the backgrounds, making it, giving it that F-Zero look. And then there's the music, which is great. And I think what's most impressive is that for a 1990-1991 release, it still plays really well today. I particularly enjoy the way the camera flies out and then turns around to show you your smoldering corpse from a distance. It sort of highlights the futility of what you're trying to do. Win races? Yeah, good luck. If you want to play something easy, why not try F-Zero GX? That was sarcasm, by the way. F-Zero's relative simplicity combined with its super smooth gameplay makes it a far more playable game than a lot of the mid to late 90s PlayStation racers. And unlike Wipeout and a lot of other futuristic driving games, you're not relying on your offensive power, you're relying on your driving skill and memorization. You don't have guided missiles or flamethrowers, sadly, but each time you pass the starting line, you pick up some boost and keep an eye out for the repair strips, which come in handy when you're about to explode and die. It's not a huge game by modern standards, but there's a couple different environments, each with a few tracks, and F-Zero sold a lot. In fact, this is one of the Player's Choice million-seller re-releases, so there's at least 1,000,001 copies out there. Also, you can just download it from the Virtual Console. I've got a classic Game Room Year 2560 and Mode 7 shout-out to send to Alex from Wildwood, Missouri. Thank you for sending F-Zero all the way into space for Classic Game Room. Recommended, you know it, this is pretty much a must-play for all Super Nintendo owners and even most of the Genesis ones as well. F-Zero. The year is 2636. Jar Jar Binks is president, and aliens have invaded to put us out of our misery. But these two mungheads didn't get the message, and they're going to fight the aliens aggressively in Contra 3, The Alien Wars. It's a bug hunt on your Super Nintendo from 1992. What a beautiful game. It's Contra. How do you go wrong with Contra? You don't. Contra wins every time, except you won't win, the first time at least. This game is tough.
way harder than the other two that came before Contra and Super C on the NES. This is Super! Wait, no, I'm sorry, it's not Super. It's just Contra 3. They took the Super off. Even though it's on Super Nintendo, those dogs are so irritating. You gotta shoot them with homing missiles. Love this game, but it is difficult. And the tank is great. Backing over enemies is... the cure for the common afternoon. Love the additional weapons in Contra 3. I could do without the ultra tricky platforming segments, but I'm never any good at those. If you like them, hey, they're here. How about some big boss battles? Giant mutant alien turtle, anyone? Yes, Contra 3 has it, and many more. Difficult end bosses. We've got some top-down action here, which I didn't like at first. It kind of grew on me. You got to get used to the controls where you rotate the screen with the L and the R buttons on your Super Nintendo controller. This is a great game, actually. One of the best on Super Nintendo. I was pleased to see that they included it in the Super NES Classic Edition, where it rightfully belongs. This is one of the best Super Nintendo games, I think. Even though it's not one of my favorite Contras. Like, it's up there, I suppose, but I like the first two on the NES better. But this one does have an awful lot of style, and it does manage to retain that thing that makes Contra good. But the level designs just aren't my favorite in the series. I like the backgrounds though, like the giant tornadoes spinning in the background. They're super cool, but... Anyway, I'm just splitting hairs. Contra 3 is pretty amazing. It's just that it follows on the heels of two of my favorite games of all time. Even though this does add a nice 16-bit coat of paint and some additional unique challenges, like this weird thing crawling up the side of the wall, and here's this boss battle, which reminds me of Flash Gordon, which is always a good thing. Like the other Contra games, this is best enjoyed with a friend, 2-player, on the couch, simultaneous co-op, slaughtering enemies together. Usually my favorite weapon in Contra is the spread shot, but this time around I like the homing missiles. I should note that you can carry 2 weapons at once in this game, switch between them. On the fly, you've also got some super bombs, which come in handy during the boss battles. The music is very good, the controls are responsive, and this one packs a lot of replay value because you've got to memorize the levels to get through them without dying over and over and over and over again, which usually happens to me because I suck at these games, even though I like them. Hey, it's like the Death Star background here. With big, useless spinning things. It's Contra, after all. This is what we expect from Contra. I love the guy's just running out of the door. Hey, there's a guy shooting with a machine gun right there. Let's just run right into him. Oh, my wings. Dumbass aliens. I mean, really, any game where you spin, jump, and fire at the same time, and you can change directions in midair, I mean, that's just a good game. That's a skill that we should all have. Hey, Mark, can you grab me a beer? Sure, but I'm gonna spin, jump, and shoot while I'm doing it. Woo! Work off some calories. There we go. I was awful at this boss battle. And hey, I've got a classic game room. Shout out and thank you going to my friend Mark from East Meadow, New York, who sent this to the show a while ago. Took some time to get into it, memorize these levels. Oh, I love this part. Not just because of the like future jet sled, but the future jet sled moves beneath him while he's spin jumping. So it's like he's got the force as well as nice bandana. Then there's this giant thing flying over the highway with laser beams. It seems very impractical, but so cool. It's Contra 3, highly recommended for your Super Nintendo. Don't let Jar Jar win.
Banished from Earth Classic Game Room broadcasts from the Intergalactic Space Arcade on its never-ending mission to review everything. Welcome back to Classic Game Room, coming to you from the Intergalactic Space Arcade in 2014 with the review of Battletoads Double Dragon for the Super Nintendo. It has Toads, but does it have the BJ theme? For Billy and Jimmy, let's find out. It does have some pretty good music on the intro, even if Battletoads and Double Dragon, the Ultimate Team, doesn't have the BJ theme from Double Dragon on the Neo Geo CD. It's a very different game because this one has Toads. Battletoads, to be specific. I can't say that I know much about Battletoads, to be honest. They always seemed like imitation Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles to me. Except they're Toads. But we've also got Billy and Jimmy from Double Dragon, as well as a bunch of weirdo enemies, robots, and end bosses that you'll pummel with your fists and feet in predictable Double Dragon side-scrolling brawler beat-em-up action. Because you're fighting against the Dark Queen who wants to rule the Earth, and you know, from where I'm sitting, I don't see what the problem here is. She looks like she's ready to party. Let her have it. But nobody ever called Billy and Jimmy smart, and Toads certainly aren't very bright, so you're going to waste all your energy fighting everything on your way to the Dark Queen. Fighting in space without helmets. Love the realism. Anyone who's played a Double Dragon game before should know exactly what to expect here. Punch, kick, try not to take any damage. This is actually surprisingly difficult. Like most side-scrolling arcade-style brawlers, it's best enjoyed with a friend, so I'm playing with Brandon here. And we quickly found out that you don't want to get too close to each other, or else you'll start inflicting damage to your own teammate. Once again, they're not very bright. And just in case you forgot or aren't paying attention, let's take a look at who you're fighting against. All I'm saying is that a future of perpetual darkness never looked so good, so we really need to think about what it is we're fighting for. And if Battletoads and Double Dragon is worth your time, because frankly, it's not the best Double Dragon game out there. It certainly has its moments, like pounding enemies through the floor, that's always good, but other parts of the game feel totally unfinished and really half-assed. After spending some time with this one, I've come to the conclusion that the developers are trying to milk 2 licenses instead of just 1, teaming up Battletoads and Double Dragon while delivering a really mediocre game. But like I said, it has its moments. I like the character animations, and some of the fighting moves are quite funny. But it gets frustrating quickly. If your partner dies while you're fighting, you then have to restart at the beginning of the level, which is super annoying when the level is kind of long and disinteresting like that jet ski thing. And then we have the swinging parts of the game, which are just downright unplayable. So while I really don't think it plays all that well, there's better side-scrolling brawler beat-em-ups out there. I've got to give this game credit for having a good sense of humor. If I could recommend this one for a rental, that's what I do, even if it's 20 years old, and at this point you may as well just buy it if you want to play it. However, I do have a Classic Game Room shout out and thank you to send to Ahmed from Springfield Gardens, New York, who's already on the map here for sending that awesome Macross game a while back, Scrambled Valkyrie. You're much better off playing that game than this one. So there you have it, Battletoads Double Dragon. While it may be better than Double Dragon 3 on the Game Boy, it's not nearly as good as Double Dragon on the Neo Geo CD. Or the original Double Dragon on the NES. That's still my favorite. So thanks again, Ahmed.
Well, I think there's better games that should be played in your Super Nintendo if you really love Battletoads and Double Dragon. Well, here you go. This game was made for you, maybe. Everybody get up off your seats and start the cheer. EDF, Earth Defense Force. But maybe not the Earth Defense Force you were expecting. From 1991 on the Super Nintendo, this is Earth Defense Force, with no relation to Earth Defense Force 2017 or Earth Defense Force Insect Armageddon. This is a side-scrolling spaceship shooter, where you are defending Earth with a defense force consisting of you and a spaceship with unlimited ammo. Sounds fun, and it is. This game was released in '92 in the West and has a titling inconsistency. It says Super EDF on the game menu, but Earth Defense Force on the game itself. Whatever. EDF! What makes this game neat is that you start off by selecting a weapon, and you can choose from several, most of which are completely useless. It took me a few tries to figure out which weapons I really enjoyed. You level them up as you play through the game, and you can switch your weapons per level. Here's a variety of odd weapons, everything from grenade to atomic and slow-moving laser beams, which are all fairly useless on levels where enemies attack you from behind. If you've spent any time playing the Thunder Force series of games, you know that Hunter is the best weapon for clearing out waves of enemies. In Earth Defense Force, that same weapon is known as homing, but it's the weakest weapon in the game, so there's a bit of trade-off, but on the other hand, you can also shoot enemies above you and behind you and concentrate on moving and dodging. As you power up the homing weapon, it does become quite powerful later in the game. But it kind of sucks against end bosses when it takes a half hour to kill them. But the end bosses aren't very difficult either. In fact, the whole game is fairly average and not that challenging compared to some other heavy-duty shooters. The game reminds me a lot of Aero Flash or Air Buster on the Sega Genesis. It's a fairly average shooter, and the weapon system keeps it interesting because that mixes up how you can play through the game. Unlike some shmups, there's no one specific way that you have to play through the game. Choosing the right weapon makes it easier, but if you memorize the enemy patterns, you could also try something completely different. I preferred the homing weapon, especially when it's powered up, but the super laser was also effective. It locks onto enemies and works similar to the homing weapon, except it fires extremely slowly. A laser that fires slowly, imagine that. You don't have lives in the game or extra ships, you have shields, which sort of act like vibes. If you lose 3 shields, you're done. But you can also continue, and when you continue, you keep your weapon power up. So you can pick up the game and essentially continue from the strength at which you were previously playing. I made some sloppy mistakes while recording this level, so I'll just continue for the review. In general, the game isn't overly challenging, but it's also not ridiculously easy once you get to some of the later levels either. It's fairly well balanced and a decent 16-bit shooter on the Super Nintendo. It's got that smooth, easy listening Super Nintendo style music. The visual presentation is nothing elaborate but still easy on the eyes, and it's a fun shooter for those who enjoy blowing up things with spaceships. With the funky bass riff in the background for the robotic space shrimp. EDF! I'm using the super laser here, so I'm going to throw this space shrimp on the Barbie. One bad joke per review is required. I like the music in this level, and this is where things start to get a bit tricky, but an upgraded homing weapon will take care of most of these enemies. Next time I went through this one with no problem. If you're still collecting games for your Super Nintendo, which you should be, Earth Defense Force is one that you should have on your list if you dig spaceship shooters. So, a big thanks to our friend Frank in California for sending this game to the show. I always enjoy blowing up spaceships while shouting things like, "Do you like death? Then die!" It's Earth Defense Force. Welcome to Classic Game Room, where I've got a wonderful, underrated gem on the Super Nintendo. This is Firepower 2000! Giant flamethrower! Woo! Great synth work. This is a very different sound than you would get from the Genesis. I like this. Really soft pads. I'm impressed. Released in 1992 for the Super Nintendo, this is Firepower 2000, a vertical scrolling arcade-style shooter where you play as a little car with a cannon or a helicopter. And you've got to love this intro music, especially if you're a fan of 80s synth pop like me. The Sega Genesis catalog is filled with horizontally and vertically scrolling spaceship shooters and arcade-style games, not so much with the Super Nintendo, so Firepower 2000 is actually kind of an oddity. There's just something about this game. It's incredibly challenging and a lot of fun. It's hard to put a finger on it until you play the game and get a feel for it, but this doesn't play like most other games in the genre. For starters, you can choose to play as a little jeep or as a helicopter. The helicopter's a bit faster and just shoots in front of it like most games in this genre. The jeep, on the other hand, can shoot in all directions. When you hold down the fire button, you'll lock fire in that direction. Also, the car will run into ground targets, so you can easily drive into tanks or enemy positions and explode. The helicopter, on the other hand, crashes into air targets, not ground targets. So it's like you have two totally different ways to play this game, and you can play with a friend simultaneously. There's lots of different ways to score points and a nice variety of weapon power-ups, including a flamethrower, always nice. And Firepower 2000 is way harder than it looks. The enemies shoot at you quickly, and they also use a lot of homing missiles. This is a really cool game for the genre, and one that I'm surprised you don't hear about more often. It has a different feel than most of these games on the Genesis or the Saturn or PC Engine. It's got that Super Nintendo sound, which works really well for the soundtrack in this game. And as you can see, this has your typical boss battles. You fight them, and collecting those stars throughout your mission gives you some bonus points, which you'll want to earn extra lives. Because by level 2, Firepower 2000 gets really challenging, primarily because the enemies are quick and tough to take down. You'll need upgraded weapons, so losing lives early in the game is very bad. If I don't get into level 2 with at least the spread shot, I'm doomed. And my game ends quickly, the more time I spent with this, I actually prefer the helicopter. Even though the Jeep makes Firepower 2000 more interesting because you can shoot in all directions, the Jeep runs into things. And even if those things are like just trees or rocks, they don't kill you. They limit your range of motion. The helicopter flies over everything and just feels a bit more traditional. I found it easier to play with the helicopter. It's easier for me at least to get through the levels, but the boss battles are harder because you can't aim like you can with the Jeep. I'm a big fan of this game. I was really surprised. Another thing I like about this game is that the level designs themselves are pretty large and you can move the screens way to the left or the right as you're fighting your way through them and discover a lot of hidden things scattered throughout, like those weapon cases, the yellow things. Invincibility bubbles, which are really useful. In fact, if you shoot them instead of collecting them, they blow up and turn into a super bomb, another thing to know. And those red X's on the top right of the screen are my special weapons. You'll want to collect them and preferably save them for boss battles. Firepower 2000 has it all, even in the future. And I've got a classic game room shout out and thank you to send to Keenan from originally Iowa when he sent this game, but now I believe he's in Washington, so thank you, Keenan. It took me a while to really sit down and dig into this, and I'm glad that I did. I highly recommend Firepower 2000 if you like these kinds of games and you're into the Super Nintendo. It's a great fit. One of the real gems in the SNES library. And you really don't want to lose your weapon power-ups. It's merciless without your weapon power-ups. You just don't get them back easily. Visually, this game looks really nice, and it's not abhorrently expensive to collect either. It's not like the shooters on the Saturn or PC Engine or something. You can buy Firepower 2000 for around $25, and it's worth every penny. It's got loads of replay value. I think there's 6 levels in total. And without continues, that means you'll be playing this game quite a bit to get through it. I'm still stuck in level 3. I haven't quite memorized it all yet, but I'm a big fan of this one. Highly recommended Firepower 2000! Let's take a look at the packaging. Firepower 2000 is one of the rare Super Nintendo games that I have in the box, so thank you, Keenan, for sending that. These typically don't withstand the test of time like my beloved Sega Genesis clamshells, so it's a bit faded, but still looks really nice. I like the cover artwork because it's different. The design of the vehicles themselves are bizarre. I love it. It's like the buggy from Moon Patrol. But it's not, because it's Firepower 2000. So thanks again to Keenan, and thanks to everyone for watching. Playing with the 8-bit 2 gamepad wireless. Nobody ever talk about it. This is one of the best games on the Super Nintendo. Great sound, great gameplay, looks cool. No! No! The world's been destroyed! Ah! Love that early 90s music that doesn't fit the game at all. Who's ready to blow things up with spaceships on the Super Famicom. There's two things you need to know about Super Aleste. One, this game is related to Musha. Two, this game is related to Godzilla. I've spent your money for you. You're welcome. Here's a piece of advice. This is known as Space Megaforce on the Super Nintendo, and Space Megaforce is insanely expensive. You're actually better off buying a Super Famicom and Super Aleste. You'll save money that way. And then you can play a whole lot of other great Super Famicom games. Super Aleste is, for whatever reason, like half the price of Space Megaforce. This is the sequel to the incredible Aleste, which I reviewed on the Sega Master System. And of course, these games are from Compile. They're related to Musha. This is as close to Musha as you're going to get on the Super Nintendo. In fact, this boss looks like one of the bosses in Musha, sort of. Needless to say, I love this game. It's worth every penny. It looks amazing. It plays great. It's basically Aleste, but Super Aleste, hence the title of the game. Pick up the weapon power-ups with the numbers, and then level them up and destroy enemies. It actually isn't too hard. This game is a bit easier than Aleste until about level 4, when it will hand you your own ass in super fashion. So, let me rephrase that. This game is hard, but the first 3 levels are pretty easy. They ease you into the gameplay, teach you the mechanics, and allow you to collect your favorite weapon and level it up. Because by level 4, it just gets nuts. This game gets crazy. So what you want to do is collect all of those little golden eggs or the green eggs, and they level up your weapons. And there's 8 different weapons to choose from that you see floating around on the screen. The missile is my favorite, number 5. If you've played Aleste, you know you immediately know what's going on. This game is also very similar to Xanac on the NES, which is in the Musha line of games, as is Spriggan, sort of. Spriggan is, aside from Musha, maybe my favorite. This one is like right after Spriggan for me. In my ranking, it's like Musha, Spriggan, Super Aleste, and then Aleste or Xanac. They're all good, except these enemies. They're very bad, like the evil Tron light cycle spaceship things that just overwhelm you. So this is what I'm saying. You need to have your favorite weapon pretty much maxed out. Number 3 is good. That's the circle shield, which is what I'm using here. But it's not so powerful unless you've leveled it up all the way. 7 gives you the Gradius-like options, and they're actually very useful in this game. The laser doesn't do much for me. 8 and 6 are pretty much ineffective, and the standard spread shot is not too bad, but what you really want, or at least for me, what I like to use is either 3 or 5. 3 or 5. If you flip it, it's 53, which is Herbie the Love Bug, which is fitting because this game is filled with love. Now, while I'm dying here on level 4, you gotta admire that background. That's very cool. This is easily one of the best Super Nintendo, Super Famicom games as far as I'm concerned. And I'm playing this on the actual Super Nintendo using the SCART cables from Retro Gaming Cables, pulling out every bit of color and detail. And by Super Nintendo, I mean Super Famicom. I do not have Space Megaforce. It costs entirely too much. Super Aleste is a better alternative as far as I'm concerned. Also, I like the shape and styling of these Super Famicom games more. Did I mention this game is related to Musha on the Sega Genesis? If I didn't, I'll make sure to say it 3 or 4 more times. I'll show you in a bit, but Super Aleste has one of my favorite features of any video game ever that more games should use. It's during a boss battle. I'll show you it near the end. Here's my weapon 3, the circle shield, leveled up all the way. Occasionally you can find some power-ups that max out your weapons. That comes in handy. And also you can take a couple hits when your weapons are maxed out. But like a lot of these games, when you lose your weapons... Ooh! It just turned into Bosconian. And the end boss screams in pain. That's what I wanted to show you. End bosses with the Wilhelm. More games need that feature. When you destroy end bosses, they shouldn't just explode or bleed. They should go, "Ah!" Here we go, level 8. If you thought 4 was hard, 8's insane because you destroy these giant ships, but then they shower you with shrapnel from behind. You're not getting through this one without taking a lot of damage. Stock up on extra lives. The thing on the top left there is your speed meter. You can pause the game and adjust your speed, but I think slow is actually plenty fast. Otherwise, I just fly into things. Have I sold you on this game yet? Love the background here in level 8 and the spaceships. It's a great looking game. The music's a little weird. Odd choice for the music, but otherwise I just think it's incredible. It's hard to think that there's 2 games in this series better than Super Aleste, but this is what happens when you get into the Aleste series. You're competing against Musha and Spriggan, 2 of the best spaceship games ever. So, save your pennies. This is worth it. It's a wonderful game. Super Aleste on the Super Famicom, also Space Megaforce on the Super Nintendo. It's so good! You're welcome. Like usual, I've got to pimp some products here. Check out my ultra-massive video game console guide series on Amazon. Old-timey pictures with silly captions in print now on Amazon. And I haven't had a chance to record the New Lord Carnage Club shoutouts yet, but I would like to add a big thank you to Tiago Pereira dos Santos Silva from Porto, Portugal. Thank you for joining the club. Look at those thrusters. They're firing into their friendly ships. These aliens aren't very smart. They are hard to destroy though. Jackie Crush from 1992 on the Super Famicom, a game that sounds like it could be the missing member of Motley Crue. Nikki Sixx and Tommy Lee got drunk one night, kicked Jackie Crush overboard, never to be heard from again. Until now, it's the 3rd in the series of excellent Crush video game pinball games. After Alien Crush and Devil's Crush and some Orange Crush comes Jackie Crush. Shout out the Japanese mythological devil thing. If you like those other games, you're gonna love this. Sadly, it's not on the TurboGrafx 16 like those other 2. This music sounds a little bit like Musha and visually reminds me of Thunder Force 3, but don't get your hopes up, Sega Genesis fans, or Super Nintendo fans, or TurboGrafx 16 fans for that matter, because Jackie Crush is, for whatever reason, a Super Famicom Japanese exclusive. If you've played those other games, you'll be familiar with this style, but for newcomers, basically, you've got this one funky table, which is about a 2-level table with a bunch of hidden areas spread throughout. And the more you play the game, the more you'll figure out what you have to hit to open up these other areas and score some big bonus points and stuff. It's a really tough game. Personally, I don't think the layout of the table is all that spectacular, but the style, the music, and the visuals more than make up for it. I found that most of the time the ball was down near the flippers, and what you do is you shoot those little purple demons running around in circles, and they activate the ball save at the bottom, which is really handy. You definitely need that. And then once that's in place, you start chipping away at those dragons on the left and the circular area at the top for bonus points. But I think you'll find there's no easy way up to the top. It's a lot of trial and error. But there's still plenty of stuff to shoot for down low, just make sure you have that ball save in place. These super special secret areas kicked my ass, and like most of the old school video game pinball games, you'll find that the aiming off the flippers is nothing like a real pinball machine. There's no analog buttons on the Super Famicom controller. Every time you flip, it's all or nothing, and be careful when you have all the bumpers activated on the bottom. Jackie Crush can get frustrating quickly. Gotta love the music in this game, and I think there's a bit of a Street Fighter II inspiration in there as well. Not a bad thing, of course. And let me get ready to crush this. I've got a classic game room shout out and thank you to send to Frank from Lansing, Michigan. Thank you, Frank, for sending Jackie Crush to the show. I've been having a good time with this, but it is merciless. Multi-ball! While Jackie Crush has limited exposure because it's only on the Super Famicom, it's actually one of the less expensive Crush games. Compare it to Devil's Crush and Alien Crush on the TurboGrafx 16 and you'll save a couple bucks. If you think this looks cool but you don't have a Super Famicom or TurboGrafx 16, may I suggest Dragon's Fury on the Sega Genesis or Mega Drive, the Genesis version of Devil's Crush, and that's cheap and easy to find. Ah, fuck. That's like the guy from that Captain America game on the Genesis. It's Jackie Crush! Ah, fuck. From HAL, this is a 1991 Super Nintendo release. It's time to get in the zone. The Hyper Zone. If you can stop rocking out to the music long enough to play the game, that is. This is an early Super Nintendo release and one that's quite impressive. It's like a cross between F-Zero and Space Harrier, as you pilot your way through trippy futuristic levels, blasting enemies for points. What's odd is that even though it looks like a racing game, it really doesn't matter how fast you're going, or how quickly you complete the levels. It's all about scoring, which to me makes the game feel a lot more like Space Harrier than a futuristic racing game. At the end of each level, you'll also encounter a boss battle, which also feels a lot like Space Harrier. HAL is more famous for their Kirby series of video games. Hyperzone could definitely use a remake. It has catchy music and simple, clever gameplay. The game also makes fantastic use of the Super Nintendo hardware. It runs very smoothly, and it has some great music that will keep you entertained as you play through the entire game. 8 levels, which I beat on the 3rd try, and then the game loops. So it's not that difficult, but you're playing for the highest score. It feels like an early release on the Super Nintendo, like they could have done more with it, but either ran out of time or were still figuring out how to program for the Super Nintendo in 1991. Hyperzone can easily be found for an affordable price these days, eBayisably of course, and this game was sent to the show by our longtime friend and supporter Frank from San Leandro, California. Here's a look at a boss battle where you're fighting a giant Super Nintendo controller. The enemy should have been the Sega Genesis gamepad. Come on! Hyperzone is a fun playthrough, and as you've probably noticed, you have to stay in the zone or on the track, otherwise your ship takes damage. That's one difference between this game and Space Harrier. The enemies all do more or less the same thing. The trick is to keep moving, and as you play through the game, it will upgrade your spaceship, although there's not a lot of difference between them. HAL makes some great games, and this would be a terrific re-release for the Nintendo 3DS. With some updates, I think it would be helpful if you got scored for the speed at which you make it through a level. But it's what it is. It's an early release on the Super Nintendo, and one that plays smoothly and impressively. You know what this game needs? Enemies that look like giant floating eyeballs in space. Oh, it's got them! That's good. You can't have a game without those. There's no spoilers to give away because there's really no ending. The game just loops. You start from the beginning with your top-of-the-line spaceship. How many times can you make it through Hyperzone? It's a test of will. It's Hyperzone on the Super Nintendo. Thanks again to Frank in California. And don't worry, you get to fight the Super Nintendo gamepad one last time.
Vanished from Earth Classic Game Room broadcasts from the Intergalactic Space Arcade on its never-ending mission to review everything. Welcome to Classic Game Room, where it's time to evolve from a harmless, worthless fish into a non-stop killing machine. This is Evo. Search for Eden. About 4.6 billion years ago, the sun had 9 smaller stars and named the third one Gaia. I would have named it El Camino Bacon Land, which sounds like a happy place, filled with bacon, and El Caminos, and magic Vectrexes that speak to each other, and play Sega 32X when you're not looking. That has nothing to do with this game. In this game, you start out as a fish and eventually evolve into something like a ham sandwich down the road. Which also sounds... I should never record these when I'm hungry. So here I am, billions of years ago, as a fish who's eating other creatures and gaining evolution points. Doesn't that prehistoric fish look delicious? You just want to bread that thing, fry it, and wrap it in bacon, make a sandwich out of it.
drown it in mayonnaise and serve it with a tall glass of beer. I should design video games. They would all be exactly like that. But this game is nothing like that. Evo, Search for Eden, is like an RPG strategy fish simulator, where you start off as a very basic prehistoric life form and slowly evolve, gaining things like teeth and bigger fins, eventually legs, and you crawl out of water and start eating things on land. Evo is a game for very patient people. Because like the evolution process itself, it takes a long time. I mean, it took like an hour for Kevin Costner to grow gills. Hooray! I now have a tail! So what you do in this game is a lot of grinding. You eat everything in the sea and gain as many evolution points as possible, and then grow stronger, and eventually confront end bosses. It's really interesting. It's a very fascinating game. I like the concept, but it's all a bit tedious. Maybe I just didn't get it. I think there's different evolutionary paths that you can take. I was not able to defeat that boss until I grew bigger teeth. And then bit his ass into oblivion. Somebody sample that and make a ringtone out of it. After defeating a boss creature thing, you move on to the next level and face other monsters that you'll have to digest and evolve. The problem is it just takes forever. It's like watching grass grow. It's not something you want to pay attention to. Just leave it to nature, it'll take care of itself in the background. But somebody in Japan thought they would put it in the foreground here, mixing evolution with a JRPG. It's fascinating, but the gameplay and the boss battles aren't interesting enough to keep the game exciting. The evolution part's the coolest feature in the game because you choose what you want to evolve. Your jaw, your tail, your fins. What I really want to evolve into is Mechagodzilla. But instead, I guess I'll have to settle for a bigger fish. It's an interesting game, not one for me, not one for people who have absolutely no patience, like me. The grinding and the combat just take the life out of a game about life. However, I'm glad to have played it because I never imagined a game like this would exist. So, I do have a classic game room shout out. And thank you to send all the way to Tim from Prestonburg, Kentucky. Thank you for sending Evo, Search for Eden, to the show. I ended up getting stuck as an amphibian for all eternity, but according to the walkthrough I was trying to follow, you eventually turn into mammals and birds and people and stuff, if you have the time and the patience to evolve. As for me, I'm happy to eat these creatures before they have time to evolve into telepathic beings that eventually take over the Earth. Cybernator. Banished from Earth, classic game room broadcasts from the Intergalactic Space Arcade on its never-ending mission to review everything. Welcome to Classic Game Room, where Mecha March Madness Month continues with the review of Cybernator on the Super Nintendo. Enjoy! From 1993, this is Cybernator from NCS and Konami, one of my favorite Super Nintendo games. And a game I only recently discovered, but I absolutely love it. And it's not hard to see why. Giant robot, lasers, spaceships. Sold! Thankfully, the gameplay is as awesome as you hope it'll be. It's a bit slow, but you are piloting a giant mech after all, and the controls are fantastic. It plays really well. And Cybernator is quite tricky and gets really difficult in the later levels. It's got that beautiful 16-bit look to it. I love the graphics in Cybernator. The music's a bit hit or miss for me in this one. I'm gonna have to go there and say this one would be better with the Aeroflash soundtrack from the Sega Genesis. But all joking aside, the art design is solid. It's got that great early 90s anime-inspired look to it. It's just a cool game from start to finish. If you can finish it, I'll show you a little trick to help out with that later on. Something involving napalm. Always fun at parties. So check it out. The R button on your Super Nintendo controller deploys the shield. You're like a little Gundam. And that's helpful when fighting some of these smaller enemies that just tend to be pesky and annoying. Sadly, you can't stomp on the people in this game. That's one thing I wish they would have added, obviously. The L button will lock your firing into position, which is handy for strafing enemies and gun turrets and whatnot. As you play through Cybernator, you collect weapons, and you can upgrade those independently and switch between them in combat. But there's really only one or two that you need to worry about. The Vulcan Cannon is a good all-purpose weapon. That's the machine gun. Later in the game, you get the laser, which is fabulous when you upgrade that thing. The missiles aren't too bad. You can punch enemies if you need to. And then there's the napalm gun. The napalm gun is a thing of beauty. It's like a flamethrower combined with a missile launcher. And you'll get that if you can pilot your way through the first level without shooting anything except the end boss. And that's actually easier than it sounds. The napalm gun really shifts the odds in your favor, but it doesn't make the game a cakewalk because it's not very good at destroying the smaller enemies that you can't stomp on. Why can't you stomp on the smaller enemies? Come on, go back and redesign this. You'll want to shift to your laser or machine gun for those bad guys. I wish they would have added little screaming sounds when the people jump off the edge. But then it would have been Metal Slug. Not that there's anything wrong with that. As you probably noticed by now, you can rotate your gun turret, but sometimes it's just handy to lock it in place so things don't get complicated. And I've really got to compliment the designers on the backgrounds in Cybernator. It makes you feel like you're going somewhere throughout the whole game. You start in space, you fight through space stations, then you blast your way through a mountain range. It's just a really attractive game. It's got that retro cool style that everybody tries to copy now. Of course, back in the day it wasn't retro, it was just modern. And I think it's definitely a requirement for the genre that it has a cave level, which of course it does. Did I mention you can jump and hover? I probably don't have to, but you can. Solid game and a perfect addition to Mecha March Madness. This isn't one that you hear about very often, but it's fairly easy to collect, reasonably affordable online for your Super Nintendo. And I've got a classic game room shout out and thank you to send to Mark from Bremen, Germany once again. Thank you, Mark, for Cybernator and all the other awesome games you sent. Have Giant Lethal Robot Will Travel. I think those are the sewer slides from Akira, aren't they? Seems like the right time period. Cool game, highly recommended, and there's a lot of replay value in here because of the multiple weapon selection options. Also, you can collect some extra continues, search for a code online if you need them. Which you might. Good fun, Cybernator, highly recommended. Thank you for backing the show on Patreon. Let's take a look at the game cartridge and talk a little bit more about giant robots that burst through walls and shoot people. Pretty sweet. I love this cartridge artwork and the little people running away from the giant robot with a machine gun. Like, none of you stand a chance. Go home. They used a great type font here too. Sadly, I don't have the box for this game, but the cartridge artwork is spectacular. This is the PAL version, so it looks a little bit extra cool, and I used the Retron 5 to play it for the review. Nice artwork on this one. The blues and reds work well together, and the angry robot is always a nice touch. Welcome to Classic Game Room for the review of Astral Bout on the Super Famicom, a surprisingly good fighting game, and this review has a surprisingly good ending. Released in 1992 from King Records and A-Wave, this is Astral Bout for the Super Famicom. And I'm pretty sure this tune was inspired by the music in RoboCop when he enters the club. Gosh, I love that scene. I love every scene in RoboCop. Back to this game, which sadly does not have a Western release on the Super Nintendo, and that's too bad because it's really good. It's mixed martial arts before that was really a thing. Choose your fighting style and battle your opponents to the death, or, well, at least until severe injury, in front of a roaring crowd who is hopefully betting on you. How often do you see boxing versus lucha libre? And gosh, that guy looks a lot like the guy in Mike Tyson's Punch-Out! On one hand, it's kind of a mediocre fighting game, but on the other hand, this was really ahead of its time. Because while it's a bit goofy, it's trying to do something realistic. These are actual fighting styles, and they're battling each other, and that's not something that you saw very often in the early 90s. So I'm playing as Mike Tyson here, battling Derek, who's all about lucha libre. After getting my ass kicked, I decided to step it up and go all Jean-Claude Van Damme style from Kickboxer. What this game needs is that scene where they stick their hands in the glue and then the broken bottles and then fight to the death. It's the dreaded post-burrito attack. You can punch, you can kick up, down, and straight ahead. You've even got kind of a special kick. You can double tap in one direction, jump, and do a flying kick, or depending on which fighting style you're using, a flying something. Now, keep in mind, I know next to nothing about real fighting styles, MMA or martial arts or wrestling, but I've seen Bloodsport several dozen times, which makes me an expert in quoting Bloodsport. It's tough to fight the wrestlers because they're all grabby hands. You want to keep them at a distance, which is tough because there's no fireballs in this game and I can't do the Chun-Li helicopter kick. After each round you're scored and your opponent takes some damage too. They get tired, so you can win by points or knock them out. You can only take my foot to your head so many times and they just lay there on the ground, waiting for the game to end. While Astral Bout is far from the greatest fighting game out there, it's not bad. I rather dig the music, and the mixture of the fighting styles and overall gameplay makes it a worthy addition to your Super Famicom collection. Doesn't cost all that much either. Your judo cannot defeat my kung fu. Damn it! Use magic. Something. This game's got the basics covered. You've got a 2-player mode, which is what we're watching here, where I will eventually kick Derek's ass and then beat him to death with the GameCom. It's my special move. There's also a single-player mode where you choose your fighting style and battle all of the other fighters in the game. I kinda like this one. I had no idea what to expect, but it exceeded my expectations of not knowing what to expect. And I've got a Classic Game Room shout out and thank you to send to Jeremy from, I'll probably mispronounce this, Cape Girardeau in Missouri.
I like the music in this one. Good stuff. This fight went 3 rounds and eventually Derek lost. And when Derek loses, terrible things happen to Derek. Yes! I've defeated you once again, and you know what that means.
Yeah, but I'm not even allowed to win on your show, so what am I supposed to do? And what? Oh, not this again.
Your brain is being melted in the R-Zone!
You know, there has to be a way. There must be some way to defeat the R-Zone. If only I could... Oh. I will defeat the R-Zone with a danger zone!
What's that? No! It's Kenny Loggins!
Actually, Mark was right. These are awesome! And they're great for self-defense. Self-defense in stereo.
I'm trapped in the R-Zone! Curse Derek and his use of Laserdisc technology to defeat me!
Kenny Loggins! You saved my ass today! I was gonna be in the R-Zone, baby, but then I found a way with Kenny! Kenny Loggins!
Zone of danger! Kenny Loggins!
Banished from Earth Classic Game Room broadcasts from the Intergalactic Space Arcade on its never-ending mission to review everything.
When I first saw the title for this game, I got really excited because I thought it was Captain Power. Remember the old TV show, which was amazing, but no, it's Jim Power. And a lengthy title I can't remember. The Lost Dimension in 3D. If you're up for a challenging game that's going to give you a seizure, this is it. Whoa, Space Harrier, anyone? It's Jim Power, The Lost Dimension in 3D. An ambitious game that tries to mash up just about every video game genre from 1993 into one game. And almost succeeds. Technically, it's impressive. The music is great, but I think they forgot that people would actually be playing it. I didn't actually realize there were this many colors in the rainbow. Jim Power feels like the developers tried to take every bit of horsepower that the Super Nintendo could throw at a game and use it all at once. So what you're left with is one of the most confusing yet still remarkably ambitious games that I've ever seen. Immediately, as you can tell, the music is really good and fits the style of the game. We start out with level 1 here, which is basic platforming, except every single trap, door, and spike, and enemy attack pattern from every other game in existence is used all at once. And the enemies will attack you with such speed that you have no chance of actually defeating them if you jump next to them, so you've just got to memorize the entire level, which is quite long, and feels like a patchwork quilt combined with an ice cream headache. So what we've got here is moving platforms over death spikes, arrows, fire, acid dropping from the ceiling dragons, enemies, and nearly impossible end bosses. And that's just the first level, it only gets harder. Hooray, we've escaped this madness and move on to the next level, which is like Gauntlet. And if you can get Jim Power through this one, you can make it to a spaceship level, which is harder than just about any spaceship shooter I've ever played in my life. So, whatever happened to Jim Power? My guess is that he never finished his own game and he's still stuck inside of the 3D dimension. It's been a while since I've played a game where it feels like you need to take Dramamine just so you don't get sick while playing it.
I will really applaud the developers for trying some cool things here and using all of the Mode 7 technology or whatever, but it's like they just needed to back off a bit. Just because you can do it doesn't mean you should. However, at the time I can only imagine this would have been impressive, at least visually. Frankly, I don't find Jim Power to be the most playable game out there, and also I am disappointed it's not Captain Power. I mean, you can't use the word power and not have it involve Captain Power in one way or another. A late 80s TV show inspired by aliens and other action movies from the time that you could watch with toys and accessories like light guns to play along with the show. Now we have Romans dropping death barrels on me or something. I'll tell you, this game is interesting. It's the kind of video game you might want to play once and then never see again. Unless you're up for an extreme challenge, because it's damned near impossible. But I do have to give a Classic Game Room shout out and thank you to Wesley from Burlington, Vermont for sending this to the show. Home of Ben and Jerry's. Fitting for a game that will leave you with an ice cream headache. So there you go, Jim Power. I like the ambitious nature of the game. I love the music. I just don't really care for playing it. It's on the Super Nintendo. Enter the 3D dimension, if you dare. Welcome to Classic Game Room, coming to you from the new Intergalactic Space Arcade, where I've got a game that features giant robots blowing things up in 16 bits on the Super Nintendo. It's Mech Warrior, with giant robots blowing each other up. Did I already say that? It needs repeated. Giant robots blowing things up. Gotta love it. The original Mech Warrior was released in 1989 for PC, and it's a game I spent a lot of time playing as a kid. So imagine my surprise to find that this 1993 Super Nintendo version is quite a bit different. It shares the same name and has giant robots blowing things up, but it's definitely its own game. Taking place in the BattleTech universe, you're a mercenary fighting your way through battles to buy bigger and better mechs. The super cool part of Mech Warrior, for me at least, was always seeing how many weapons you can put on one of these things and still have it move. Kind of like Front Mission, and this game has that aspect of gameplay, or strategy. Because no matter how big your mech might be, if you don't have it equipped properly, you won't survive a single battle. And that, of course, means you have to strike a balance between your engine, power, armor, and weaponry. And in this game, that means how many homing missiles can I put on my giant walking robot, because the controls in this version of Mech Warrior are limited. This is not the PC game you may be familiar with. I like that you start each mission dropping down from the sky and have to quickly get your bearings, then attack enemy robots. But keep in mind that this is a 93 release being played on the Super Nintendo gamepad. Controls are far from ideal for a first-person shooter-style game, which is why your best bet is homing missiles. After you pack your mech with a bunch of guns and armor, you can't move very well, you can't strafe, and it's jerky. So locking onto enemies and letting the missiles do the work for you seems to be your best bet. oddly enough, for an action game, the strength here isn't the action, it's the strategy. How do you equip your mech and what's the best mech for the job? Because each battle plays out more or less the same. You drop onto the playing field, try to eliminate your enemies from a distance before they get close, and then jump around if they do get close so they can't machine gun you. All the while backing up and just hoping that your armor can withstand some damage. While this is cool and I would have definitely liked this game back in 1993, it lacks the finesse of the original, which had excellent controls. Now it's also been quite some time since I've played it, but I do remember being able to run around a much wider area. The old school dialogue screens are pretty cool, and you can even try to haggle with your employer before you take a job, thus earning more money that you can spend on bigger, better giant robots with more guns. MechWarrior is a pretty popular series. I mean, who doesn't like blowing things up with giant robots? There's been numerous sequels, but this is the first game as seen through the 16 bits of the Super Nintendo. I like the strategic aspects. Do I repair my mech and buy new weapons, or do I save money and just go for the biggest badass robot that I can get? Questions you'll have to answer for yourself, but one thing is for sure, don't rely on manual aiming. Homing missiles, they're like homing pigeons except angrier and more explosive. So a big classic game room shout out and thank you to Daniel from Gloucestershire in the UK. Daniel assumed correctly. I do like giant robots blowing each other up. So thanks to Dan and his girlfriend for sending this to Classic Game Room, while I would recommend the PC version over the Super Nintendo version. MechWarrior is always win. Welcome to Classic Game Room, coming to you from space. We all know that one of the greatest pleasures in life is blowing things up on a 16-bit game system like the Super Nintendo. This is Axelay from Konami, a company that knows how to make some good arcade-style games. Playing it backwards. Not a great idea. Prepare for one of the most interesting and innovative vertical scrolling and horizontally scrolling spaceship shooters ever on the Super Nintendo. What's that, Mark? You're reviewing a spaceship shoot-'em-up that's not on the Genesis? That's right. And you can tell right away, this is a Super Nintendo. I mean, obviously the game system says Super Nintendo, but the whole look and feel of Axelay is SNES. The vertical scrolling sections in particular have a really unique look to them that screams that whole Mode 7 thing that the Super Nintendo is known for. This effect like you're going around a spherical world. This is very cool and really impressive 2 decades after Axelay's release. Whose head exploded when this game was new? I dig the city effect in the background and like how things gradually come into view, even though the gameplay during these vertical scrolling parts isn't quite as good as the game looks. Although there's some tricky parts, fortunately your spaceship can take a few hits. You have 3 weapons when you begin each mission, and if something shoots you, you lose one of them. If you run into something, you just blow up. Axelay alternates between vertical scrolling and horizontally scrolling shooting gameplay, which I always enjoy in games like Vanguard and Thunder Force 2. It's nice here, obviously, with good-looking visuals, lots of detail in the background, and loads of enemies to blow up. You bring your 3 weapons into each battle and earn new ones throughout the game. So mix and match appropriately. The dual shot here is a neat weapon because you can spread it around you. And that's actually my favorite weapon in the game. Now, I've lavished Axelay with praise from start to finish and haven't even touched on the music yet. So I suppose I can talk about that the rest of the review because it's incredible. What you may not be able to tell from this recording is that in the new expanded Intergalactic Space Arcade, I've built a monster stereo surrounding an even bigger CRT television. And I've got this game blasting. Not only does it have great music, but incredible stereo separation. I think a lot of people take stereo for granted these days, although it's starting to come back with increased headphone usage on mobile devices, but the creators of the music just knew how to use the right and left speaker to make a great wall of sound, which enhances the gameplay and makes Axelay all the more memorable. Can you guys at home feel the bass? It's great. This game has some incredible music. He speaks the truth. The music in Axelay is impressive. Mostly impressive. In fact, pretty much all impressive.
It's the guy from the packaging! Oh no! You're ugly! Nobody likes you!
Axelay is so good that even Genesis fans can enjoy it.
Yeah! Take that, you stupid witch's hat! Wait, no, there's more? No! Oh, it's a crab thing.
Let the 90s console war rage, but leave Axelay out of it.
I'm sorry I made fun of your hat. Let's be friends. Oh, you suck. Fuck you.
I also like the title, Axelay. It just sounds cool. It is cool. It's Axelay. And check this out, I've got not one but 2 Marks to thank for this game. Mark from Bremen, Germany, and Mark from Brooklyn, New York. Marks are the best.
Woo!
So thanks to Mark and Mark.
Yeah!
You've made this Mark very happy.
Axelay!
I'm glad to have finally played Axelay. Konami, where's the remake? I demand it from you. I'm also sending a thank you to my good friend and Robotech watching buddy Dan for giving me his 32-inch CRT television that was taking up half your garage. My back is still feeling it. That thing is heavy.
Woo! Yes! Number 1. Hey, Mr. Do. I'll get to you later.
Nobody should ever throw away a CRT television. Just give it to a friend who collects old school game consoles. They're the way these old games were meant to be played.
What is this, Darius?
So thanks to Mark and Dan, this is Axelay on the Super Nintendo, which can also be downloaded from Nintendo's Virtual Console. I highly recommend it because it's good, and your ears will love you.
Good luck. Nobody likes a fire sandworm.
It's Classic Game Room broadcasting from space, and I've got a copy of Mortal Kombat on the Super Nintendo here. You know, this game is so popular, they should make a movie based on it.
Johnny Cage.
Hey, I like the Mortal Kombat movie, but you know I'm probably the only person on Earth who prefers Pit Fighter when it comes to video games. That's right, I've never really gotten into the Mortal Kombat series, although I seem to be playing my way through all of them. Here's the Super Nintendo version of Mortal Kombat, spelled with a K. From 1993, published by Acclaim, this is a super sanitized version of Mortal Kombat on the Super Nintendo Entertainment System. Mortal Kombat without blood and guts. That's like non-alcoholic beer. So is Diet Mortal Kombat Free, Mortal Kombat Zero any good? Well, it looks nice. And it has your Mortal Kombat style music and sound effects, also it plays well. But there's no blood. Well, if you had a Super Nintendo back in the day, you could either just go to the arcade or bowling alley and play Mortal Kombat, or get the Shirley Temple version for your home game console. And that's probably the only time in history anyone ever said Shirley Temple and Mortal Kombat in the same sentence. The special moves are fairly easy to execute, and like normal with the Mortal Kombat series, you're not going to get very far in the game without them. Anyway, this is one of those games that you either like or don't like. Technically, it's a nice 16-bit version of the game, but it's like an Arnold Palmer without the lemonade. Come on. You're just drinking iced tea without the blood. Oh, wait. Well, no, that's kind of weird. Never mind. I think this is one of the rare cases when we can all agree that the Atari Jaguar did it better. And I'm not talking about Mortal Kombat, I'm talking about Kasumi Ninja. Because in 1994, if you were playing this game, you know secretly you wanted Kasumi Ninja because that game had blood and a dude who would shoot fireballs from under his kilt. Here's a big shout out to Dylan from Hattiesburg, Mississippi, who sent this game to the show. Thank you, Dylan. Thank you, because we need to keep the Super Nintendo versus Atari Jaguar war raging. Gotta keep it alive, and the Jaguar doesn't win very often, so when it does, we just give it credit. Kasumi Ninja is better than this version of Mortal Kombat. So is Tattoo Assassins in the arcade. I'm absolutely awful at this game, but here's my recommendation. If you love the Super Nintendo and you're still living in 1993 and want to play Mortal Kombat, I recommend that you wait a year and buy Kasumi Ninja for the Jaguar. The Atari Jaguar does what the Super Nintendo don't. It don't sell very much.
Welcome to Classic Game Room for the review of Phalanx on the Super Nintendo, a fun spaceship shooter with the least spaceship shooter-ish cartridge artwork that I've ever seen. What does an old guy playing a banjo with his dog have to do with spaceships? I think it's so weird I actually like it.
What they don't tell you is that his dog is named Truxton. Roll over. Fetch. Good boy, Truxton. Phalanx, released in 1992, is a game that shows that the creator of the cartridge artwork should have gone to the Atari School of Design. You're supposed to make the game's artwork look better than the game, not the other way around. The only thing that could possibly improve this design is if someone went in there with whiteout and retitled it, which of course they did. Thanks, Ben.
Kemco. Sounds like a company that should make auto parts, doesn't it? Brake pads by Kemco.
Kemco! Phalanx. Beyond the artwork, this game is pretty good and was released when these games were the hot games. Can you imagine that? Like, instead of every game being some kind of a Skyrim, Minecraft, or Call of Duty clone, games wanted to be Thunder Force. That sounds like the greatest thing ever. And this game so desperately wants to be Thunder Force. and I'm okay with that.
Yeah!
Because even though I'm Sega Genesis fanboy Mark, I appreciate the Super Nintendo's slightly different style, and this game rocks it on the SNES. The music is great, the visuals are great, the gameplay is really good. It may not be the best spaceship shooter out there, but it's definitely one of the best on the Super Nintendo.
Hunter! It should say Hunter, but it doesn't, because that's a different game!
Phalanx is one of the best games in this genre on the Super Nintendo, not because the Super Nintendo is bad at playing them, but because there really weren't very many of them released for the 16-bit SNES. Games like Thunder Spirits, Super R-Type, and Earth Defense Force come to mind, as well as Phalanx. One to add to your collection while shouting EDF at the top of your lungs.
You are not worthy to be destroyed by me. It should be your honor to be killed by Mark.
Seriously though, these games are a dime a dozen on the Genesis, where you have what seems like hundreds of them available. Now, we're shooting robot fish. Doesn't Darius have the trademark on all underwater sea creatures that shoot lasers at your spaceship?
You've got to admire this thing's determination. Like, it's going to die, it's just a matter of when.
I like Phalanx, but despite the fact it's one of the few on the SNES, it's hard to say what really makes this game stand out, beyond the weird-ass artwork.
It's a very persistent enemy with its arms blown off, and it's got like a little mouth going. Really, how effective is that? Stage clear. Very 90s. Should be extreme stage clear. Saved by the Bell edition. This game also reminds me of Whip Rush on the Sega Genesis. Basically, this game just wants to be on the Sega Genesis. But it's not, it's on the Super Nintendo. Which is an acceptable alternative. Sometimes.
Feel the bias from Sega Genesis fanboy Mark wearing the Atari hat in front of a Sega sign while playing Super Nintendo in front of the Atari 7800 next to a Laserdisc player. That's how I roll in space. And this game rolls with a water level. Yes, it has one of those too. And Phalanx is a fairly lengthy game for this genre. It's also really tough. Maybe the old dude with a beard and banjo and dog is the final end boss. I don't know because I haven't made it that far yet. By level 5, this game gets merciless.
Here's how we're gonna do this. I'm gonna kill all of you, and you're gonna give me big points. Got it? Good. As long as we're on the same page.
If you're gonna make one of these games, you've got to have the dangerous cave level, the subterranean cavern where you could crash into the walls at any time, and I like these enemies, which I believe are brain eels in floating tanker trucks. Credit where credit's due, Phalanx has its moments.
Suddenly, we have gotten to the part of the game inspired by aliens. Every one of these games has that level. You know that level.
As you've probably noticed, there's numerous weapon types, 4 in total, I think, each of which can be powered up. You can also pick up some extra missiles and those floating things that rotate around your spaceship. You can destroy them for a super bomb. My favorite weapon in the game is the lasers. The hunter weapon from Thunder Force seems to get targeted on the wrong things at times, and then you get killed, so...
Screw you, Death Snake!
Be careful with that one.
Why don't you go back to Thunder Force, where you belong?
Frequently, I looked at this game and immediately saw Thunder Force or R-Type or Gradius inspiration. Other times, it's like Phalanx is totally doing its own thing here. I don't know what this is, a floating rock with some intestines? Why not?
Last Starfighter! And on that note, I've got a classic game room shout out and thank you going to my man Ben from Buffalo, New York. Thank you, Ben, for sending Phalanx to the show, along with some sweet custom artwork. The galaxy is destroyed. Again, it's always my fault. At times, Phalanx is somewhat forgiving because you can take 3 hits before you're destroyed. Other times, it just pins you into a corner and kills you instantly. It's somewhat unbalanced, but on the whole, it's a good spaceship shooter on the Super Nintendo. Totally worth owning. So thanks again, Ben, and thanks to the old dude playing the banjo. You really livened things up. It's Phalanx. Welcome to Classic Game Room, where I'm bringing you the review of Derby Stallion 96 on the Super Famicom. Smells like tacos. It's time for another ultra-professional review of a game that I have no idea how to play. I can't read it, there's no instructions. It's Derby Stallion 96 on the Super Famicom, which is, according to the internet, a horse breeding and racing business simulation game as far as I'm concerned. We're genetically engineering horses for global domination. The first thing you do is go to the Horse Disco and Auction Marketplace. We're gonna buy this horse and equip it with laser beams. We're gonna have a little discussion here with my technician, Jersey Slims. Yes, let's do that. Definitely. Right. You never argue with Jersey Slims, or else the horses will wake up with your head in their bed. Here's the trophy room, and as you can see, I've won countless very small trophies for engineering the most dangerous horses. Love the music, and as you can see, the graphics are amazing. I have no idea what the hell's going on here. Hey, let's buy a horse for 710, yen? Quarters? Pennies? I don't know. Then we'll move on to this screen, which looks like the menu. That's for the horses that didn't make it. Yes, you animal rights activists might think that Derby Stallion 96 is cruel. There's nothing wrong with messing with nature, as long as people get hurt. Because remember, this game is for the horses, I think. As long as they read Japanese. This game would be so much better if it was like Planet of the Apes with horses. Like Charlton Heston travels into the future, lands on Earth only to find a bunch of talking horses. How awesome would that be? Better than this game, probably. To be fair, it's probably at least somewhat more entertaining if you read Japanese, but I don't see the thrill in just breeding horses and then watching them race. You don't do anything. You literally just sit there and watch the horses race. There is a VCR feature, though, which is quite fun. I mean, who doesn't love VCRs? Hooray! That horse wins. It's spared. The rest of them get turned into tacos, along with their human riders. See, this is where you select your value meal. Number 4 comes with fries. There's so much missed opportunity here. Like, we could use these horses to form a new Voltron, or battle King Ghidorah, jump on mushrooms. I mean, come on. Just genetically engineering horses, or at least breeding horses and watching them run. Where's the fun in this? I don't get it. This is like one of those weird racing games where you don't actually race. You watch other people on screen race, and then you just do nothing. You know what's better? Almost anything. I kind of figured this screen out. Horses that go into that door never return.
Here's the VCR mode. If you look closely, you'll notice it's a hi-hi stereo VCR, which one-ups a hi-fi stereo VCR, naturally. Oh, Derby Stallion 96. What's amazing is that there's a whole lot of these games spread across the Famicom, PC, PlayStation, Sega Saturn. Somebody out there must really like genetically engineering horses. And watching them lose and get ground up into delicious tacos. It's got a gamey flavor. And what's this? A fingernail? Part of a shoe? Is it good? Is it bad? You know, I have no idea. Sometimes you just gotta play a game that you can't figure out how to play. To put the rest of them in perspective, I prefer Pac-Man. The banner in the background says Cyborg Horse, so I think that really is what we're doing. And it appears that you can even insert a Game Boy game into this or something. Yeah, I don't know about this one, but hey, I've got a classic Game Room shout out and thank you to send to Jeremy from Cape Girardeau in Missouri. Thanks, Jeremy. And hey, thanks for sending the sequels, too. If they don't add the Transformable Robot Forms Voltron mode into the next one, I'll be very disappointed. It's Derby Stallion. 96 flavors of tacos. Welcome to Classic Game Room for the review of Cyberspin on the Super Nintendo. This game is waiting to kick your ass. Literally. It's very hard. And it has a foot. Somewhere. Have you ever watched anyone who's insanely good at Japanese spaceship shooters play an extremely challenging one and make it look easy, only to play it yourself and realize you can't get through the first level? That, my friends, is a good analogy for Cyberspin, a deceptively lighthearted game for the Super Nintendo, which is pure evil. Have a box of tissues nearby if you dare play this one, because Cyberspin is tough. It's not bad, but it will require RPG levels of time and dedication because you have to memorize every turn in this game if you're going to get anywhere in Cyberspin. There's simply no time to react. The screen is zoomed in so far you can't see anything, and this is the future, so you're driving insanely fast. It's a fun game if you like memorization and extreme challenge on top of that, because this is like a two-step process. You have to memorize the track and get through a qualifying round, which then lets you into the race with other drivers who do everything that they can to get in your way and disrupt what you've just memorized. If you crash into anything, you lose. If you spin out, you lose. If you hit the brakes, you lose. I made it through 2 levels in this game, both times in first place, because if you don't win, you lose. There's no in between. You'll never end up in like 3rd. However, each time I actually won, it was like the greatest feeling of satisfaction ever. If you like these top-down racing games from the era, you should play Cyberspin, because it's actually really good from the style and music and gameplay standpoint. It takes this familiar formula and then, of course, brings it into the future where you're racing against robots because they never make a mistake. Hopefully they're hot robots. They're certainly mean ones, I'll say that. Constantly getting in your way. Don't try to pass anything in a turn. The L and R buttons on your Super Nintendo controllers will let you drift around turns, but that's useless, and braking is even worse. You have to just accelerate the entire time, never miss a turn, and use your turbo boost in the straightaways, especially if you need to pass one of your opponents. Notice there's a power bar that depletes when you use your turbo boost or run into things. You can take a pit stop, but there's no point because then you lose. And if you don't win, you can't move on to the next level.
There's a handy password system with some pleasant 16-bit scenery to admire as you enter your password, and if you crash during a race, you can continue. Cyberspin was sent to the show by Chris from Jersey City, New Jersey! This game is brutal, but I do like it. If you like these top-down racers, and you're looking for a really fast, really challenging one, get this. It plays well, but expecting Cyberspin to be easy would be like expecting a shark to not eat you if you're bleeding. That's what sharks do, especially when they're on fire. So there you go, Cyberspin for the Super Nintendo. It's good provided you have time to memorize it, and quick reflexes on top of that. Thanks again, Chris. Happy crashing, burning, and dying, Cyberspin.
ClassicGameRoom.com.
Welcome to Classic Game Room, where you know I love my spaceship shooters, but how about one with a little octopus or a baby shooting lasers? The thing from Twin-Bee. It must be Proteus on the Super Famicom, one of the best games ever. Most definitely, according to the internets, it's called Gokujo Parodius, which I no doubt mispronounced, the third game in the awesome Parodius series. A side-scrolling spaceship shooter-style game which is essentially a parody of Gradius, with characters from a bunch of other Konami games like Twin-Bee, who's actually one of the tougher spaceships to use. As you see on screen, Parodius is lively, colorful, and really fun. I love the music. It may play like a lot of other games, but stylistically it's quite different. In stark contrast to most other side-scrolling spaceship shooters, you're not diving through the bowels of some horrible creature or crawling through a dark spaceship wiping out creepy aliens. You're blowing up chickens and pirouetting panda bears. It's like a perpetual sugar high. Not only is Gokujo Parodius incredibly likable and very Japanese, this is a Super Famicom release after all, but it's also a kick-ass game. Even when you're controlling the Vic Viper from Gradius instead of an octopus or little Dracula, the game is still wild, wacky, and really good. But don't mistake silly, goofy visuals, good humor, and marching band music for easy. Like most games in this genre, Parodius will hand you your own ass. Getting anywhere past the third level requires a lot of practice and mastery of at least one of the characters in the game. There's a lot of them to choose from, which is another one of its strengths, because for the most part, they're all really different. Little Dracula has homing missiles. The baby shoots milk bottles. This thing does whatever this thing does. What is it? I don't know what that is. The weird-ass fish is probably my favorite, and each character has different upgrade paths. For a Super Famicom release, or, well, Super Nintendo as they're known in the West, the visuals are excellent. It's a bright, vibrant, colorful game, which does suffer from some serious slowdown when things really get busy. But, you know, in these games, sometimes that's quite welcome. What's that now? You've blown up again? Don't worry, you have several credits and numerous continues because you'll want to see where this game goes. It just keeps getting weirder
And that's part of why it's so good. There's also a 2-player option if you have a friend who wants to play with you, which they will when they find out you have this, because it's awesome. My immediate favorite Super Famicom release was sent to the show by Osamu from Ibaraki, Japan. So a huge Classic Game Room shout-out. And thank you to Osamu, because this game is simply amazing. I can't recommend it highly enough, because it's such a breath of fresh air in a genre where a lot of games feel very similar. If you like Gradius, Life Force, Salamander, R-Type, or just about anything else that looks and plays like this, you'll like Parodius. Ah, my fish got blown up again. You see, that's where little Dracula's pretty good.